Well. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Let's Play Final Fantasy 14. Now, I logged in. I should have had us getting out of the bed. Well, we've done that already. Welcome, everyone. I decided, since we ended the last episode at Gridania, I'd start it here as well, and, you know, we could be in the inn. And you'll notice we're looking a little bit different. So, remember, at the end of the last part, we got Conjurer. Well, progress has been made there, so quick little recap for the story so far. Oh god, do we recap the entire game? I guess we do. There are creatures called primals, and they can be summoned through prayer and through Aether. Aether is like the magical currency, magical battery, magical juice. So there are these strange beast tribes on the edge of society that are unhappy, and they are praying, and they're creating these gods, basically. Now, the gods, these primals exist anyway, but they're brought into reality through the power of prayer and through this Aether. Once they get onto the world, they need more Aether to sustain themselves. They mind control anyone around them. So while the beast tribes might initially willingly do it, they very quickly just become mindless thralls that have to be put down and killed. And throughout the course of the adventure, we've defeated 3 of these creatures, and we're a member of the group of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and the whole point of us is to try to figure out how to have a permanent solution to this problem. Now, there is a very obvious permanent solution to this problem that I haven't even mentioned out loud yet. And the reason I haven't mentioned it out loud is because I haven't finished this game. I don't actually know where this all goes. And I'm scared I'm sure, actually, that this is the real answer. But I don't know how we get there. The real answer to this, clearly, is to be nice with the beast tribes. To stop pissing them off, to treat them as equals. I'm sure it's going to become a story about that, basically. But obviously that hasn't occurred to anyone, or it has, but we've hand-waved it on screen because it's a very complex social issue, and so on and so on and so on. So I suppose eventually we'll deal with that. I don't know, though. I mean, maybe there is another solution, like a magical solution, but we're basically tasked with putting these primals down. Throughout the story, we've seen 3 of them. Ifrit, Titan, Garuda. I remember distinctly feeling like they were presented like Elder Dragon level threats when I first played ARR. I have to say, though, guys, now, on replay, I don't feel that way. Like, I remember when I very first started covering this game 2 years ago, people were asking me, you know, what's the difference in the lore? And I remember one of the first things I ever said was, oh, Guild Wars has the Elder Dragons, this game has the Primals. Don't really think that matches up, to be honest. The scale, the primals do seem a little bit smaller, which is good because primals can come back on the regular, and you do end up fighting a lot of them. So, you know, I would rather the game not big them up too much anyway. Why is my throat immediately sore? So anyway, so yeah, we've been dealing with them. Then, as we dealt with the 3rd and final one in the last episode, the Evil Empire. So this game mostly deals with the region of Aldenard, which is this area here. Aldenard. But there are other continents, like this one all the way over here, Orthard. We'll deal with that in a later expansion. And then there's this one in the middle, Ilsabard. It's north of us. These guys with this massive tower thing. There's an evil empire here, and before the game, they conquered these guys. You'll notice closest to them. And they're trying to conquer all of us. And at the end of 1.0, they tried to conquer us. They crashed a moon down onto the planet and caused a calamity. Whoopsie. But we survived. Anyway, so one of their legions is led by this guy Gaius, and he still wants this place. So, he seems to have commissioned the building of a machine of some kind. This crazy weapon. Right as we defeated the 3rd primal, the Empire came in and, like, demonstrated they have a weapon that can kill primals. Not just kill them, but eat them. And it's captured 3 at once. So it's like a super dangerous thing. It has the power of 3 primals at least, and they're going to use it to conquer this world, this region. Sorry. So Aldenard. So we've got to stop it, and so for this is the final act of the game, the final arc. In this video, we're going to get to the end of the game. What's going to happen though is there's a huge amount of like dungeons and mission stuff at the end, and a long credit sequence, and lots of stuff at the end. So we're going to get to the end today, and then the final missions will be in the final part, part 10, which, by the way, is about where I planned it to end. I'd planned it to end at episode 9. And I gotta say, I think I did a pretty good job there. It's funny, there was one episode of this series that was a lot longer, and I wobbled a bit, and I was like, oh, I don't know whether it will actually hit my plan. And a lot of you guys immediately said to me, CEWP, it's way too long. But no, I was right. We could do it in 10 episodes. Or 9, 10, whatever. Anyway, so yeah. Let's do the final arc. That's basically the recap. That's where we are. Now, what's going on with Macon? Well, at the end of the last episode, I picked up, because we had a bit of spare time, a bit of wiggle room, a new profession, a new class, I should say. I've got to use the terms correctly. In fact, the only healer class that was ever added. All the other healing... what's the word? I don't know what the word is. All the other healing choices you have are jobs. What's the meta word for a class and a job? Anyway, so Scholar is a job that is born out of a DPS, Arcanist. Astro is from the first expansion, and Sage is from the Endwalker expansion when all of this story ends, which I'm very excited about and is what we're eventually going to. I think it's from that. It might have been from Shadowbringers. I don't know. Anyway, they're later. So the only class was Conjurer. So anyway, I've leveled it. You will see it's level 44, and in fact, as well, we are on the level 44 MSQ, so I've leveled it perfectly to where we need to be. I think I was level 4 at the end of the last episode, maybe level 5. It was really fast and really easy. The brand new ring helped. The headpiece with the feather on it helped. The friendship circlet, but only while below level 25. Menfina's earring helped. The road to 80 boost helped. I didn't even have food on. There is another buff, by the way. When we get very high level with our Grand Company, you can get a buff for 20% XP boost that I use on my main. I don't have it here on Tremor. Like, you send your squadron out on missions, and they'll bring you certain loot back. So anyway, my experience of this was doing the hunting log. So as I explained to you guys, the level 10 hunting... Oh, well, let me get it on screen so you guys can all see what I mean. If you see my hunting log here... You'll see that for Gladiator, we didn't even finish rank 1. We killed 7 of the possible enemies. We didn't kill these 3. We didn't even finish it, rank 1. For Archer, we did finish rank 1. Remember, this wasn't like episode 1 we did this. And we didn't even finish rank 2. For the Order of the Twin Adder, we've been slowly working away, but we haven't even finished rank 1. For Conjurer, I've gone up to rank 4. Now... Rank 1 is amazing, you get massive XP. Rank 2 is also really worth doing, you get massive XP. Rank 3 asks you to go around the whole world. So this is just in Gridania, this is just in Gridania. This is now like everywhere, like you'll be in Limsa, Minster and stuff. So the Aetheryte fees are a bit more, you really only want to do this once you've explored, which Tremor now has most of the world. So I never found that I needed to go to an enemy at an Aetheryte that I hadn't been to or whatever. But I don't know whether I'd really recommend rank 3 because you have to teleport everywhere. It feels a lot slower. I also did rank 4, and at rank 4, it's also all around the world, but they ask you to kill a couple more enemies as well. And every single new rank you go up, it's like less XP proportional to the amount you need. So it slows down and down and down. I think I kind of wasted time doing rank 3 and 4. What I should have swapped to is dungeons. So basically I did rank 1, 2, 3, 4, and but I couldn't quite finish rank 3. I wasn't quite level 30 at the end of rank 3. Every rank is 10 levels. So I needed to get to level 30 to unlock rank 4, but I was only like 27. So I was like, what do I do? Well, I did dungeons. In fact, 1 dungeon. In fact, I did my daily leveling roulette, actually, is what I did. Then when I did rank 4, I barely got anything. But dungeons are amazing. So what I did on Tremor was I did the Sunken Temple of Khan twice. And I did the Stone Vigil once. And that got me from, like, the start of level 30... From finishing that last log, I was, like, level 33 or something, I think, to level 44. Dungeons are really good. And that's something that so all of this happened off screen. I didn't do it as a members video or anything like that, right? Yeah, it all happened off screen. But what I really just want to impress upon you guys is a big part of this game is leveling alt classes. The first ones are kind of freebies because you get them... from the first time bonuses, beating dungeons for the first time, from the MSQ rewards. But those are all one time ever on the character. When you start leveling other classes, you don't get those. You have to look at other things. The hunt log becomes more important for early stuff. But what I'm trying to impress upon you is most of the leveling is done through the duty finder, and it's a sociable experience. There is and the matchmaker matched me in instantly every time. It was not a problem, especially because I'm a healer. And I gotta say, it was really fun. So how's the class gone? Well, as far as damage is concerned, it kind of blows my mind. I still only have Aero and Stone, except Stone is upgraded to Stone 2, or Stonerer as I have it. So, like, when I got to level 18, it upgraded it. It's got a cool animation I'll show you. But for doing damage, all I do is I spread dots on targets. And then I just spam this. That is it. That is all I do for damage. Which I suppose isn't too different from Guild Wars 1, I guess. I mean, it might even be even deeper than Guild Wars 1 healing. But yeah, beyond that, then you've got 2 party heals and 2 regular targeted heals. And these are quite strong. Cura I got from finishing the Sage quests. It's not Sage, fuck, the Conjurer quests. Why? Why is that flipped as well? I've got Paladin and Gladiator flipped, and I've got Conjurer and Sage flipped. Why? Why? We're a Conjurer. I've done the whole story. It's the Conjurers of Gridania. It's so obvious. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. Izuna to cure statuses, I almost never did. I tried to use it to cure Doom in the Sunken Temple of Khan, and it didn't work, and I got myself and a friend killed, which sucked. Now, here's something interesting about this class. One Black Mage, right, you can attune to fire and ice, and when you're attuned to ice, it just dumps you MP. MP is a mechanic on Black Mage. You blow through your MP really fast, but then you have, like, another attunement where you get it all back. And so the way that the rotation works is you're flowing between fire and ice to recharge. This class, and I assume all healers, feels totally different, where you're just very slowly draining your MP. And in the difficult dungeons where I just have to spam Cura on the tank right as during a wall-to-wall or whatever, I can actually run out of MP. And then I need to use this roll skill, Lucid Dreaming, to slowly bring it back. I don't know whether I'm playing it wrong, but yeah, so that's been interesting. I've actually been casting Lucid Dreaming. This skill here, Repose, sends someone to sleep, but then they wake up as soon as they take damage. I've still found no use for it, really. Maybe in some single-player duties, but I don't know. And then we have our stability skill and our instant cast. You usually pair swift cast here with the raise, so you can instantly res someone. I haven't managed to pull that off yet, though. Also, right at the end of the last episode, someone was talking about putting an emote on the bar. This one here, Panic, I picked. The reason for that is so that when this lights up, it will black out while you're casting spells. But when it lights up, that's when you're allowed to slide cast. That was the tip people were trying to give me in chat at the end of the last episode. I just sort of put it on there going, huh? But that was it. So there you go. So that's Conjurer, really. And I have actually enjoyed it. I like playing support. I really do. But it's still very basic. Like for damage or whatever. It is cool. And it's like, I can kind of feel, you feel the Trinity more than anywhere else, I think, on this. Like when it's a really tough pull, when it's an easy pull, I get to do damage with the team. But when it's a really tough pull, I have to spam Cura, and I feel totally reliant on my damage players because I'm not able to do any damage. And I really feel the weight of the damage players killing all the mobs. I'm like, please kill the mobs before I run out of MP. And then it happens, and it's like, and in that moment, that specific moment I just described there, I really feel the Trinity. I feel the tank taking all the aggro because I can see him getting pounded and you can see them all crowding around him. And I feel the weight of having DPS players actually doing their jobs. And it feels cool. And it might be an experience I only really experience early while I'm underleveled and stuff. See, here's the funny thing. I was doing the Stone Vigil, the quite hard dungeon. It's a level 41 dungeon, and I was doing it as a Conjurer, not as an upgraded job. I was doing it as a Conjurer. And in fact, I did actually get a comment. I was doing it with the public. I was doing just the regular duty finder. And I did get a comment in... I only did it once, but I did get a comment from a guy saying... I was doing it in the Sunken Temple as well, which is 5 levels over and maybe a bit more forgivable. And someone said, oh, like, our tank died. I let him die. I basically, because I fucked up, because I'm a noob, is why he died. But on one fight, our tank died, and they immediately were saying, oh, he's just a Conjurer, he's just a Conjurer. I watched that tank for the rest of the run. He wasn't using any abilities. Any abilities. I mean, maybe he was using damage abilities, but when you're a healer, you can see the buffs people put on themselves. He didn't use any, like... You know, you have, like, Sentinel, 30% less damage, or Sheltron. He doesn't use anything. So, yeah, I mean, I think he spammed, like, one Sheltron I saw him use, which, remember, is, like, nothing and only lasts a couple of seconds, which is really weird. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to upgrading to a job now. And obviously I wanted to do that on screen here. So yeah, also hello to everybody. Hello everyone in the chat. Hello everyone who's made it in game here. Hopefully this will be a fun one. So let's head on over. Now, one other thing I want to do real quick. Oh no, I'm confused. I'm so confused. Wait, what? There was a blue quest I was going to collect. Maybe it's in the next map? A good adventure is hard to find. Well, that's not a blue quest, so it's not going to be it. Broadening horizons, you want to be a carpenter. A bad bladder, seeking solace. I swear I was standing here in Gridania, and right next to me was a blue quest, like here-ish. And it was for ventures. I swear I could unlock ventures. I was going to do the venture quest. I saw it. Well, whatever. Let's go over and unlock, I think. Maybe it was near the Conjurer's Guild. I don't think so, though. No, it definitely wasn't. So you might be curious about what the quest was. It was pretty boring. It wasn't that interesting. A little bit of lore. Basically, there was a void sent that was corrupting the land, and we cleansed it with the help of a trusty novice companion. A lot of these quests are, hey, you have a novice with you. I have to say, all the class quests I did in Uldar were really good. All the ones that I've done in Gridania are not very good. Just my honest opinion. Both in terms of subject material, but also just like how they're crafted. You know, the cutscenes were more minimal. There was less going on, less interactions and choices and stuff. But yeah, anyway, so that was that story. Now, he's going to give us our next quest. A Seer Folly. Isumi Yan has a task for a skilled adventurer, and we're going to get the soul of the White Mage from this, and a new spell on a 120-second cooldown, which will reduce my spell cast time and my cooldowns. Does that include global cooldowns? And my auto attacks. Auto attacks? That's weird. In fact, I feel like I remember seeing that on Black Mage once long ago. Is it still there? Tremor, I'm glad. Yeah, well, I think it is there, isn't it? Is that not what ley lines does? It's like I'm getting ley lines, basically, but it's not ley lines. On Black Mage, you can inscribe a glyph in the ground, and while you're standing in it, you're faster. It sounds like on this, I don't need to stand in a glyph, though. Anyway, Tremor, I am glad you have come. I have a task most urgent and confidential nature, and I can think of none other to whom I can entrust it. You are doubtless familiar with the Seedseers, yes? Kani Sena, Elder Seedseer, leader of the Oracle Twin Adder, and guardian of our fair nation, clearly needs no introduction. But you also know of her siblings? The two Paduls, sister Raya Usena and brother Arun Sena, make for Evershade as we speak, where they will perform a ritual of great import. Verily, such import that it would be no overstatement to say that the very fate of Gridania hangs in the balance. As you well know, we dwell in this forest by the good graces of the elementals, eternal guardians of the Twelveswood, and most of all, the Great One who dwells within the Guardian Tree. Oh, I didn't know that. There's a great elemental, is there, in the middle? Yeah, our ceaseless warring and ill treatment of the trees that shelter us have aroused the Great One's ire, and it is only by the quieting, the ritual of which I spoke, that he may be placated. Thus did the two Seedseers set out for Evershade, with nary a guard to accompany them. Therein lies the rub, and the nature of the favour I ask you. By no means would I question the power of the Seedseers, but with the Great One's anger mountain, the Twelveswood becomes threatening domain for even the most puissant of conjurers. Pray, hasten to Evershade and see that no harm befalls them. Let me just check something there. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, so. Some kind of issue going on here. Back to Bent Branch. I really regret saying this is the last time we'll be at Bent Branch. I've been there so many times. Ah, the live chat's just explained it. It might be that the blue quest is only done on your home server. You're right, because it's a venture-related thing on retainers and so on. That must be what it is. And yeah, I was back on my home server. I did kind of cheat a little bit a second ago when I suggested the matchmaker was amazing. Because what actually happened was I queued in and it said that it needed for a Guildhests, right? And Guildhests are kind of rarely done in the first place, but that was the thing. I wanted to do that to see if that would level me, so I didn't have to do a leveling roulette too early. I was going to do a leveling roulette later because it would be bigger bang for my buck, higher in the leveling, right? So I just went for a Guildhest to see if that would get me through up the threshold for the log. It said needed a healer. It said needed 5 minutes. So I just queued in. That's the minimum, 5 minutes. Even if it were to pop instantly, they always just say 5 minutes. So I thought, oh, this could be an instant pop. So I went into the matchmaker, and it did an instant pop. And I thought, oh, hold on. I'm on OCX. Now, I was doing this about 12 hours ago. It was literally about 12 hours ago that I was doing this. Oh, we're going down, are we? So I thought, you know, OCX, they might be awake right now. It might be okay. But when it hit 5 minutes, it hit the estimated time. The estimated time went up to like 7, and I've had it with the matchmaker in this game before, where it hits the ETA and then it just keeps going up and up. And I immediately thought, oh, there's no point in this. I don't need to do this. So I just swapped back to my home world, which is over on North America. And then I Guildhested, and it was a 1 second pop. It was instant, and everything I did was instant. So I did region swap. I went back home to where there's clearly, you know, people were awake in America. It was like late for them. So yeah, about 12 hours ago. So yeah, I was back on my home world, and that's where I saw the quest for the ventures. Okay, so hello you two. So you are the siblings of the Elder Seedseer. Oh, we go straight into a duty, do we? So what's this going to be like? Slide casting also used to be a lot harder. Most healer nukes had their cast time equal to the global cooldown. It made weaving a lot harder too. Nowadays, there's a 1.5 cast time. So hold on. You now cast slightly slower than the GCD, right? See, I always hate that about playing a mage. Because I'm used to, on all the other classes I play, I press the button, and when I've done the button, there's nothing really going on. I just sort of have to watch for the global cooldown and queue up just fine. But on a mage, you need to queue, like, earlier than the cast or later than the cast. It's like weirdly desynced on mages, and I can't wrap my head around it. It's like I have to watch a cast bar and the cooldown. And, oh, by the way, MP is a mechanic now. Oh, and by the way, you can't really move without cancel casting stuff. Like, it's way harder. It's really, really hard. Compared to playing either of the other DPS options, range DPS or even melee DPS. Melee DPS has a thing where you've got to close the gaps, you've got to be close, and you have to flank and rear. And I play Monk, which means I do that constantly. And in fact, when I started playing Monk, every single button was a flank or a rear. And that's got its own level of things to focus on, but it's fun, and I clicked into that just fine. And, you know, yes, you have to close the gaps. Like, having ranged is amazing. It gives you so much quality of life, it's unreal. When you're melee, you don't get that, but it does afford you, like, easy dodging of certain mechanics. If you imagine a boss does a giant cone sweeping attack out in front of them. If you're in melee, it's so trivial and simple to just sidestep it. But mages... Oh my god, when you're a mage, you have to interrupt what you're doing to run out. Anyway, curses! How can we hope to make it to the Guardian Tree with these ghastly creatures bursting forth like rampant weeds? If I'd known what we were in for, I'd have brought along a wood whaler or two. In fact, I dare say we should return and do exactly that. Oh, do not be such a coward, sister. We're Seedseers. These overgrown vermin are no match for us. Bold words, brother, but were they true words, we would have dispatched our enemies and arrived safely at our destination bells ago. Well, what about me? I was just, like, really creepily watching them there. Huh? A conjurer, are you? Brother Isumi, ever the warrior. For one, however, his solicitude is most welcome. Might you help us dispose of these fell creatures? Have you no pride, sister? A Seedseer does not beg the aid of some common adventurer. Enough, brother, we have a duty to perform. A duty that takes precedence over your silly notions of pride. Now, enough talk. Let us see these pests. The camera work. You can usually tell when they put a bit less effort into one of these side quests because the camera work is so much more simple. It's one of those things I never used to think about while playing this game, but I always think about now. How many NPCs are there? How often do they change the camera? How often do they actually compose a good shot with the camera? And that cutscene you just saw there was about the lowest of the low. Oh, another thing I really enjoy about playing this class are the AoE buttons. You know, I've done a lot of content in this game. I've experienced a lot of raid wides. And I tend to just assume, oh, everyone's health will go back up, whatever. Like the raid wide healing, you know, I just take for granted. But it's really fun to press. In the Sunken Temple of Khan, there was some mechanic where if you DPS too fast or you did something weird, it would pulse out these 2 massive AoE nukes. And it was really scary. I had to, like, so Medicra, and then, like, Swiftcaster Medicra to try and just keep people up. I'm assuming here I can kill this Bane Mite. Oh, I've been silenced. Do we have any echo drops? The silence is not good, you know. Oh, they're healing themselves. Oh, the storyline for this class as well was... it had some duties like this, and they were all pretty challenging because you had to heal NPCs while doing damage. I say pretty challenging, it's not like it was impossibly difficult, alright? But I will say that it was much more engaging than basically any other single player duty I've ever played in the game. I never failed them, so I don't know. But I wonder if I got all my guys killed. So here, look at the animation for Stoner. The rock comes out, boom. And it pops them in the face. It's actually a lot like the Blizzard animation here. That Black Mage gets, just a bit smaller. And it also reminds me a lot of like Earth abilities on Ellie in Guild Wars 2, which I guess makes sense since all this stuff was largely made around the same time. You hate the fake music? Yeah, it's not great, is it? Sorry, it was a bit loud there. Yeah, I manually made it a bit loud. That's my bad, guys. This music's good, though. Oh, that's it. We get the stone straight away. At Crystal, do my eyes deceive me? Or does this adventure inherit the legacy of our town of Kant? Who? Another Elder Seed Seer? Oh, I see. So as a conjurer, we're just trying to commune in a lesser way, but now we're going full on. I should have predicted that the soul would have been... What are these guys called? What's their race again? It was none other than Atawa himself who last performed the quieting. No, I do not believe this adventure's arrival was mere coincidence. Bearer of the Soul Crystal, inheritor of arcane knowledge, long since forbidden to those not of our kind. I know not why it was you he chose, but I believe our great forefather has led you to us to this day. Again, it's really easy to handwave this. Why is this Soul Crystal picking us? I think there's an actual lore reason for it you can speculate and talk about later. Ancient tradition dictates that the quieting be performed by 3 Padules, that's it. By 3 Padules. Ah, I misspeak. The ritual is to be performed by 3 white mages. If Master Atawa truly has chosen this adventure as his successor... You speak madness, sister! Surely you've not forgotten that the Pajali tradition strictly forbids sharing the teachings with those not of our kind. The power of the white magic is far too great to risk it falling into the wrong hands. I like the white leaves on the sides of his head. she's not happy with him. And so you would uphold tradition merely for tradition's sake, even at the risk of incurring the Great One's wrath and bringing disaster upon our forest home. Have you so little faith in your own ability, sister? We are seed seers, more than capable of slaying any beasts in our way and carrying out the ritual on our own. Oh, I don't know who to believe. This petty bickering is getting us nowhere. Adventurer, I'm sorry to trouble you with our silly sibling squabbles. If you've the time, I would speak with you further, but not here. Come to Camp Tranquil and come quickly. Time is of the essence. Okay, yeah, you're going to teach me about this monster? This is intriguing. As with the other storylines, except Archer. Archer we basically did. I'm just going to show you guys the intro. And that will be that. Because there is so much content in this game. We would be here all day. So yeah, by the way, don't we look cool as fuck? I actually, I got this robe as a part of the Sage, the Conjurer quests. Why? Why is my brain like that? I wish it wasn't. I really wish it wasn't. It sucks. It's very depressing to feel out of control. I got this during the Conjurer quests, and I looked, and it's Acolyte gear. And I had the Acolyte legs and the gloves and everything. I didn't have to buy anything from the marketplace. I also got the gloves from the glasses, sorry, from the quest. What's even cooler is I got a weapon. Look at this weapon. Look at this staff. This is a dryad staff, okay, and we fought some dryads as a part of the quest, right? And yeah, it clips through my hood, which is a bit of a shame. The hood looks amazing, by the way. It actually rocks left and right as you're walking around. But look at this, ready? When I unsheath, look at that staff! That is so cool. This is the first, like, interesting skin we've had so far. I adore it. And look, well, you can see our ring there. So yeah, I feel very on theme. So I set this up as a glam plate, because as I continued leveling, I ended up wearing uglier stuff. But I thought this was cool. It's kind of green, sort of matches the theme, you know? This is such a cool weapon. And you know what, guys? I picked an Elizon for this playthrough. There was a certain vibe I was craving when I made this. I wanted to be an Elizon. Let's turn this down slightly. That was wearing a robe. I wanted to feel like I was like, I don't know, I wanted to feel a bit like Eorzea, I guess, or something. And I'm living it now. Finally, here we are. I'm in the robe, and it's working. Oh, we got two Moogles. Koopa. Why, I've served Rhea since she was a little girl no bigger than me, Koopo. She has matured much since the Calamity. Her brother, on the other hand, oh dear. When she was a child, Rhea had quite a temper. She's a sweet little girl now, but a Moogle does not easily forget. Even now, the sound of her voice makes my fur stand on end, Koopo. That's weird. That just reminded me of the experience of being bitten. These little kids go through that phase of biting, don't they? Thank you for coming, adventurer. Forgive my brother's rudeness. He cannot help that he was born with a head of solid stone. Anyways, I do not believe we have been properly introduced. I am Raya, a Pagil, as you can see, and sister of the Elder Seedseer. You're Tremor, yes? Brother Isumi has spoken of you, and most highly at that. As you've no doubt heard, my brother and I were en route to the Guardian Tree. There, the Great One, by whose graces we dwell here, resides. The gentlest of guardians when at peace, a destructive force that knows no bounds when angered as the Great One goes, so goes our fate. The creatures you helped us dispatch, doubtless they too were roused to hostility by the Great One in his anger. You need only look around you to see the forest grows more and more threatening with each passing hour. So it is that we travel here to quell the Great One's fury, to perform the quieting. In the days of old, the ritual was, without fail, performed by 3 white mages, with our elder sister occupied with her many duties. Oh, I don't believe this. If this forest really was at risk, she'd sort it out. My brother and I had thought to attempt it on our own. Our realm was quite confident, but I had my doubts, and then you arrived and got the crystal. Okay, you're just recapping what we experienced 2 seconds ago. This guy, whose soul we have, is known to be as one of the greatest mages in our history, but even more so, he was known for being something of an eccentric. In defiance of tradition, he bid farewell to his forest home, wandering the realm and healing the wounds of the land and its people wheresoever it went. A most admirable cause, yes, but alas, a tower was never to return. He perished in a far-off land, and having taken no apprentices, his legendary powers were lost to us for eternity. So I believed, until you. And yet, for his stubbornness, there is some truth to my brother's words. Ancient laws forbid us from sharing the teachings of white magic outside of our own kind. There are reasons for this, which I would share for you when the time is right. This will obviously be about the Amdapori and their fate. Speaking of which, we're going to go to the lost city of Amdapor, I think, in this episode. Shit, that was something I was going to do. I was going to look up the dungeons and I forgot. Whoops. There are many who would not approve of this arrangement. Still, I'm convinced. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jesus. Alright, so there you have it. We get the soul of the White Mage. White Mage unlocked. We're doing very well here. I have to say, all of these classes, my plan was to collect on Macon. So that when we do the extremes on him, I'll be playing the same classes. So far, I have made 0 progress on that. And I'm going to have 3 level 50s soon. So there you have it. So she won't give us our next quest here until we level up. But even if we had, we need to beat the main storyline to get more of them. Like, we can't progress very far into Bard, Paladin, or White Mage just yet, speaking of. So here we go. Transfer. Oh, I just noticed something. Remember how initially I said to you guys that the soul crystals were always of a specific hero? And then I moused over one of them and it said souls of white mages pass or paladins pass. And I said, oh, it's multiple people. Well, it's doing the same here. It says, upon the surface of this multi-aspected crystal are carved the myriad deeds of white mages from eras past. Which is weird. It's like the tooltip doesn't line up with the lore from the stories. The stories seem to suggest it's always one specific individual. Anyway, there you go, White Mage. So let's see. I'm not going to read through all of this. Ah, we get Curaga as a White Mage. Nice. We get Holy. It's level 45 as well. This is an AoE damage ability, finally. So I guess when I'm high enough level for that, I don't have to spam arrow on everything before then. And that stuns everyone. I think it might be a thing where you do like... Remember, every subsequent stun is weaker. So I think it's like Holy, Holy, Holy. And then maybe single target stuff? I don't know, I might be wrong. Also, I tend to just favor Cura. I don't spam Cure trying to get the proc. Because the proc being that Cura will cost 0 MP. I just tried to spam this, and if I run out, I Lucid Dream and then Cure. That's how I've been playing it. I don't know whether that's right. Afflatus Misery, Glare. We get Glare. Size. Aquaveil. Tetragrammation. Sorry, Tetragrammaton? The fuck are these? Plenary Indulgence. I really don't like the skill names in this game. I think the icons are terrible and are unthematic and all over the place, and I think that the names are crazy as well. They're always so hard to read. Or remember anyway. Oh my god, look at this. Oh yeah, there's something about like blood lilies on this class as well. I don't know how this class works, but people always go on about lilies, like, oh, I unlocked my blood lilies too late, so I can't play, or something like that. Adds a lily to your healing gauge. So yeah, there will be a special mechanic with like a special UI and stuff. It hasn't popped up yet though, so I guess we'll have to level more. Blood for the blood lily. I like the idea of playing with flowers on this class. That feels very Gridanian. But there you go. We will be playing this through the storyline now. Speaking of the storyline, let's jump in, guys. That's the intro stuff done. Off to Trauma Queen. No. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's level 50 at the Wanderer's Palace. See, that is the final dungeon, level 50 quest. And we only unlocked this because we hit a certain level. Oh, I think so. Really nervous that I've messed up with the dungeons because I didn't fully nail in my game plan on them. Only you can prevent forest ire. What is this? Oh, that's the class quest, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we need to do casing the castrum, which we collect in Thanalan. Prey returns. The Waking Sands. Let's go see. So, oh yeah. So the other bit of the story recap is that a bunch of us got attacked and died and captured by the Empire, but we just returned home to the Waking Sands, and we realised some of our friends were there. We were actually all right. Here, look, Nedrick has a quest for us. What level is this quest? Oh, that's the Auron Vale. It's level 47. So, yeah, Ida is okay and is around. Ishtola is okay and around. And, of course, we have Alphanod and Sid. So overall, sort of terrible. Considering there were at least like 20 people here before. I didn't grab my dash skill. Oh, do I have a new skill that I can slot? Is that true? Oh, there is. Oh, and there's this. Oh, no, I have that. No, I don't. That's lucid dreaming. What's President of Mind? Oh, right, okay. This is like the ley linesy ability. Cannot wait to get my third skill bar. My plan is to put the third skill bar on when we are when we beat the game. That feels like a cool thing to unlock when we beat the game. So that just speeds me up, and then this one is a dash. Quickly dash. Cannot be executed while immobilized. So usually I have dashes on Q. Whoa, we go quite far. Okay, nice. So yeah, that's like our compensation for how slow and immobile we usually are. So hello everybody. Gaius, okay, and also Sid seems to know Gaius. They have history. Gaius, like he called him my boy and stuff. Gaius may have called it a weapon of ancient Alag, but I saw extensive Magitech modifications. Yeah, they're saying it's from the Allagan Empire. But I guess it's now a hybrid with a bunch of new Magitech stuff. An Imperial Castrum, it's what's to be expected, I suppose. Alright, let's do this. Let's go and rescue Menphilia and the others. Ishtola wishes to discuss the fate of the... And that giant machine has a very specific name, guys. It's an anthology thing that appears in a lot of Final Fantasies. You might have guessed it already. I'll hold off until we actually see it in-game. Y'shtola wishes to discuss the fate of the prisoners being held at Castrum Sentry. The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, Tremor. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defences of an Imperial Castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now that the Castrum Sentry houses prisoners whom the Guardians deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. If we're to free our friends, we'll require an effective strategy, and if we're to formulate an effective strategy, we require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us in this. Lord Portelaine of House Durandare. He's stationed at the Observatorium in Kurthus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Great, back to Kurthus. Kurthus easily has been my least favourite arc. So I want to point something out here, guys, because it's related to this episode. We have Lanosia here on Vilbrand, the island of Vilbrand. We have Thanalan down here to the south. We have Girabania as close as possible to Garlemald. We have the Black Shroud. We have Kurthus up here. Hold on, what about this place right in the middle? It's called Dhona. It's kind of a crossroads area. And it is the final region of the game. And we will be going there in this episode, as you can tell from the thumbnail and the title and so on. But yeah, that is the last area, the last arc. And I actually had some very different ideas about... I like this guy. He's RP walking. It makes me want to RP walk. I also just like the red. He's like Auron or something. Yeah, I always used to think that the region we're going to in this episode was a post-patch area. So I explained this many episodes ago, maybe back on episode 2, far too premature. But listen, the way that this game tends to work is when an expansion or a major product comes out, you get a big city, right? But then they also have like a lesser settlement, like a town, a village, a smaller place, which is also a major hub, and where a lot of the post-patch content happens, and where you like queue in for raids and stuff like that. Like crafting and market board stuff tends to happen in the big cities, but then there's like this smaller settlement that's usually associated with the patches. So there is, so for ARR, there are 3 big cities, obviously. It's a whole MMO, so that it's bigger than the expansions. But there's also like that smaller place as well. Believe it or not, and this is a minor spoiler for you, the Waking Sands is, as much as we've been there, the Waking Sands is not going to be our home base forever. Our home base will shift and change as the story develops. And in fact, even before A Realm Reborn is over, it will move. And Dhona is that place. So Dhona is big. Expect a lot in Dhona. Particularly in the post-patches. So yeah, I always thought, oh, that can't have been in 1.0 then. Because 1.0 never even made it to post-patches. Well, it did, the Calamity story. But no, it was in 1.0. You can see YouTube videos of people running around there. Dhona is also the location of one of the first pieces of lore I gave you about this game. Literally, the start of episode 1. What was the first thing I showed you? Well, it was a CGI cutscene, wasn't it? What happened in that again? Well, we'll see when we get there. Ah, Tremor, the man who unmasked the heretic in our midst. Well, it took him 2 seconds to mention heretics again. So what do I owe the pleasure of the company? You're an associate of Y'shtola, but of course, Lord Drillerman confided to me that you were a scion of the 7th Dawn. Okay. Wow, these are very good, aren't they? But we can't wear them as a conjurer. I'm just going to grab this. So, Y'shtola, they're nicer to her. If we just had Y'shtola with us during this arc, we could do the airship instantly. Castrum Sentry. What interest have you all in the Imperials? They hold several of our number, whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I see, that might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led into the castrum, a Hyurian woman, an Elazan man, and 2 Lalafell, 1 male, 1 female. Ah, Tataru and Papalimo. It's them. Yes, I Filia, Uriaja, Papalimo, and Tataru. If that scant morsel is of any use to you, you may also be interested to hear about a more recent incident. Look at this, by the way. Alphanod isn't with us again. It's like he doesn't give a shit about rescuing our friends. Look at that! That's amazing. Oh, dear. Incident? An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Kurthus not long ago. Oh, more airship stuff in this area. 2 men believed to be prisoners, a Rogadin and a Lalafell, were seen fleeing the craft. You'll notice, by the way, that they have never mentioned a bunch of the races. Viera haven't been mentioned, Hrothgar haven't been mentioned. It's because they're expansion races. What did you say, says Sid? A Rogadin and a Lalafell, Master Garland. Neither wore Imperial dress, and both would seem disinclined to wait for rescue, hence our assumption that they were prisoners. Well, I'll be damned. It's Biggs and Wedge. Those two rascals, it took those two rascals to escape. We must find them, Tremor, and soon. The Imperials will not rest until they're captured or killed, and if Biggs were given the choice, I fear he'd take the latter. Freeing those held in Casham Century will require substantial planning and preparation. As such, it is an endeavour that would admit some slight delay. The matter of the escapees, by contrast, will not. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in pursuit. It's likely only a matter of time before they capture them. If you wish to see your comrades again, you'd best act now. Okay. If, as it has been suggested, the Garleans took our fellow Scions prisoner in the hopes of understanding the Echo, it seems reasonable to assume that they would not be executed until such a time as the study is complete. Yeah, but they don't all have the Echo, do they? Only Minfilia has the Echo, is that right? Papalimo understood the Echo, but I don't know whether he had it. Does Eorzea have the Echo? I don't think he does. Well, Ishtola says Biggs and Wedge aren't Scions, and they don't know of the Echo. As Lord Portlane said, this may prove our only chance to rescue them. I guess the idea is as Scions, we all understand the Echo, so they're going to, like, torture and interrogate us first. I say we seize this opportunity. Thank you, everyone. You won't regret this. Oh, look at this. Good one, Sid's memories back. You know, it must have been weird to have played the whole game in 1.0, and then seeing him in that robe, and then also just seeing him be a shell of his former self with amnesia for so long. Alright, here we go. We get flash sideways. I do not remember this. What do we learn here? It's Gaius in the middle, Nero, that guy whose name I can't remember, but was upset with the weapon project, and then Livia in white. He's got a crazy Rogadin name. It's like Rin or something. He's a minor boss in the first expansion. And maybe later. Final preparations are almost complete, my lord. By the way, that voice I just gave him is a pretty good voice. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work, but all our efforts will be vindicated when the Emperor's vision becomes reality. Like, he's got that extra bit of flair to his voice. At last, we have the power to purge this land of its false deities. Sorry, gods, I say the word deities later. We shall give the ignorant children of Eorzea the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide. So again, I mentioned this in the last episode, you can start kind of get a sense of this here. A lot of the people in the Empire, they view themselves as bringing peace and culture and technology, just as the Romans did. Once the people are enlightened and the primals are gone, will they really wring their hands about the blood that was shed to get us there? That's basically the idea here. It's a real hatred of the primals. As you say, my lord, rest assured our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. That deities was spot on. I thought so too, actually, yeah. I'm going to be very arrogant. I quite like that as well. Rithian, you depart... That's his name. Retiathan. Something like that. You depart for Castrium Occident at midnight. You will command the western front in Vilbrand. The Eorzeans will attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see that they do not. So he's going to the island of Limsa. My lord, if this be your will, I shall carry it out to the best of my ability. I live only to serve the Empire. Yet forgive my impudence, but is it proper to give command of half of our forces to a... I have given you nothing, Prefectus. You have earned it. That will be all. Dismissed. Oh, I think I remember why I don't know this guy. Because obviously we're the heroes. We're going to win this whole story. Spoiler! And I guess he gets disgraced? Yes, my lord. So damn, he gets half the Legion. It's funny as well, because so far he seems scary and cool. And he was the only one that was like enough to cut against the grain with the weapon project. My quarters, 1 hour. And to Livia, he says that. Interesting. I love these cutscenes. I did not when I first played this, because I didn't give a crap who any of these characters were, or what their trajectories were, or anything. But I'll tell you guys, I'll say it again, Gaius is genuinely one of my favorite characters in the whole game. Lord Portlane would like to aid you in your search for Biggs and Wedge. My purpose here is to reconnoiter Garlean activity along Abalathia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honour of being acquainted with Y'shtola. Now, the report of the Imperial airship's emergency landing, came to us by way of the dismailed Darkhold situated to the west. Our man stationed at the entrance and Knight may be able to tell you more. So, as to expedite your mission, I shall furnish you with a letter of introduction. I pray that you'll soon be reunited with your comrades. May the Fury grant you strength. Okay, thank you. Right. I have to say, guys, this episode, seeing you guys like leaning against the walls and sitting in the chairs and adding a lot of flavour, this episode I almost did this video like 9 hours ago. Basically before I went to sleep. But I decided against it in the end. So off we go. So one of the reasons I decided against it was because people expect a certain schedule, and it would have been sad to have sort of seen people not be able to make it. Obviously a whole different group of people would have been able to make it, but you know. You stand before the Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the great Ishgardian house of the same name. None but authorized personnel may enter. Yeah, and we actually cleared that out. We did that. It was a side dungeon. A letter from Lord Portlane. So you've come about the airship. According to our scouts, the vessel had scarce touched ground when a pair of men, captives by all accounts, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have been sighted in the area, seeking to recapture them. What? The captives are like to be your friends, you say? Then let us pray that they get a step ahead of their pursuers. The emergency landing reportedly took place near the Aurum Vale, situated south and west of here. I should suggest you take your search there. Oh man, we should have grabbed the Aurum Vale dungeon quest. We could have cashed it in at the same time. In fact, I'm going to do it. Screw it. I'm going to do it. It's just efficient, isn't it? We may have to cash it in on another character, but we can do it this way. So yeah, how long is this episode going to be? How long is this episode going to be? You might wonder. Oh, nice. It's nice to have a little dash that doesn't require a target or anything. Well, hold on. Let's read this first. I can't take 2 steps around this place without hearing tremor this or tremor that. Why? It's as if you're some kind of goddamn hero. But I jest. Even I can see that you're just itching to find a new battleground to hone your skills. Fortunately, I know just the place. The Aurum Vale. Head southwest through the central highlands of Kurthis and seek out a man named Willem Elmus and tell him that Nedrick sent you. Okay, thank you. Right, now let's just go back there. The Aurum Vale is a Malboro-infested poisonous dungeon that is... Okay, so I said, like, that the Stone Vigil was a hard dungeon. I hope I didn't say it was the hardest. It's the hardest in the main storyline, and therefore it comes up a lot in the Duty Finder, because a lot of people are going through the main story and so on. But the Aurum Vale is like the level 50 optional dungeon at launch, because there are more as the patches come in, but for the release game, this is what it is. And it is very difficult. There are different ways to tank it. And if your healer knows, like basically there's a big opening chamber right at the start, and if the tank grabs everything and runs around a corner, you can LOS them all in and blow them all up, and it's very good. But the healer has to know to run in to do it with the tank. Otherwise you die. So it's a tricky dungeon. It's a dungeon where you can skip a lot of mobs, actually. But so it's kind of a dungeon where the higher your expertise with it, the faster you can go, which often is not so much the case in this game. Usually it's just go wall to wall and grab everything on the way. But in that one, there's kind of some cooler pathing. It's a bit like how the Guildhests were teaching us the game would be. So yeah, we will do it. I don't know whether it will be in this episode or not. It depends on how long the main quest takes. Speaking of which, let's talk about that now. So when we were here in Kurthis, that was a long episode, and it was about 25 quests. The last episode we did was only like 10 or 11 quests, but with a trial. Today is about 15 to 16 quests with no dungeons and no trials. So actually, I think there's not too much here really. It's probably one of the lighter days again to get to the end. We're basically going to level up the main storyline. We're on 44 at the moment, and it will go to 49. We're going to end at the 49 stuff, and that will be the end of the game. So yeah, we might be able to weave the Aurum Vale in there, and some of these, and you know, what's the other dungeon that we have? We don't. When is Amdapur? We should have under portion. I really should have looked it up. Anyway, here's the guy. Hail, adventure. Wait, you don't mean to tell me Nedrick sent you? Tell me this, adventurer. Do you know how the Aurum Vale and its most enticing name will allow me to enlighten you? The cave is rich with sulfur. Hey, this is a bit like Janthiel Wilds, isn't it, guys? All the golden sea, and it's just sulfur, woo! And mithril ore, through which reactions with the groundwater combine to exude golden-hued flames. A beautiful sight, that is, until you realise the damn death clouds are bursting your chest from within. If you still wish to take your life into your hands, I will not be the one that stops you, but do try to not get killed. I've dragged enough corpses out of the Vale to last me a lifetime. So there you go, that's the Aurum Vale. And what kind of creatures could survive in such a toxic hellhole? Well, Malboros. And there's loads of Malboros. It's brilliant. I love that place. In fact, guys, for about 3 months, since genuinely about a month before the start of the Janthiel Wilds playthrough, I've had a tab on Chrome. I don't know whether you guys... listen, maybe I'm a fool for doing this, but I tend to leave a lot of tabs open on Chrome. I'm a bit messy when it comes to the tabs. All right, I'm one of those guys. I have a tab. I'm looking at it right now of the Aurum Vale in 1.0 because I've been setting up for this Let's Play for ages, and I was looking at 1.0 footage, and I loved it. Check it out, guys. Pause this, turn this off, go to the other video, go to the search bar and type FF14 1.0 Aurum Vale. A guy has a video of him clearing the dungeon, and it is bizarre. It's like, it's one of the rare examples of one of the 1.0 dungeons, and the gameplay and the UI and everything looks so different, but it's also the same. Like, they're the same bosses and kind of the same rooms and stuff. It's crazy. And the graphics are a bit better, but the mechanics are clearly way worse. Oh, it's incredible. And I've had that open for ages because I don't know what to do with it. I kind of want to download it or like react to it or something, but anyway, we're in AR for now. The Imperial airship. I saw it approach to land with mine own 2 eyes. I hastened to the land site, arriving just in time to see the vessel take to the skies again, but not before it departed a detachment of troops. Gruff orders were being barked, and there was an air of consternation about them. Hey, we didn't actually have to manually give him the letter. Did you guys notice that? Oh, look at this. We're just getting 3 levels again now. Now we're level 45. Sir Pierre Mons wants to share with you what he knows of the 2 fugitives. I wonder, so can we just juggle 3 goddamn classes as we go? There were prisoners aboard the airship, it seems, and they seized the opportunity to flee when the vessel was forced to land. The Garleans, who were deployed, formed search parties and proceeded to scour the wilderness. In order to alert our forces, I returned to my post to find evidence that someone had been here in my absence. Whoever they were, they tried to seal the door to no avail and decided to go elsewhere. In all, I marked 2 sets of footprints, one large and one small. If you search the area, mayhap you'll be able to follow the prints to their owners. Okay, we're going to follow some footprints, are we? This is going to be a bit... It's like I said, I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West at the moment. And there's a very common mechanic in that game where you walk to an area like this, you scan, you use like your survival sense equivalent, right? You ping your focus, and you'll see footprints, and then you tag them, and then you can like track where people are going. Slightly more primitive iteration of it here. In a game a decade, it's junior, but hey. 1.0 Aurum Vale reminds you of Lost Odyssey. Does it really? I've played that game and that never occurred to me. Aurum Vale is one of the few 1.0 dungeons that got ported mostly straightly into 2.0. Oh, well, that would make sense. It is weird. It's like this strange Elseworld, you know, like they're fighting the same bosses and stuff. So there we go, a little bit more... Oh, we have a friend that's able to nuke things for us. That's good. Oh, by the way, Topaz. I said that very high pitch. Sorry, guys. Sorry about my horrible voice. Okay. Check it out. My companion. So this guy gains ranks as you level with him, and I actually got an achievement. So if we look here at character achievements, the last 5 I got. Conjure level 40, Conjure level 30. But look at this. Bosom Buddies. I have seen my Chocobo to rank 5. And so we have a lot of skill points we can spend on him. I'm going to go deeper into the healer line. Let's increase his mind. Let's increase his HP. Let's give him a new ability, Choco Cure. Let's increase his accuracy. Again, that feels like a dud to me. His critical hit chance by 15%. That's good, though. Holy shit, that seems very good. They're very stingy about crit chance in this game, and I think rightly so. But yeah, so we've leveled Topaz up a bunch there. Yeah, achievements, by the way, if I had been finishing those hunting logs, I would have been getting jewellery from the achievements associated with them, printed with the classes' names, or the jobs' names. No, not jobs. There aren't job hunt logs, you'll notice. There's only class ones. But yeah, like, we could have got, like, a ring or an earring that has the little conjurer icon on it and stuff, if you finish the whole log. And it's good gear, I guess, and it looks pretty. Some more footprints here. You know, I feel like this quest would have worked better if I didn't have these interactables and I was literally looking at footprints on the floor. But hey. You just learned today that after level 10 you have to feed your chocobo a fruit for it to level up. Yeah, you do. You have to do gardening, but it's not a fruit, it's an onion, I think. I think it's a Thavnarian onion, and I know nothing about how to grow them. I want to learn how to grow them, because they're worth like 300k each on the market board. So why not just grow onions and sell them? That sounds fun. But, you know, grow the first 10 for your chocobo. Weird. So, under the bridge? Oh my god, that's well hidden. Wedge! Little Lalafell hiding under the bridge. You grow them as a hobby? Well, I think growing real things is a better hobby. Speaking of which, do you guys remember at the start of the Janthea Wild... I can't believe it's been this long since I mentioned this. At the start of the Janthea Wilds Let's Play, I mentioned I was growing potatoes aquaponically. Do you remember? I said I had a sweet potato and a regular potato. They did not grow. About a week and a half ago, I threw them in the bin. Actually, more like 2 weeks ago. I gave up. It wasn't growing. It sprouted ever so slightly on the top, but it wasn't going anywhere. I didn't get the beautiful maze of roots that the fish can swim in or anything. It didn't work. However, so I asked on Spard about this. I am instead now growing... I've got some, like, ivy that apparently grows very well, and I like the idea of, like, pinning it and framing it. The thing is, I got to move again soon, so, like, why am I doing any of this? Oh, whatever. Anyway, sorry, a little bit of actual depression there. I'm also growing lucky bamboo, which I've read is very, very, very... I think that was a suggestion from Spud. Grows really fast. It's hard, because I've got it, like, hanging on the edge of the tank in a bit of a weird way at the moment. But I've got my eye on it, and we'll see how these little growing projects go. Oh, it's so cold. Oh, I want to go home. Ugh, please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as succulent as I look. It's all skin and bones underneath, I swear. Oh. Do you know what? This snow almost looks like water dripping from the edge of the bridge there, and I would have said that would be amazing, but it's just the snow effect. Trevor, it's you. Thank goodness you're here. It's been awful. He's real comic relief, isn't he? I didn't realise that. The Guardians were snapping at our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. I was so hell-bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping maw. Thrice! And when I finally found cover, it hit me how cold and hungry I was. Biggs? He isn't here. He went off in a different direction to lure our pursuers away. It's me, Sid. Sid. Have you had any success? Track down Wedge? That's wonderful news. Now what are Biggs? Wait, don't you want to speak to him? You guys haven't spoken for years, right? 5 years at least. I see. Well, it hardly surprises me that the big fellow went off as he did. For all the tongue lashings he gives Wedge, he's always taken care of him. I've scouted the area surrounding the Darkhold, but have nothing to show for it. At any rate, we know for a fact Biggs is headed west. With both Ida and Ishtola helping out, I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Now then, I'll make my way over to your position while keeping an eye out for Biggs. If memory serves, there should be an Ishgardian fortification not far to your west. Monument Tower, I believe it's called. Let's meet there. Look at how much Sid has snapped into action as soon as he got his memory back. He's just going for it, right? Dare I hope? Was that Master Garland you spoke with? He certainly leaves a good impression to Wedge straight away. After 5 long years. Thank goodness he's alive. I'm feeling better now, Tremor. Let's go to Monument Tower and wait for the chief to arrive. I will carry you, Wedge, if you like. I feel like you deserve that very much. Oh. Okay. Don't want to get any even hungrier. Nice crisp, cool air here. Oh, look, we're in this area now. This is the place I said eventually we'd go to. Look at this. I'm not really sure what this is. I'm sure there's quests and lore and stuff about it. I guess it's just another bit of the Calamity, right? Some kind of aether that came down, crashing down, turned the rock red. I think I did a Dragoon quest there. I did, but it didn't really talk about the area. I met a character named Estinian. I don't know, some weirdo, I'm sure, of very little importance to the game. I mean, look at this. We're on episode 9. We've played a lot of the game already. Anyone we haven't met yet is going to be a minor character. So, whatever. But yeah, I did a quest over there. But it didn't really explain to me what the area was. So, yeah. Abli? Have you seen a big Rogadin? Well met and welcome, adventurer. What brings you to this frozen corner of the realm? Oh, it would seem your companion has caught a chill. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I'll bring you a hot broth. How are we feeling now then? Stay here as long as you need. Oh, and he just nods. The same goes for you, friend. It is plain you've had a hard journey ahead of you. You must find rest when you can. It's okay, I don't need rest. I am an amazing conjurer, not conjurer, I'm a white mage now. Extraordinaire. Wedge, what do you think? Oh, we literally... I think I need to interpret when we don't immediately get the next quest from the same NPC. It is sort of like, okay, have a break, you know? Chill out, sit on a bench, relax, play some triple triad. Not that you guys know what that is yet, but we'll get there. Wedge is gravely concerned for his missing companion. I'm fine now, thanks to you, but I can't bear to think that Biggs is all alone in the cold, with Garleans on his heels. He lured the enemy away for my sake, and now he's suffering for it. I hate to have to rely on you again, Tremor, but do you think you could search for Biggs? I haven't the slightest notion where he might be at the moment, but maybe, just maybe, the people here have seen something? Maybe. Alright, hello again. A Rogadin gentleman, dressed in the same manner as your companion. I'm sorry, but he didn't come by here. Let me think a moment. I would not raise your hopes unduly, but there is a cave situated a short distance to the south. We call it the Fury's Gaze, and it may be worth a while to investigate. The Fury's Gaze, because it's Halone the Fury, and they believe that Halone led them here. Remember that whole thing? I think it's Halone the Fury, right? I make the suggestion only because your friend seems like a selfless sort. Rather than drawing the enemy to his tower, this tower mayhap be elected to pass us by. Okay. Every time WP says it's of little importance, do a Tato notes. Yeah. By the way, guys, we do have some more... Oh, do I want to... Not that anyone has to or anything, but we do have a couple more emote slots. So if people have other cool ideas for FF-based emotes or whatever, let me know. If anyone wants to draw any, I'll plug them in. It's really not a problem. You know, it's funny. We have a Macon emote. We actually had a Monkey Macon emote, and we had a Rogadin Macon, but we don't have anything for Tremor. And if I Fantasia him as we go forwards, I don't know. Oh my god, this place looks amazing. Wow. And there would be a sightseeing log here sometimes. So, by the way, someone pointed out, yes, I have a plug-in for the sightseeing logs, and it's making some of these visible that we can't tag yet, which has added to our frustrations. That was a brilliant comment. And yeah, a very good point. Anyway, this place looks amazing. Oh, and this also reminds me, I almost did something kind of weird or spoilery, I guess. I don't know, depending on how you feel. Oh no, we just spilled some coffee. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's okay, because I have kitchen roll here. Because I do this so commonly. Hold on. We just need to clean the space bar. Okay, I'll tell you the story while I wipe. So I was in Gridania doing... Oh my god, there's more than I thought. I was in Gridania and that's me gesturing, that is. Doing my hunt logs, and I got that weird weather. That's strange. I can't remember what it's called, but everything went black and creepy and strange. And it was, you know, all atmospheric. And it's the weather that I'd asked you guys about. And you all said it's when the Odin fate happens. Now, I love Odin. Odin appeared in the first CGI cutscene, rampaging around the forest. There is Odin stuff we'll be talking about as we go forwards. But Odin is not a major part of this game. Let me just tell you. We've heard about Rama as one of the other primals, but what about Odin? So you guys said there's a fate, so I was like, oh my god, I'll go do the fate. But I thought I'd love to do the fate, and then I looked, and in the map chat, somebody in map chat had said, hey, we have a whole Zerg here, we're going to fight him. Last chance to join. But it was one of those things where you see the message, but you don't know how old the message is necessarily. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go. So I ran over there. And I would have seen it, because I'm so curious about this idea. A primal as a fate? That's amazing, isn't it? Not a trial, as a fate. So I was like, oh my god, I've got to go see this. A primal in the open world, and Odin's cool as fuck. And clearly there's a reason to fight him, because there was a Zerg there. I don't know what that reason is, like, rewards-wise. Anyway, I got there, and just as I got there, it was clearly over. Everyone was saying GG. And, but anyway, the area that he died was full of crystals, like this. It was a lot like this, actually, but in Gridania. And that's what makes me think of it. Anyway, so yeah, I very nearly saw Odin, and the whole time I was doing it, I was thinking, don't I want to do this on a video? Wouldn't that be cooler? You know what's worse, guys? This coffee's cold. It's been cold for a while now. Alright, here we go. We feel the Fury's gaze. I'm going to spread arrow to each target, because I assume that's the best way to do a good amount of damage. And then we're going to start casting Stone 2. Jesus, they actually do quite a bit of damage. Look at Topaz over there. He's getting hit. Let's heal him up with a cure. Ta-da! Oh my god. These things are menacing, but they sound so cute as they die. How many targets do we have here? I'm only aggroed of one of them at the moment. Well, maybe they don't sound cute as they die. Maybe they sound cute as they're alive. But look at this. This is cool, man. I like this. Me here with a mini bomb next to me and 2 chocobos fighting together. Not that it's the most riveting combat. Just pressing 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But there we go. All right, let's dash out and let's head on over and report that we did not find a rogue in there. We merely got ambushed. So good job, guys. Spam Holy is the best. Yeah, but I don't have Holy yet. I don't have it yet. Oh, wait, did I just unlock it at level 45? I might have just got it. No, I guess we've probably got to do class quests for Holy. So I don't quite have that skill just for now. Trevor, were you able to learn anything? Not in this area. Well, that stands to reason, I suppose, seeing as he was trying to lure the Guardians away from me. But where within this vast sea of snow and ice could he be? I have no idea. I also noticed while I was leveling my Conjurer, by the way, that there's a little outpost of friendly Exile very close to Gridania. There's a little town, and I never went there at all in these videos, ever, I think, in the entire game. We're just determined to find Biggs. We can't give up. We must find Biggs before he succumbs to the cold or is captured. There must be someone in this tower who can help us, even if it's only to tell us where to look. Ask them for me. Ask anyone who will listen, and hurry. Biggs' chance of survival grows slimmer by the moment. While you warm your tootsies by the fire, I see. I see how it is. It's okay, don't worry. I understand my role. I am possessed of abilities. Most of you are not. So therefore, I have to do all the questing. Holy is 45 in the Sujob quest, yeah. But I would assume that once this... Well, no, it's gonna... So this is a common thing in this game. Do you do your single target thing or your AoE things? And it's always based on how many targets there are. Like if there's only one target, you do the single target. If there's 2, it's a toss-up based on what the class is. If there's 3, it's a toss-up. If there's 4, it's nearly always right to AoE. Nearly always. Usually you can read online if you really, really want to know the most perfect play. Your friend is lost in the wilderness, you say. If he's not to be found around here or in the vicinity of the Darkhold, it is possible he made for Whitebrim. To reach it, one must travel through the Danafan Pass, the southern end of which lies to the north and the east of here. While I make no guarantee that your search will bear fruit, it is surely better than worrying in idleness. I wish you luck. Oh, and one more thing. Do tread warily when climbing the steps here. Not a moon ago, I broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble. Oh, sorry, I near broke my neck. I was going to say, he broke his neck? What, is this because it's a fantasy world and people can heal you? But then he would have glossed over that. Yeah, another great Ishgardian tower here that we're climbing. Look at this. Go out below. Yeah, usually it's single target. Like, usually, most classes I play, it's like if there's 2 targets, you spread your dot onto both, but then you focus one of them down. And, like, when you're in a dungeon, you can think about the strength of focusing a target down is usually very good anyway, because it reduces incoming damage on you, you know? You want to wipe at least one guy out, and then, therefore, whoever's taking the hits doesn't struggle so much. Hello, Ishtola. And Ida. Oh, is Ida dancing? No, she's just got her fists out. This is how monks look. This is how my Hrothgar is always standing and acting. Tremor, we found Biggs, but he's in trouble. Uh-oh. Duty commence. What is Wedge without Biggs? It's like Ant without Deck. Dude, what do Ant and Deck do these days? Are they still... They still active? I think the last thing that I watched that they did was like the early seasons of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. Do you guys remember, like, during the early 2000s, I'm a Celebrity was like a big deal. It was like a big deal. But yeah, I haven't watched that for years. Is it even still going? And what did they do after that? Didn't they do Saturday Night Takeaway? Was that a thing? Or was that before? Our orders are to take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer? Why don't you come and find out, Tinhead? Oh, nice. He's certainly putting up a fight. Ah, Tremor. It is well that you are here. The situation is grave. Yeah, you think, Ishtola? Do you want to not talk so redactedly and slowly? Let's go. Biggs is in a bad way. We need to do something right now. I like how these guys tracked someone down and we tracked someone down. They did a bit of work here, you know. Ida has the right of it. He will perish if we delay. With me! Okay. What class is Ishtola? I thought she was a thaumaturge. Isn't she? / black mage? He's not alone. Kill them all. By the way, guys, later you do get to play as the other scions. I'm not sure how commonly. I remember very clearly there's a moment where you get to play as Alphanod. And that was cool. Hold your ground. Reinforcements are coming. So here, yeah, again, I'm going to put arrow up on him, and on him. I'm going to get hit by that AoE. Oh, no, I dodged it. Ida, less provoking and more pummeling if you would be so kind. And then I'm just going to focus, like, the main guy, I guess. I don't know, if that's who this is. What's he got in himself? Featherfoot. Evasion is increased. There's so many buffs and mechanics that just have no place and do nothing in the game. It's unreal, really. Uh-oh. There are some machines. We probably want to deal with these. A lot of these duties, it's like if you just kill the big boss man, you're alright. Right, let's throw a dot up on him. Like, I don't know how to play this. Should I dot all of these? Anyone without an arrow? Surely it's better to arrow everything than just keep... Like that guy as well. There you go. I think they all have arrow now. Yeah, look. You can see all the debuffs under my cursor then. And hopefully the scions are not taking too much damage. Biggs is getting low, actually. Let's heal him up. That's our pleasure here. And now I can refresh the dots by using the enemy list, like so. Yeah, did you see I just dodged the telegraph there, by the way, by barely moving? That's how much you can trust the tells in this game. Like, if you're out, you are definitely out. So don't worry about it. This guy. So, one thing that I'm always going to suck with, and I really did look into this as I was like, thinking about how I wanted to do this LP. When, in a lot of these instances and fights, the NPCs talk during combat, but the battle, it's called Battle Talk. I have it big and in the center of the screen, and you guys are welcome to read it. I will miss a lot of that dialogue. It just goes so fast. It flies really quickly. We're not at the point where they voice act much of it yet. And there's nearly always other things to talk about because, you know, there's the combat, which I'm either actively talking about or at least actively thinking about. So some of it's going to get missed, but usually it's just shit like, "Ah, we're in a fight. Roar, you're going to die. Ah, I'm hurt." It's stuff like that. Usually. My thanks. Another moment, and I would have... Is he going to vomit? He has been too long in the cold. We must find shelter for him. Okay, Stola. You failed this one because Biggs died. Oh, really? Well, that's handy that I was a healer there, because I was thinking for a second, Jesus, he's getting low. Monument Tower, you say? Very well. Eden and I shall bear him there with all haste. Sid will be so happy to see Biggs and Wedge again. Ah, I love reunions. Yeah. So I guess this little arc is going to be this section with Biggs and Wedge. And then the next section with... Is this bad? I don't remember saving Minfilia. Seriously. I have no memory at all of when or how or why we managed to save her. I guess we'll do that next. I have very clear memories of the final missions of the game because they come up in the daily roulettes all the time. We're actually going to unlock a new category of daily. We've got leveling and Guildhests so far, but there'll be another one that we get soon. It's called the MSQ roulette. And it's for big story missions, which only exists, by the way, in a Realm Reborn. Which makes it quite tedious to play because there's always low-level staff where you don't have any skills. I cannot thank you enough, Tremor, and the same goes for the rest of you. Thank you all so much. Oh, don't mention it. We're a family, are we not? Well, yes, it's just that... it's just I didn't think... I didn't think I'd ever see him again. I owe you lot, the lot of you my life. And you saved Wedges too, Tremor. I'm losing count of how many I owe you. Here's Sid. This has got to be Sid. There he is. Biggs, Wedge. Gods, it's good to see the two of you again. Chief, it's you. It's really you. In our hearts, we knew you were still alive, but to finally see you in the flesh... Is this Sid's theme? Because this is a great tune. When Alphanod told me of the raid on the Waking Sands, I feared the worst. What happened? The enemy struck with nary a warning. We didn't stand a chance. Wedge and I were in the workshop when they came, but we knew what was happening. The Imperials had us at gunpoint. It must have been awful. There's one thing I don't understand, though. How did the Guardians get there so fast? I mean, the Immortal Flame should have seen them coming, right? I myself have asked the same question. That day, when I returned to the carnage at the Walking Sands, I note naught amiss in Horizon, nothing at all to suggest the passing of an Imperial force. From this I conclude that the Guardians came neither by land nor air, nay, they were born there by potent teleportation magics of the kind used by Ascians. Or they have a Magitech submarine. Land, air, or sea, huh? Carry on. We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into the cargo bay of a waiting airship. I can't rightly say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold, Castrom's Sentry. Upon arrival, we were marched off into the main complex. Biggs and I were thrown into a detainment cell together, while Minfilia and the others were taken elsewhere. That was the last we heard from them. I guess people who knew the Echo versus people who didn't. Castrom's Sentry. What happened next? Well, we were held in isolation for what felt like years. Yeah, it's been like 3 episodes. But what was probably moons or maybe only weeks, and then, without warning, the Imperials collected the pair of us and put us on another vessel, which we found out was bound for Garlemald, much to our dread. But we knew that if we were taken back there, we weren't like to leave again. Look at that, even here in ARR, they're talking about going to Garlemald and stuff, like our characters could have ended up there, but it's going to be so long. So risky though it was, we sabotaged the ship's altitude control and thereby forced an emergency landing. And in the midst of the ensuing chaos, we managed to slip our captors. The rest, as they say, is history. The rest, as they say, is... Oh wait, and that, as they say, is that. Messing that up. Sorry, Dwight D. Schultz. Ha! If I didn't know better, I'd call that a likely story. Sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel? That would have been Biggs' handiworks, like as not. You always were resourceful in a tight spot, my friend. Oh, look, he's embarrassed. Tremor, thank you for returning my dear assistance to me. It would seem I owe you another debt of gratitude. There are still many questions in my mind, but the answers can wait. Minfilia and the others still want for rescue. Alright, you lot. Garland Ironworks is back in business. Let's go and give the Imperials what for. Hurrah! There are NPCs in a realm reborn. Patch quest, talking about a relative in Thavnair, and then 8 years later you get to go there and actually meet them. Really? Wait, the stuff we're coming up to? Really? Quite excited about that. I don't remember that bit. Okay, Sid, what do you think? Sid wants us to prepare a strategy to rescue Minfilia and the other Scions. Thanks to you, Biggs and Wedge are with us again. Now, we must find a way to rescue Minfilia and the others. Gods only knows they've been kept waiting too long already. Based on what we've learned, I believe it's... See, look, he's kind of glossing over the fact that Alphino didn't do any lift a finger. Based on what we've already learned, I believe it's safe to say they're being held at Casham Sentry. So let us convene at the Revenant's Toll in Mordona. 'Tis a good place as any to prepare, and better than most. The road leading east, then south, will get you there. When we arrive, let us seek the advice of the local adventurers. We're bound to learn a thing or two that will benefit our mission. Aha. Okay. I knew the chief was still alive. Deep down, I always knew. And then he looks healthy too. Well, he could do with a shave, I suppose, but other than that. Thank goodness you found me, Tremor. I would have frozen, drowned, or been eaten by a mud puppy if it wasn't for you. Nice. A happy conclusion for the Ironworks crew. Well, a happy beginning, I should say, for the Ironworks crew. So, guys, the final area, it's called Mordona. We've got two choices of how to get there. We can go from Thanalan, or we can get there from Kurthus. I guess they want us to do it from Kurthus, since this is sort of near to where we are. So let's do it this way. It's much like Kurthus, okay, it only has one map. But unlike Kurthus, it's a really small map. So it is undoubtedly the smallest region in the game. I don't know whether it was the smallest region in 1.0, because 1.0 was kind of a massive open world, right? But this is the crossroads at the center of everything. It's an area of the world... Oh god, should I don't know whether I should tell you certain bits of trivia about it, because we're going to read about it in a second. But as a crossroads, used to have like a lot of inns and things there, and lots to do. And we'll find some ruins that we can stake our attacks out from. So yeah, basically Mordona links up with Thanalan, and the bit where it links up with Thanalan, that's where the Casham is. It's that place I looked at from the Waking Sands and said, oh, we'll go there eventually. Well, welcome to eventually. At least we're setting our plan up here. So the Hall of the Seven Echoes. This is cool. That's quite cool. Mapping the realm, Mordona. See, we just immediately... Oh, we got a level from that. That's amazing. Aha! Arrow upgraded. So what does it do now? It's just stronger and it has a new animation. Nice. Jesus, this entrance... Oh my god, do you know what? I never realized we were immediately here. So check this place out, guys. Now, you'll notice there's lots of lights on and it's very busy. It's because this is a big hub. What does this guy say? You're home, adventurer, when you're in the Revenant's Toll. There's both rest and work aplenty, courtesy of the Adventurers Guild. Is there now? And you'll see all kinds of players here usually. This is one of the busier areas. This is a place I spend a good deal of time. And you'll see why as we go through the post patches. I'll just tell you now, this is basically Waking Sands 2.0. The Waking Sands, in the grand scheme of things, is nothing. This is the kind of thing... Just to give you guys an idea, right? Oh, this must be one of the last porters in the whole game. Where will you take me to? Oh, he doesn't take me in. I've got to link him up with some others. I'll give you guys a little thing, right? Way down the line, multiple expansions in the future. Where's my next quest on my main character? Where is my quest? What do I do next if I actually want to progress the story? I haven't for 2 years because I've wanted to stream it, right? But where do I go to get my next quest? Here. Literally, through these doors. That's my next quest, through these doors. So that should give you a sense of what kind of a place this will become as the story goes forwards, which I think is quite cool. I believe on 2.0 launch, this area was a lot less developed and was built up over the patches to look like this. That's awesome. Is there video evidence of that? Not that I don't believe you, I just love to see it, because I think that's really cool, and I can totally see that, yeah. Well met, friend, what brings you to the Revenant's Toll? Nearly every expansion has like a mini area like this, and there's quests about it building up and stuff. Did I hear you rightly? Your friends are being held captive at Castrum Sentry, and you want to rescue them. I don't mean to discourage you, but that might prove difficult. The stronghold has been on high alert of late, with armoured patrols seen about the perimeter around the clock. Not even a fly could get within 100 yards of the walls undetected. If the Guardians were alerted to our coming, we cannot know what they will do to Minfilia and the others. We must act with the greatest stealth. Ah, it has to be good old-fashioned infiltration. But with security so tight, how are we going to smuggle ourselves in? Why, I have a mind to walk through the front door. Huh? The front door? Aye. We'll disguise ourselves as Imperial troops and march right in. For this, we'll need a few sets of Imperial uniforms, a suit of Magitech armor, and impeccable timing. That's a bold strategy, but it just might work. Where we are, there's certainly no shortage of opportunities to borrow equipment. Knowing those Imperial bastards, they won't even suspect that we savage Eorzeans would think to use their technology. Then it's settled. Tremor likes the idea. If you're determined to go ahead with this, I recommend you speak with Glaumont. The fellow's got a personal grudge against the Empire and happens to know a deal about Castrum Sentry besides. I have no doubt he'd want to be of aid. This guy Slathborn, I think, becomes quite a regular character, doesn't he? Ida and I shall go to reconnoitre the Guardian activity at the stronghold. It would not do if something were to befall our comrades before we had the chance to act. Come and join us when you're ready, Tremor. Let's do this. Okay. Sometimes I wonder, Ida, are there ever times where you're not enthused? I'm nothing if not infused, Ishtola, and you're beginning to remind me of Papalimo. A lot of her lines hit hard when you know her full story. Or harder, let me say. It's a shame I'm not openly talking about some things. Glaumont. Looking for Glaumont, are you? Well, you found him, whoever you are. Eh? You're looking to get inside Castrum Sentry, and you need my help? Something tells me we're going to get along just fine. Alright. Oh, look. The next quest is a picture of Minfilia with her hands up. So, you have friends at Castrum Sentry who want for rescue. That Slathborn knows me too well. Ah, you can count on my help. I've got a score to settle with the Imperials, and I never pass on an opportunity to get back at the Horsens. But enough about me, let's talk strategy. Rescuing folk from captivity, let's reread that. Rescuing folk from captivity is right delicate business. A single oversight, just one little blunder, and it's all over. You can't leave any room for uncertainty. For starters, you need to confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt that your friends are where you think that they are. You don't want to risk your neck only to discover they've been moved elsewhere. But how can you find out, you ask? By following these instructions. As you approach the Sentry from the east, you'll see a swampland to your left called the Tangle. Get in there, never mind all the marbles, and navigate your way to the southwestern corner. You'll come across some drainage pipes coming down from the stronghold. Don't ask me how I know, but one of them leads back up to the command tower. If you listen closely, might be as you can eavesdrop on some of the happenings within. Once we know for certain your friends are there, we'll move to the next stage of the operation. Now get going and Godspeed. This is so ridiculous, really. I mean, we've got a crazy plan, and every element of how we're going to execute it is just nuts. It's just crazy. But we'll go for it, I guess, because why not? Here we go. Let's feed Topaz. He's hungry. There you go, friend. Okay. Sorry. I guess we have free stance here. Right. Do we mount or do we walk? Well, actually, what order do I want to do everything in? There's so much to do, so much to talk about, so much to say. Let's just go. Okay, Topaz. I'll ride you, and then you can fight with me. I'm asking a lot for him. By the way, you know how we were asked to look after Topaz? Topaz did die twice leveling Condra. Just thought I'd throw out there. I could have hidden. I could have not told you guys about that. But, you know, in honesty, I feel like I should. Look at this crystal here. If I remember rightly, there are multiple quests involving this crystal. Is it now in ARR, or is it way later? I can't remember. Anyway, they're pretty nice with the sort of the color gradient. When they get really pink in the middle. Got a bunch more Nixes. Oh, yeah, so this is what the Nix tend to do. They tend to pull you in. Right, let's see our new animation here. Aurora. Air 2. Oh, that I recognize. Yeah, I see that getting spammed a lot in dungeons. Like a lot. We only managed to cast it once there. Obviously, we only want to cast it once. Yeah, that's one of those things that you end up culling out. Here we go, look. Nice. Is there a tier 3 to that? Is there an Eorzea? One of the fun things about this game, guys, that I genuinely like is each new expansion doesn't just add new classes, which is obviously always a highlight and fun for people, but all the existing ones get, like, upgrades. And it doesn't necessarily reform their whole rotation or their identity or anything. And I would argue it's a good thing that they don't, because then you just end up with a chaotic mess and too many reworks. Like, they tend to do small tweaks to the classes, but what they do is they give them they, like, upgrade their spells. So you get new icons, new names, new animations. And then you do get full new buttons as well, obviously. But, you know, they're kind of rare, or you don't press them too much. It's actually... did I rant about this already? It's one of those weird things where on the subreddit it feels like people are mad that they don't overhaul every class, every expansion, like Square Enix are somehow being lazy. But it's like, no, look. It's a mature, late-stage MMO. At some point, you have to accept that what Monk is at the moment is what Monk is. Or what Black Mage is at the moment is what Black Mage is. Or what Samurai is what Samurai is. They're not... It's not their desire to rework the entire goddamn game of every single class. Of a list that's ever expanding up and up and up and up. You know? You either like the class or you don't. And don't expect massive changes every expansion. The only time they do big changes, and they do reworks, is when, like... the class clearly feels iffy or out of line. Not to mention the homogenization of everything or whatever. Okay, I'm pretty scared here because that's a... Alright, no, that's fine. That's another hunt, by the way. The Leech King there. It's level 50, but we're getting to the point where we can fight them. In fact, a couple of our classes can fight them. Gear notwithstanding. That's quite exciting. It's weird, guys, because there's kind of a reason... Oh, he's leaving, is he? Yeah, he's leaving. Let's just leave him. There's kind of... we could do this series where we do like 1 or 2 episodes after we beat the base game here, just exploring other features, and then start the patches. And stuff like hunts is what we could cover during that time. But yeah. Alright, so we got 4 Chigos. I'm dodging a lot of them. They're only level 35. Oh my god. Wow. Thank you for the help there. Right, let's listen to the pipe, shall we? They're going to be unironically doing some of this in 8.0. Yeah, okay. Everything I just said was for the first, like, 14 years of this MMO's life. However, it's got to sort of crisis point now where there's so many buttons, they really can't add that many more, and I don't think they should. So they're going to be changing stuff up going forward. You know, we just hit level 100 as the cap. So yeah, they're going into a period of change now, yeah. Personally, I think they should have split the Endwalker story in 2, which is how it was originally conceived. So that level 100 came with the end of the story and everything all lined up. But as it stands, it's been a bit weird where like the story ended and then we've had an extra expansion, Dawn Trail, and now there's the mechanical stuff. But yeah, we'll see what they say. A lot of this information I'm not very good with because I don't really play at the very end game. So I don't. Who am I? I'm just a noob. I don't really know, and I don't listen to their live letters and stuff because I'm afraid of spoilers. So, but this series, once this series gets there, we'll finally be in that place. What of the captive? Does she? What of the captive? Does she still refuse to speak? Minophilia. Oh look, we got lucky here, guys. This could just go up into a toilet for all we know, or lots of toilets. She may as well be a deaf mute for all the information we've gotten out of her. The others aren't much better. The Elezen gets on my nerves most of all. Every time he opens his mouth, it's only to spout gibberish. I cannot believe how early they're making jokes about that. How many times have we spoken to Eorzea in this story so far? How many times? Seriously, 5 tops? 6 at a push? Maybe 4 mandatory? We've barely spoken to him. But look, they already are joking at, like, yeah, his vernacular and the jargon. I do wonder, why is this Tribunus so obsessed with this Minophilia woman? If they say she possesses some mystical power, something we Garleans don't have. Mystical power? Like the kind the beastmen use? How am I supposed to bloody know? If you're so curious, why don't you ask the Tribunus yourself? As well you try to tumble her. As well try to tumble her. As well try to tumble her. I like my head where it is, thank you very much. Either my brain broke or I'm just a dumb fuck. Because I didn't really get what they meant by that. Our break is over. Or both. I acknowledge that. Best we get back to our stations. The footfalls grow fainter until all is silent. Okay, well, there you go. We listened in at the drainage pipe. Little Malboro again. So, Mordona is kind of split. Oh, we ate a bad breath. So, there you go. Poison. Damage over time. Nausea. I might vomit at any moment. My max HP is decreased. Slow. I'm slow. Blind. Lower accuracy. Heavy. I move slow. And I'm paralyzed. You'll notice there isn't confusion on there. And confusion combined with the other things is what really makes bad breath brutal in the other games. There's also no silence. They've opted for paralyze instead of silence. So yeah, you do get Condi bombed, but it doesn't really mean anything. Again, I don't know. I like the idea of a single player version of this where a lot of those mechanics kind of came into it a bit more. I'd say they're good at not spoiling content in live letters. Oh, sorry. I'd say they're only good at not spoiling upcoming content in live letters. They don't hesitate to show off things that I still haven't played. Yeah, so I'm avoiding them. And even beyond that, you know, the community aspect and the live chat, I'm sure, is a part of it. And there you're out in the Wild West, aren't you? Anyone can say anything. Oh, boy, I've always wanted my own Reaper. I would wash and wax her and name her and... Oh, what's a Reaper? Is it one of their mechs? Dressing up as soldiers and sneaking through the front door, eh? Well, if you've got the guts to go through with it, then so do I. Stealth and subterfuge, Tremor, are how we will free our friends. I have every confidence you can play the part of an Imperial soldier. It's Alphino! It's good to see you again, Tremor. I'm given to understand you have conducted some reconnaissance. Tell me, what have you learned? So, Minfilia and the others are indeed at Castrum Sentry. Their presence thus confirmed, we may proceed with the mission. We may proceed. Who are you to tell us we may proceed? While you were afield, Sid took the liberty of devising a plan of action. Pray have the details from him. Okay. Good work, Tremor. As Alpha Nod's already told you, we've plotted a course for the... I promise the Alpha Nod will stop soon. When his character changes into someone else, I'll stop it. The gist of it is unchanged. We disguise ourselves as Imperial soldiers and infiltrate the stronghold. Glamout is looking into ways to procure a suit of Magitech armor. In the meantime, I need your assistance for some preparation of my own. Minfilia and the others are counting on us, Tremor. Let's not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. Okay. Up to level 46. Sid requires my assistance. While Glamout goes about devising his plan, we need to see some preparation of our own. It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover that they're short on armor. To prevent this from happening, I'm going to put together a makeshift communications jamming device. The explanation is like to get a bit technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at a distance via electromagnetic waves. Simply put, voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. They have radio. Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west has been observed to amplify that energy. By making use of this property, we should be able to drown out Imperial voices. To ensure that we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent crystals among the cluster. For this, I need you to go there and take this advice. Use this device to take the readings. I'll mark it on your map. Oh, and just so that you know, plasmoids are drawn to lightning energy, so don't be surprised if you run into a few. Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. So, as we run out to go do the crystal there, guys, I want to show you something cool. We are at the end of our history lesson, everybody. This is it. It's the end. I prepared from Encyclopaedia Eorzea. What the hell are we looking at here? Is that a gold seller underground? Who's clipped through the map somehow? That was weird. None of these idle cam shots are very good. Shall we put one of the filters back on again now, shall we? What is it? That's screen effect. Frame. Oh, no, not that. That's instant camera. Whoops. What I want is instant cinema. Ah, look at that. Oh my god, guys. Beautiful. And we get a lovely cinematic shot of a pot. Usually there are players everywhere here. I guess just OCX things. Okay, so the final bit of lore is going to deal... So we were already dealing with the most recent... Well, the 6th era, alright? Everything before the moon fell, basically. And it's all detailed in the book. Now, last time I read you this... this here, The Rise of Garlemald. And how they attacked Alamigo, remember? Alamigo attacked Gridania. Everyone snapped back. And there was peace. But in the chaos... the Empire attacked Alamigo. There's a lot we've skipped over about Alamigo there, by the way. A lot. So, I want to pick up this story now. And I'm skipping a lot. Because basically what the book now does is it goes to tell you the story of 1.0. But there's a couple of details, and they're very related to the exact area of the world that we're in right now, Dhona. Subsequent generations of historians will ever argue which underlying event was the true catalyst that brought about the 7th Umbral Calamity. However, it would be remiss to form an opinion without first observing those events which transpired in the autumn of the 6th era, culminating in that fateful battle on the plains of Cartano. And the book goes into a lot of it. This is the first thing they talk about here, though. And this... was the start of the story. Remember I showed you a CGI cutscene at the very beginning of this playlist? The Battle of Silvertear Skies. Here we are. We've read the whole history up to here. The fall of Alamigo, at the hands of the Empire, did quick work in spurring the remaining free populations of Eorzea to action. The 4 city-states, Limsa, Uldar, Gridania, and Ishgard formed an alliance in the year 1561. You'll notice how Ishgard's involved with this as well, by the way. When the Battle of Cartano eventually happens, they weren't involved. But for this, they were. They formed an alliance to deter the Garlean Empire's advances into the region. The Sharlians, however, did not join this pact. The scholars' abhorrence of war compelled them to dispatch a special envoy to Garlemald shortly after Alamigo's surrender for the sole purpose of diplomatic proceedings. These efforts were in vain, as the Garleans refused to meet the envoy at the negotiating table. Failing to reach a political solution, the Forum decreed that the scholars would abandon their colony in the Dravanian hinterlands altogether, and they returned to their homeland across the northern wastes. Okay, I'm going to give you the in-game map to show you this, because this was all very confusing to me when I very first played. But here, look. At this point in the 6th Astral Era, right, you had Ishgard, these city-states, and Alamigo fell, right? So they all allied. There's also this island up here, nearby, very nearby. I think we would still technically consider it Uldenard, maybe? That says Old Sharlian. This is where the Sharlians are mostly from. That's where their city-state is. But they had a colony. They sailed across, and they lived here. Okay? In Dravania. So they were all here. So it was these guys, these guys, these guys. But when this fell and war was brewing... the Sharlians, who were living on the mainland at the time, they sent an envoy. I don't know who that envoy is, by the way. Is that a cool story coming up later? I have no clue what the fuck that plot is. That might be a thing I learn about in Endwalker. I don't know. They sent an envoy? Who the fuck? Anyway, that failed, and they abandoned. They sailed back to the island. So just so that you guys know, I have never been to this island. It is in one of the upcoming expansions. I've seen a CGI trailer for it. I'm really excited to eventually go there, but I have never been there. And basically, the entire storyline, as far as I've known, all the way through Realm Reborn here and everything going forwards, these guys are isolationists. Just like these guys are isolationists right now. But yeah, so, but they left ages ago, and they had a little, so you'll find the ruins of their colony here. Sharlian, okay? So, hopefully that's all clear, and I've shown you the map. And hopefully that will make sense. Right, let's get back to it. So, Alamigo falls, they sense war is brewing, and these guys, they can't deal with it through diplomacy, so they just leave. Now, you might call that naive. I guess we'll see. Once Alamigo had been fully assimilated into the Empire, both politically and economically, the 14th Legion... Oh, let's get our idle cam back. Sorry, everybody. There we go. Both politically and economically... I've lost my spot here now. The 14th Legion focused on hastening the progress of the Eorzean campaign. In 1562, the Imperial fleet, accompanied by the mighty flagship, the Agrius, forged its way into Dhona to Silver Tier Falls. So it was here. This is where the Agrius came. Dhona. It was there that the Legion's armada encountered unexpected resistance. Yet not at the hands of man, but of the worm Midgårdsormr, forgotten guardian deity of the lake. The great dragon... So you're going to see in Dhona here, there's a massive lake, inland lake. I'm going to show you it in a second. And there's this massive dragon there. Midgårdsormr's amazing, right? We've had nothing of Midgårdsormr so far. The great dragon called out to his kin, and this is what we saw in the CGI trailer, who pitted themselves against the Guardian's fleet in an aerial battle of epic proportions. The battle ended when Midgårdsormr and the Agrius collided and plummeted to the land, compelling the Legion into a swift and complete retreat from Dhona. Not long... So I guess it's kind of ironic that we're back to Dhona now to fight the Empire. Not long after Midgårdsormr's demise, something unexplained occurred. Eorzea's beast tribes began summoning their own gods, the primals, into the corporeal realm. Dubbed icons by the Guardians, who questioned their divine origins, these powerful creatures were deemed a threat... And they're not divine, right? So I think the Guardians are right on this. These powerful creatures were deemed a threat to Imperial rule, and soon made the targets of its armies. And there with the image, it says the flagship Agrius under attack by a horde led by Midgårdsormr, the father of all dragons. By the way, that comment there that he's the father of all dragons is huge. Like, don't take that lightly. There's a lot of very cool dragons in this lore, Bahamut being one of them, and he's the father of them all. The hollow corpse of the great worm remained, and he died fighting this airship. That's how powerful this airship was. I love this lore, man. It's so cool. The hollow corpse of the great worm remains in Silvertear Lake, perpetually entwined with the wreckage of the Guardian war vessel. The 14th Legion, Legatus Gaius van Baelsar, quickly observed the futility of engaging icons in battle, as the vanquished gods were brought back time and time again through the use of crystals and prayer. Moreover, they were increasing reports that the blessings of these primal beings were transforming men into fanatics who would turn on their own kind in the names of their new rulers. Without a proper military strategy to address the icon threat, the Emperor, Solus, would eventually order Baelsar to suspend any Eorzean campaign. It was also at this time that, after 5 years of preparations, the Sharlians would embark on their exodus from the Javalian hinterlands back to Old Sharlian. In the span of a single night, an entire population vanished from the realm, leaving the remaining Eorzeans to tackle the myriad problems that still faced Eorzea. So there you go, we're back. That's the intro cutscene, and now we have a bit more context for everything, I would think. And in fact, so now I'm going to show you guys what this looks like here in game. Now, there might be a quest that takes us there in a second, but we'll do it. So this will be slightly out of order. We might have been able to plot this out ever so slightly better. But here, look. So, by the way, the weather here, you'll notice, is gloom. It's very magically fucked up, this place. And this stuff here, this is all ruins of the airship. This is the Agrius. And what's really cool, as a miner, by the way, if you do the leave quests. If you do the leave quests as a miner here, there's some quests that make you like mine material off of the old Agrius. It's really cool. So look, there's a giant structure there off in the distance. That's got its own story. I think I took the picture for the thumbnail of this, like this somewhere. But look at that out there, look. That's the lake we're looking at. You can't really see it through the gloom too easily here. I love the music in this area as well. This area to me feels very Spearham, what with the ruins and the wreckage and stuff. And just this place is just completely magically devastated. And here's the lake. And out across the lake, you can see in the middle, there's this formation. That's the dragon's corpse. You can see it there, briefly, flittering between the gloom. And the Agrius' wreckage there. And it's very cool. And guess what? There is a dungeon. That is actually a dungeon. It's called the Keeper of the Lake. So yeah, and this also, I've looked at footage online of this place in 1.0. And it's really weird. Like, you can go and you can see it. It feels a lot bigger in 1.0, and it's all open world, so like it's all explorable. There's a thing, right, where in this map you'll see we only get the northern shore. In 1.0 you could go to the southern shore, and the footage of that you can find on YouTube is the only time you ever get that viewpoint at this point, because this game never really expanded this region very much. But there you go. So did we attune with the Aetheryte? Because I appear to be at the bottom of a cliff. Reminds you of Blaze Ridge or the old Elder Dragon concept art. It is a little bit like that here, actually. It is cool. Very magical, very exciting. Let's just finish up our history real quick here. You know, I just had a weird thought. At school, I used to, you know, how long was a history lesson at school? An hour? Less? 40 minutes? If I sit here reading game lore for 40 minutes, what does that mean? It means I'm a history teacher, right, everybody? I'm joking. Here, so next, the Age of Calm. The Holy See of Ishgard withdrew from the Eorzean alliance in 1563. Unwilling to divert military power used fighting the Thousand-Year Dragonsong War to efforts against the now idle Garlean Empire. So the Emperor says, fuck this, we don't have a method to deal with primals, come back, Gaius. So the Empire's not there, so Ishgard is immediately like, well, we got this dragon problem. We've got this heretic problem. So they become isolationist too now. So now both Sharlians and Ishgardians have withdrawn. Which is the current status quo. With the invasion halted, Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo instead began construction on Baelsar's wall between the newly annexed Girabanian territories and Gridania. So that's that giant wall we saw. This was when they built this. Despite not knowing whether the wall was to serve as a means for the Empire to secretly prepare for a second invasion, or rather to simply quarantine a realm deemed plagued by false yet deadly beastmen gods, the Holy See concluded that Garlean armies would not be mobilizing their forces anytime soon, and that the city-state's manpower would be better suited to defending Ishgard against the recent rise of Nidhogg. There's that word Nidhogg again. We heard it alluded to before. Adventurers Guilds branches quickly sprung up in all Eorzean city-states, most often in or alongside places frequented by men and women looking for work, such as taverns and inns. These establishments transformed into more than simply places to wet one's throat or rest one's head. With the establishment of the guilds, they were transformed into breathtaking centers of exchange, where adventurers could share information while undertaking any number of tasks, from securing delivery routes through perilous territory to the culling of beasts, raiding a farmer's livestock pens. That was very difficult to read. So yeah, look at that concept art on screen at the bottom there. Remember the first CGI cutscene? It was our heroes in a bar or whatever. There you have it, look at that. With the cessation of Garlemald's expansion, Eorzea entered into a brief period of respite from the hostilities that plagued the region for so long. Without an enemy to engage, the Eorzean alliance lasted but in name, as its armies were dissolved and its resources relocated. While the threat of incursion had subsided, the countless scores of infantry who had, until recently, lived a and breathed war were left without work and without a cause. It was amidst this uncertainty that the Adventurers Guild was formed. Providing steady employment for displaced soldiers, the guilds not only helped these men and women reintegrate into society, but also provided the common folk with the means to complete tasks which had become too dangerous since the Imperial invasion and the rise of the Beast Tribes. The Age of Adventure was upon Eorzea 1.0. And so then they go into the Calamity patches, the closing of 1.0, and there's a shit ton of lore about that. We're not reading any of it. It was a thing called the Meteor Project, Bahamut, this moon, all that stuff. Not reading it. The final bit of information, I'll give it to you right here. In the year 1562, the venerable Louis Soir Levier quietly gathered 12 of his pupils in the Sharlian motherland, that island, for an ambitious undertaking. They formed the Circle of Knowing, a group of esteemed, and remember the previous era had a thing like this, a group of esteemed researchers and scholars known as Archons, dedicated to a single mission, the salvation of Eorzea. Wary of war and displeased with the Forum's unwillingness to intervene, the Circle, so the leaders of Sharlayan basically is the Forum, the Circle vowed to take matters into their own hands through more clandestine means. Louis Swan knew that in order to dissuade the threat of the Garlean invasion, the Eorzean alliance would eventually have to bare its teeth. The Sage dispatched his fellow Archons to the 3 city-states, hoping they would be able to convince each of the respective leaders to re-establish the Grand Companies, consolidated centres of command with the combined military, economic and technological resources to prepare for any disaster. While a new concept to many in the 6th era, this wasn't the first time entities of this nature had been introduced to Eorzea. 1500 years ago, as the sun set on the 5th, they had also had them, and we remembered that. We read about that, remember? Though reluctant at first, the leaders of the 6th era were wise enough to see the benefits of alliance built upon the foundation of their grand companies, and thus they cast their bitter quarrels aside for the better of the realm. The Circle of Knowing's efforts had not been in vain, and over the course of the next several years, they would ultimately play a significant role in the shaping of Eorzea's history. And again, I think that's basically the 1.0 story. And there you have it, guys. Then the book goes on to the Calamity patches, which we will not. There you have it. Then the 7th Calamity happens, and here we are. Let's go get some crystals. I don't really have a segue now from all of that into what we're currently doing. I mean, except that, I mean, it's kind of obvious, really, isn't it? Solus, the Emperor, told Gaius, no, you have to leave. But now they've got this new plan for the Primals. They've got this crazy machine. We just saw it in the last episode. And that's why they've reinitiated operations here. If they can use this machine, they can not only no longer worry about Primals, but they can conquer Eorzea. They can do both. So that's why this attack has happened. Let's just use our electromagnetic reader here. That chest icon is when they have a generic... It's a generic icon. Where they haven't made anything custom, and I guess because we're getting late in the game here, they were sort of running out of time of it. Right, let's turn the combat down a bit. Sorry about that, guys. It's too bad I cleared the Howling Eye last stream. You're quite probably about to see a real one. Oh, you're talking about the hurricane, right? Yeah, guys, for anyone watching this off in the future, I mentioned the hurricane a few episodes ago. Hurricane Helene happened. I saw a ridiculous video of like a guy that seemed to like live in a mountain area, but the river swells and swells and swells and like destroys his bridge and his whole house and stuff. It's just insane. They're like a garage, and they had to break their way into the roof of the garage to get away from the floodwaters. That was Hurricane Helene. There's another one, Hurricane Milton, coming now, and it's going to hit an area of Florida that hasn't been hit in like 100 years. Because hurricanes don't usually go eastwards, they usually go westwards, I believe is the thing. But this one's going eastwards, out of the Bay of Mexico. And last I saw, yesterday, it's still over the water at the moment. But it went up to like the 5th biggest hurricane ever recorded in that area of the world or something. I don't know. There was some tweet by a meteorologist that said it's almost as big as this planet's atmosphere and temperatures will allow. Like it's theoretically the maximum size. Like the eye is just ridiculous. So I assume that's what you're talking about, and hopefully everyone's okay. Oh, Snix isn't very happy with us here. I don't really know how many viewers I've got that are in Florida. It looks like Florida is like the one area of the states that's going to get hit as well. The Helene, I think, sort of carved its way up inland. This one's basically going to go across Florida and then back out into the water. But anyone who's in that specific path, it's pretty scary. Yeah, found out the other day there's a third one forming too. Well, they're always forming, right? It's just their strength. There's a really cool website. It's called like windy.com or something, guys. Check it out. It's all the current wind currents as we see them on Earth. Beautifully animated. It's free. It's just like a, you know, and it loads instantly. And you can see just how crazy the hurricane is compared to all the other wind currents and stuff on Earth. It's going to make landfall overnight. Yeah, I saw from like some place in Mexico, I think it's in Mexico anyway, you could see, like they could see it moving away from them. Like you could see some of the storm cells and the lightning and stuff off in the distance. Obviously it's too big to see in just Unless you get really high up in a plane or something. You're not going to be able to see the whole scope of the thing. Plane or a satellite. How do we get this? Oh, and the last one. I think I vaguely remember this, weirdly, guys. I think we have to, like, climb... There's, like, a weird little jumping puzzle in the crystal. Here, this, look. Yeah, we go up here and along. Yeah, and it's along here. I like stuff like this. This is what Guild Wars does very well with. But this game, not so much. So speaking about real life stories and stuff, was it at the end of the last episode I said I was going to go get some shepherd's pie? I think it was, right? Just so that you guys know, I had that wrapped up in cling film and ready to microwave. I microwaved it, and usually, like, I'll have little holes in the cling film. Or just through cooking, there might, you know, basically the steam will find its way out. It didn't. So let me tell you a little story. A story of 120 seconds or so after I finished the last episode. I went downstairs very hungrily, microwaved this thing. 5 minutes later came back, opened it up, and the steam was all caught inside it, like swelling up, like monstrously. So I was like, oh god, I need to release that. I need to get the steam out. So I took my hand, I went to the edge of the cling film, lifted it up to release the steam. But I did it too delicately, I don't know, or in a weird way. I didn't rip it off fast enough. So I only created a very small gap. And there was a lot of extremely hot boiling steam. And it splashed all over my hand and burned the shit out of my hand. Really, really bad burn. That is all blistered and horrible at the moment. And even just like, it was my right hand, obviously, which I use my mouse with. Like, even just clicking, which is not much movement, was agonizing. I was sitting there in so much pain. To tell you the truth, though, today, it's just started easing off, and it's all right. Yeah, I was a little bit worried as I spilt that coffee just now, that but it was cold already, so whatever. But yeah, so that shepherd's pie did not go well, let me tell you. Clean the wax out of your ears now, because there's something I want you to do by way of preparation. The plan is to have your Castrum Sentry all decked out in Imperial duds, but disguise is more than just the clothes you wear. You also got to act the part. At the very least, you need to know how to perform convincing Imperial salute. First impressions are everything, as they say. I could teach you the salute myself, of course, but it's best you learn it from the experts. So get yourself near as you dare to Castrum Sentry and watch the Imperials doing what they do. Yeah, so, you know, talking about natural disasters and suffering. Do you want to hear about a minor burn I got? Oh, dear. Yeah, obviously keep safe if you're... what is it? Tampa, is it? That's the place, is it? You have readings? Excellent. Here, let me see the numbers. Yes, 4 of the crystals should suit our purpose, though I pray that we won't need any of their power. My thanks, Tremor. Okay, good. So, different people have different parts of the preparation for us. We got to get disguises with one guy. We got to disrupt their communications with Sid. I might have messed up there. We might have been able to get both quests at the same time, which would have been nice. Yeah, our chocobo moves quite slow here, you'll notice. Someone was just saying in Discord yesterday that they were really happy because they had the quest reward for one of the major quests they did was to get movement speed here, mount speed here, which, yeah, is awesome. You can also learn to fly here, which when you look back up, I mean, look at it. Look at the Revenant's Toll. It's such a cool place, isn't it? There's loads of buildings, and you can sort of fly up and look around at them. Unfortunately, there's not interiors, and it's kind of that thing like you get with Divinity's Reach in Guild Wars 2, you know, when you actually fly up to the edge. It looks amazing, but it was never designed for players to actually go up to that stuff, and as soon as you do, it kind of, you realize it's just a facade, really. But, nonetheless, it's not bad. You got to remember that flying, I mentioned this, flying in the core maps was added really late. It used to be that you could only fly in expansions. In fact, one of the big things about the first expansion was that you could fly. Like, it's got a lot of airborne maps, stuff in the sky, dragon content. And it was like, flying, cool. And you think about it as well, how that lines up with Guild Wars, with gliding. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because Heaven's Ward and Heart of Thorns line up. Remember, right now, we're at the Queen's Jubilee. Still. Man, and they put so much content into ARR. It's just insane. And what's going to happen is from the Queen's Jubilee and Guild Wars 2 Season 2 patches, we're going to see that this game had 6 patches. But they're all very, very, very meaty. Yeah, and then they eventually added flying to ARR way later. In fact, they added flying to ARR right around when I joined the game. I think it was during the Shadowbringers expansion, which is when I joined. And it was around the same time that they did this refinement to the main storyline quest as well, and like cut a bunch of shit out of the MSQ. I'll tell you what, playing Conjurer is very low damage, and it's lower than I expected actually. I thought it'd feel about on par with Tank, but it feels very slow. I mean, obviously if we were a White Mage, we would have a couple more buttons, I think. And we don't quite have... I mean, we are a White Mage, but we haven't done the quests. Once we've done some White Mage quests, we'd have Holy and stuff. Holy is, for people that don't know the Anthology, usually like the ultimate White Mage damage ability. I've been reading a lot about 10 again at the moment, and different ways you can cheese getting Holy on different characters by using key spheres. Anyway, so I've always loved Holy. Holy has a major, major, major story role in 7 as well. A lot of people will know it from that. Nothing to report, sir. We have received so I guess it was anyway, to combine those two stories, flying added to the core maps and a lot of quests refined out. I guess basically during the Shadowbringers expansion they did a bit of a new player experience look back, a bit of a patch. Exactly the kind of thing that I think ArenaNet should have been doing for years now. We have received an anonymous warning that insurgent forces are near. We must redouble our vigilance. I shall recommend the patrols be increased. See, because Shadowbringers is where the story got insanely good. And right with all that good word of mouth, they started doing patches for ARR stuff. And it's like, how can you not recommend that game to your friends? How can you not shill the game to your friends? When you're telling a really good current story and you're also doing stuff that make it smoother to get in. Like, obviously everyone's going to start recommending it. That's where this game really started to turn people's heads and say, okay, maybe look into it. Myself included. You know, I ignored this game for years. All the mainline Final Fantasy started getting really rubbish. Not really hitting it for me. Not very well. I'd skipped 11. The 14 original launch was terrible. This ARR launch was rubbish compared to Guild Wars 2, let's be real. Why focus on this game? And then all of a sudden, 3 expansions later, it's like, holy shit. So, did you manage to learn the Imperial Salute? No, no, no. Best you don't demonstrate. I'm liable to fly into a rage and crack your skulls. I'll just take your word for it. Hey, so we get a new emote. Yeah, you do unlock emotes as the story goes along. You get some good ones in Heavensward as well. You get emotes that are custom to the class you're playing. And I can't wait to start using. I nearly always have on my skill bar a dedicated button that looks like the soul of the class. And when I press it, it does my dedicated job emotes. Okay, now all we got to do is acquire some of the armor. You're called Tremor. Yes, I have heard of your plight from my friend Glamult. As a fellow adventurer and son of Eorzea both, I would offer you my assistance. In order to infiltrate the Castrum, you and your comrades must disguise yourselves as Imperial soldiers. The question is how to go about acquiring the uniforms and the helms. There are places a man might purchase them, but individuals who deal in such wares are not the sort to whom you would entrust your secrets. It would be more prudent, I believe, to procure what you need via traditional means from the bodies of their recently deceased owners. The fortified area before Castrum Sentry never lacks for Imperial patrols. It ought not to take long to obtain 3 sets of gear, 1 for each member of the infiltration team. Biggs, Wedge, and yourself. Only 3 of us are going in? Well, I guess the smaller the better. When you have what you need, please return here and allow me to inspect the spoils. Okay. So we're just going to kill some of them? Oh, great. Is that smart? That's not going to send up any alarms? They're not going to suspect that we've taken the armors off of them? No? I would hope not. Okay, so guys, well, where are we actually? Let's see. We're on Dressed for Conquest. Oh. And I want to finish... Oh, we're easily halfway. In fact, we're well over halfway. Yeah, so guys, one of the last things to do here as we wrap up now, really, is the last few Guildhests. Obviously, we don't want to forget about those. And we didn't do them in the last part, I think. So if you guys want to do some Guildhests with me, if anybody's online, if anyone's in game, if you want to hang out at the Revenant's Toll, when I go back there in a second, we'll finish that storyline, and we'll nip that all in the bud. That will give us some good XP and stuff as well. As for the first time duty completion bonuses, combined with the Road to 90, it'll be all right. So yeah, and then of course maybe we can squeeze in a side dungeon right at the end here as well. To be honest, I really don't remember where this is going. I vaguely remember questing here. To be honest, I think when I was first here, I was just completely mentally tuned out. That's okay to admit, isn't it? Did I know I was trying to save Minfilia? Did I even really remember who Minfilia was? Well, maybe. Dedicated job emote. First you're hearing of this. There's two of them. There's battle stance and there's V stance. Victory stance. So, you know, in a normal Final Fantasy game, you would get like a random encounter and your characters will do an emote. The various characters who all have different classes, obviously, usually. They'll brandish their weapons. They'll unsheath in a fancy way. They'll maybe say something. So battle stance is that, basically. You can do that, and the idea is before any big boss fight, you can do the emote and you can sort of flex, basically. And then you know how in a random encounter when you win, they tend to do like a little victory thing? Like they'll throw their sword in the air and then they'll catch it again. Or, you know, if you're Lulu, you'll like push your cleavage out or whatever it is she does. You know, they do like their happy dance thing at the end of a fight. V stance is that as well. So like my macros here, my hello and goodbye, usually what I do on hello, I say it prints hello in chat, it waves at people, and then it does battle stance. And then when I beat a thing with a team of people, I say goodbye, it will print goodbye, and it does V stance. And then I have a dedicated button for both. And yeah, they're different based on what class you're playing. Kerry showed me the Red Mage one, and it's insane. I think like the Red Mage one by far is the coolest. Yeah, and you unlock them in the first expansion, exactly. So we don't have them yet, but you do get them in the main storyline in the first expansion. Get our third thing here now. I like casting stone from a range. I love seeing it go through the ground. You know what it's like? It's like to Ellie Staff Earth 5. Right? When it's traveling, at least. Yeah, then there's Stow and Sheath, which you can keybind, and then there are emote versions of it as well that you buy at the Gold Saucer. That's right, and I've looked into those because I wanted to just demonstrate them here. I don't really see the difference though on the classes I play, at least. They're just a bit slower, and they're really annoying to bind as well. Like you can set up a macro, but having a macro that then toggles the skill bars and stuff is annoying. You'll remember from my old LP, actually, I used to do that. I don't do it anymore. Could I repose to send him to sleep to interrupt that ability? By the way, when you're a caster, Paralyze hits way harder because you have longer cast times. And what Paralyze is doing is it's freezing your character every now and then and interrupting you at an interval every now and then. So the longer your cast, the more susceptible you are to it. I almost don't even feel paralyzed when I'm a monk. Like, sometimes it will interrupt something maybe, or it will like fuck with my attack animations a little bit, but generally speaking, it's not a big deal. But on Black Mage, if I get paralyzed, it's the worst. And Black Mage really gets punished by silence. You just have so many more mechanics to deal with on some classes. Were you able to obtain 3 sets of Imperial equipment? I was. This is standard issue light infantry battle gear, reinforced with carbon and cement fibers. Sorry, cermet fibers, cement. To provide maximum protection with minimum loss of mobility. The scars of war cover both the back and front of this piece. We should have done a thing where we had to be careful about this, right? And this is standard issue light infantry battle helm, reinforced with aluminium alloy to provide maximum protection against severe head trauma. The scars of war cover all sides. So wait, do we need to repair them? Damaged as I suspected in their present condition, I fear these uniforms and helms are like to draw suspicion. They must be repaired, if only superficially. Fortunately, the blacksmith, Egnolf, at the Diamond Forge in Rowena's House of Splendors, should be able to hammer them into shape in no time. I've already sent word ahead, and I've been assured that he's expecting you. Worry not. We have already impressed upon him the need for utmost secrecy as to the nature of your mission. So, yeah, by the way, there is, like, legendary weapons in this. They're called relic weapons. And you do a lot of the crafting of those here. They take forever. Each one is, like, its own massive long storyline with cutscenes. And I've never actually gotten one from A Realm Reborn because it's such a huge, 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 huge thing. I sort of started doing it maybe about 3-4 months ago, but stopped within like a week or two. I was trying to get the monk one, but oh my god. Anyway, so you spend a lot of time around these kinds of guys when you're crafting your relic weapon. And that's another thing, you know, we could do that in the Let's Play. You could just do the main storyline, and then you could do a relic fucking grind series if you wanted. The problem is, this would have all been good in 2013. It's too late now, you know. We've got to catch up. You know, someone whose business and life was streaming this game all the time, they would have dotted all those extra series in, right? And boy, would they have had a lot to cover. Because unlike in Guild Wars, where there isn't really a plot, and they kind of tried through collections, but they didn't really nail it. In this game, it's an actual plot, you know. You meet characters, you have cutscenes and so on. Hey, so the Venturer, you're the Venturer, Sark Marlarksen, are you? I've been waiting for you. Now, let's see what you got for me. Look, can you repair these, please? That's your subscriber content, only content? No, even that is... Look, the issue with that, even that's too slow, by the way, and that would be too tedious. But the issue with that right now is I've got so much other stuff I want to do. I literally don't have the time in the day. I literally don't have the time to bomb out another fucking 100 to 150 hour series for members only, even if it is kind of in the ballpark of the sort of thing I do. We'll see where we are once we've made a bit more progress on this game, guys. Alright, don't expect too much member stuff too fast, because, seriously, I'm chock-a-block, I'm rammed with shit to do at the moment, as it is. There's not going to be any epic, like, Titanic proportion series coming out for members only. I don't have the time, I don't. I've got to make stuff that everyone can see, really, for the bulk of my time. Because we've got to try and grow in some way. I see. Ah, yes. I reckon I can hammer these back into shape for you. The ARRs in particular are real grindy. Yeah, I did the Heavensward one, the first expansion. And that was a fun story, and it was a fairly long process. It was pretty long. The ARR one feels like double the length. The ARR one, so I'm at a point where I've got like 13 books I need to fill in. And each of the books is like, okay, do 3 dungeons, do 3 bosses, kill 10 of this enemy, 10 of this enemy, 10 of this enemy, and 10 of this enemy, craft this. There you go, that's a book. And I've got to do like a book for every element, plus like some other shit. It's stuff like that. And there's cool UI and stuff, and it's all good, but it's like, oh my god, man. After all, I owe your friend Sark Marlark a favor or two. Took good old care of Egnolf back in the days before I fell in with old Rowena, sorry. So you might wonder who's Rowena. The reason I'm talking about it is she's like the merchant involved with a lot of the relic crafting. There's also relic armor, but that tends to just basically be your class armor as far as I know. Or when you do like MMO within the MMO stuff like Eureka. Like I can upgrade some of my relic armor to dye it. If anyone's listening to me and feeling lost, don't worry. It's just that the game has mountains of content. Did you know he's a son of one of the wealthiest families in the Sultanate? Wouldn't expect someone like that to end up the life he did, but I suppose he's always felt the venturer's life calling him. But here I go blabbering on when there's work to be done. Just hold your house birds for a moment or two, and the great Egnolf will have your gear looking good as new. Oh, I thought I'd have to do a fetch quest to get him materials for it. I thought they were going to say, go get me some mithril or whatever. Look at this. I like this. We stand by the fire. And there we have it. Won't do you much good in battle, mind you, but from what I hear, that's not your priority anyhow. Do send Sark my regards, will you? Sure. I mean, to me, he's only just down the road, but let's say that in lore that this is quite a big outpost. So yeah, like forge sales here. I don't know what the hell half this shit is. Welcome to the Diamond Forge. Here we have but 1 gold. So you offer the services of a crafting disciplines in accordance, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so if we had leveled Miner more, there'd be a bunch of stuff we could do here. Actually, there are some blue quests here that I never collected for like years. I only just got on my main when I became a miner because I needed a discipline of the hand at a high level, and I just didn't have it. This is very deceptive right now. It looks like there's only 2 quests, but there's actually about, I don't know, at least 50 quests here, at least. All the different ballad quests and MSQ quests. I mean, 50 is probably lowballing it. Maybe 100 quests here. Various things that unlock with different features. And, oh, God. Have you had the uniforms and helms repaired? Because I'll tell you, my job, what I wanted to do was get all the ARR quests done, and this place just does not relent. Yes, these will serve beautifully. The great Eganov never fails to impress. The quality of these repairs would fool even a legatus. Thus equipped, you should not have any trouble blending in amongst Imperial forces. Lest you fear that the Guardians might detect your foreignness, foreigners in fact form the greater part of the Guardian invasion force in Eorzea. Yeah, because they conquer all these other nations and just take their people. You see, when the Empire subjugates new territory, it assimilates the people of that land into its armed forces. There you go. He said that in a fancier way than me. In turn, these conscripted forces are sent to subjugate faraway lands. In this way, Garlemald nips rebellion in the bud and expands its territory all in one fell stroke. With that, my part in your mission is done. I'm full glad to have been of assistance to your cause. Why would I, a wealthy merchant, wish to help you? I know not where you heard such a tale, but believe me when I say that I am but another humble adventurer, one who desires only to act in the best interest of the realm. Right. It's like we just threw some shade or suspicion on that guy for some reason. Glamour has finally devised a plan to appropriate a suit of Magitech armor, and now we have Wedge flying. Which is, by the way, if you want to remember who's big and who's small, just remember Biggs is big. Getting work on them Imperial duds, you'll be pleased to hear I ain't been idle myself. It took me long enough, but I finally hatched a plan to get us a suit of Magitech armor. Now, from what I've seen, Castrum Sentry deploys a Reaper for most of its patrols. Trouble is, the patrols themselves are irregular, meaning random routes and random deployments, and hardly any of you come anywhere near Revenant's Toll. So, I'm hoping to coax the Imperials out of their shells. I took the liberty of feeding them a bit of the old false intelligence. Told them insurgents had designs on their stronghold. It ain't far from the truth now that I think of it. Any road. We should start seeing more patrols than we have up till now. You idiot! Why would he do that? What you need is to approach one of these patrols, dressed up in your shiny tin suit, and alert them to the enemy's presence. Having done that, you want to lure them as near to the toll as you can. Like as not, though they'll be wary of venturing far from their own walls. If they do need a bit of extra encouragement, use this smoke signal here. Filch fresh from an Imperial scout. They'll come running when they see that. And when the cavalry arrives, you hit them hard and make off with their Reaper. Simple as that. If I ain't mistaken, there's a patrol sweeping the perimeter right now, so run along, eh? Oh, and don't forget to salute. My God, that was a lot of details. Yeah, by the way, minor spoilers, this is the next mount we're about to unlock. It's the first story mount, because remember the Chocobo, we kind of had to go off screen for. But here, real quick, I'm going to invite some of you guys who are chilling at Dhona, since I see 3 people. If everybody joins, we could Guildhests together. Let's see whether that works out. And I guess I'll play Paladin. Why not? We really need a better Paladin outfit. We need a better Bard outfit as well, to be honest. But I want to wear something shiny and cool looking. When I level that, when I finish that those class quests off, I'll probably get a really good set. Okay, since those 2 aren't accepting yet, they seem to be AFK maybe or something. We'll do this quest first. Fool me twice. And yeah, if anybody else wants to do these little missions, I kind of want to heal actually. Yeah, I'm going to heal. Can the other White Mage maybe swap off of White Mage and I'll heal? It might be fun. Yes, I have heard there is a lot of fuss about Endwalker. Endwalker had a really amazing story and a big conclusion to everything, apparently. I haven't played it, but apparently it's good. And then the post patches apparently were a bit of a letdown. It's a bit like Secrets of the Obscure in a way. Anyway, one of the reasons for that is that the relic weapon was really easy to get. and basically represented very minimal gameplay. Which is one of those things, you know, players ask for that, but then they have nothing to do, and then they complain that the game has nothing to do, and that they're not getting value out of their sub. So, I mean, what do you want, really? They're different audiences to a certain extent. But, yeah, so I don't know what they'll do. Also, a lot of expansions have this thing called field operations, right? Which is where it's an MMO within an MMO. You can re-level, right? And there's different rules for leveling up, and it's kind of like this fun new adventure. But Endwalker didn't have field operations. Or a deep dungeon, I think, like the Palace of the Dead. So it was missing a lot of that sort of stuff. And I think it means a lot of the like super nerds that don't play anything else went like into full bitch territory about it. So yeah. But again, I'm not there, I don't know. That's just what I think I've heard about it. One of the covert operatives, I take it. In or out of uniform, you would do well to remember your courtesies. Okay, should we put the... Can we put the uniform on? We can. Imperial. What about the helmet? Didn't we craft a helmet? We did craft a helmet. What was the other thing? Boots? I would have thought it would be legs. I guess it was just the top and the helmet. There you go. Look, we look like we're from Garlemald now, guys. And then we need to target him and salute at him. Or not just salute, Imperial salute. Wait, no, I'm typing it in, bro. Relax. Give me a second. Oh! It's because as I toggled the UI, Tremor started going rrr, 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 which immediately, you know, the game interpreted as me trying to salute. That's amazing. There was a whole line of dialogue for that. There you go. I did it. Oh, here we go. We had to be targeting him. Carry on, soldier. Huh? Insurgents gathering to the east, you say? Judging by your description, they are well beyond the perimeter, but I will not have it said that I was remiss. You, return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should all go awry, use your smoke signal to call us. Alright. Return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should all go awry, use your smoke signal. So yeah, I haven't really made much fuss of it here, but this is it. This is the Reaper. I guess I didn't really register it as a special thing in my head right there because oh, look at the pipe. Look at the like wires. Oh, the pneumatics, I guess, pumping through it. That's cool. I've never really seen that detail. Because you see a lot of these, because they're common mounts, because they're one of the first mounts you get in the game. Right, so we're going to go back over now, call the smoke signal to bait them over near the crystal, and then when they're exposed and with their pants down, we'll take them out. Lots of mud puppies angry with us here. You were not aware the Endwalker patches were considered a letdown? Well, also the story immediately, the stakes and scope and scale of the story immediately changed. Because the main thing was over. Usually what they do with this game, as far as I know, is the first 3 patches kind of wind down the story of the main expansion. And that's definitely true. For the ones I've played, that's definitely true. And then the next 3 are like setting up the next. But after Endwalker, they didn't do it that way. Everything was said and done, even with the base release. Everything was over. So all the post patches kind of, I think they felt like a bit of a drag to people or something, maybe. Again, I haven't played. Don't take my opinion seriously whatsoever, because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. One day I will. But it is not this day. Here we go. You can't follow up the scale. Yeah, that's why they make Final Fantasy 17, guys. Don't do another arc. Do Final Fantasy 17, the next MMO. Hey? Huh? Hey? Better netcode? Better rendering and visuals? Same principles? Question is, would they keep it as a GCD-based combat system? Or is that too arcane and difficult for people to get into? When lit, this tube emits a continuous plume of white smoke. I don't know whether that's true, though, because people love WoW still and play WoW, and people love this and play this. Oh, it's a duty. Fuck. Alright, well, bye-bye to the Guildhests party. Oh, and I can't leave. So annoying. There we go. Now, I didn't expect it to be a duty, because we just did a duty. Oh, Endwalker did have, didn't it? Yeah, Criterion Dungeons. You're right, there was a feature. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, you're right. I hope you don't mind me joining, seeing as we're seizing advanced weaponry. I thought I might be on hand. Yes, hello Sid. Thank you. I like Sid. He's useful. Ah, there she is. Also, he's stacked. Did you see how fucking huge his upper arm was there? This is the place, but where is the enemy? Sir, over there. I mean, the thing is, the FF14 community is just insane. Like, people are bitching right now, today, that there's not enough content. Like, they're mad. They're furious that there's not enough content. But I'm like, hold on, you just had Dawn Trail, right? Dawn Trail had a main storyline. It will be a product, right? I haven't played it. I don't know anything about it. But it will be roughly of this length, this series. Look at how long we've been playing this, guys. This is a full game. They got a full game already of the main storyline, but it's not repeatable, so it doesn't count. So we have to ignore that. But they've also had 4 raid fights and a trial fight on top of that, which is repeatable stuff, right? They've had loads of shit already. The expansion's only like a month and a bit old now, but they're losing their minds that there's not enough content. And it really is a weird thing to me where it's like... And the obvious thing to say is, well, just go do other things you missed in other expansions. And then they'll say, no, but I've been playing for 12 years and I've done it all already. And it's like, okay, play something else. Look, you're not the typical user at that point. It's not really a response. You can play... Anyway, whatever. Send in the Reaper! Let us make an example of these insurgents. Oh, they've had 2 trials, have they? I mean, it's mad. It is mad. How many Jamthir Wilds could you fit into the story we've played already so far? This is probably 2 Jamthir Wilds at least already, maybe 3. I would say the post patches that we're about to do is the length of Jamthir Wilds. And they haven't had any repeatable stuff yet. Any! We've had 1 balance patch yesterday. So I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe my standards have been lowered by other games. Let's put that delicately, shall we? Yeah, I gotta use Cure. Oh, no, I didn't need to use Cure. Cure was enough. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 players being used to the bare minimum. I know, maybe it is me. Maybe, I don't know, right? But to me, this game is the outlier. It's not me that's the outlier, it's this game. I don't know, we'll see. We'll get to ESO, guys. I would love to play more MMOs, right? Exactly like this format, except blind, because I'm not blind right now, but when we get forward a bit, I will be again. It'll be fun, don't you think? Look at that beautiful Cura slide cast there to get out of the AoE. Whoops. Never mind. Oh my god, I'm getting beaten the fuck up. Ah! Cura again. What was this ability? Presence of Mind. Oh yeah, it speeds all my stuff up, doesn't it? Alright, we got to deal with these guys. I was trying to just focus down the Reaper, but it was not good enough. I like how I'm getting hunting log progress from this. Jeez, Presence of Mind is good. Oh my god, look how fast I am with it. Should have done this as well to dive out. Ha, that did the trick. Wait, we don't want to break it though, do we? I don't want to have to... Do I have to throw an item? No, I don't think so. Hey, we had a donation. Thank you. Oh my lord. Thank you very much. Kicube. I don't know about 14, but I sure know that on WP's channel, the quality content production does not stop. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm a little bit worried about all this, though. I had a comment. Someone said, oh, by the way, WP, I saw your channel update, and I saw day 1 of this Let's Play, because I did a premiere on YouTube. I premiered it, and he said he got a notification for that. And then he thought that I had just quit. He thought that I hadn't been doing anything. Because he, like so many people, doesn't look at the live tab. So he had no idea I was doing anything. And he dropped a big comment. He said, yeah, sorry, I thought that this project wasn't happening. And I've missed all the episodes. And that's so annoying, man. I don't know what... I mean, I may have to start premiering every single one and just risk that bug. Because, like, it feels a bit buried. Even though it's not on a second channel or on Twitch, it still feels buried. Like, people aren't seeing it. But, yeah. I'm really missing regen here. Yeah, I don't have a regen effect yet. I guess I get that from my quest. Huh. Not wishing to look at gift chocobo in the beak. It does seem rather worse for wear, doesn't it? Biggs, Wedge, what's your honest assessment? Well, there's the fact she's smoking, of course, but looking past that, I'd say she was structurally sound. Because all there is on the main channel is Zeus? No, this is the main channel. You're on the main channel. That's not all there is. It's alternating days. But yeah, like the front page is just showing Zeus, 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 Zeus. I don't like the way these legs are buckled. I hate to say this, but the servo mechanism may be down. And by the way, I like the Zeus series. It's a very good series, I think. Not everyone may be watching it, but I'm still proud to have made it. I'm not ashamed to be putting it up. Eh? But aren't those things protected by thick armor plate? They are, yes. It's odd. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. I guess this scene is us. We get to see the engineers in action, right? That's really what this is. Well, whatever we're dealing with, we're not resting until it's fixed. Not one wink of sleep. You got that, Wedge? Oh. Wait, what's he saying? Is he swearing? Fucking cart chocobo? I heard that. A hall has been set aside for our use in the Revenant's Toll. That's where we'll carry out the repairs. Look for us there, Tremor. Yeah, this is interesting. This is like, there's a room. I think eventually these guys move to Kurthus, maybe? Oh my god, he just threw him. Oh, that was the screenshot right there. That was the thing that was in the quest intro. Yeah, but there's like a weird room they do their engineering from that you only get to enter very briefly. I think, anyway. Can you go back there all the time? Anyway, look, it's limbering along. You think you'll binge all of Zeus once it's all done? That's lovely, and I'm really happy to hear that people are going to watch it. They're just waiting for it to be done. That's fine. Just so that you know, though, it's a long project. You'll be waiting a while, and when you go for that binge, that will be one hell of a binge. Finally, also, that Let's Play is broken into 7 separate adventures, 7 chunks. You don't have to, like, you could just watch one of the 7, and, like, it's basically an ending point, right? You don't have to do all 7 at once. But yeah, obviously at the moment, for a while earlier in the year, I mentioned this, I was nervous to do too many Zeus episodes because people would have said, why is he doing this and not Janthea Wilds Press? And the reason I wasn't doing Janthea Wilds Press was because I wasn't excited about Janthea Wilds. It had nothing to do with Zeus, but people would not have understood that. So that's why I slowed it down earlier in the year, and now I'm happy to speed it back up because, you know, look, we have alternating big MMO content, and we have alternating structured LP content. That's kind of what I want for the channel. I don't want to just be a Guild Wars 2 guy. The Magitech armor? Sid and the others took it inside. Go on in and join them. Alright, yeah, Sid's workshop. I don't know whether you get free access to this place all the time. You literally just caught up on Zeus. You're on the last hour of FF6 prizes. Yes, I saw. You put a lot of comments, and I'm slowly responding to them, by the way. Ever seen an Ironworks engineer at work? Well, you're in for a treat then. Stand back and enjoy the show. The music in here is Machinations. That's great. What do you think, Tremor? She's a beauty, isn't she? Oh, yeah. She's a real beaut. I can't remember how many storylines happen in here. We've now had time to take a closer look at the Reaper. Our preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. You needn't worry, though. Biggs and Wedge will see her restored to her former glory in no time at all. Give those two something to mend, and they will think of naught else till the job's done. It is a marvellous thing to behold, provided you remind them to visit the privy. Okay. He would have me assist in the repair of the armour. The repairs are proceeding apace. It shouldn't be long now before Biggs and Wedge complete their work. There is, however, one small problem. As you may recall, the Machina's servo mechanism was discovered to be faulty. Wedge has subsequently ascertained that the Magitech core which drives it is worn beyond use. Such cores are rather fragile devices, which must be replaced at regular intervals. Thanks to the negligence of our Imperial colleagues, however, the one we used in this Reaper was long overdue. Alas, we don't have access to a ready replacement here in Dhona, but not all is lost. Wedge thinks he may have identified an alternative solution. Go and see him, would you? He'll explain the details. So we're going to replace the core with something else, are we? Something different? As I believe the Chief has already informed you, the Magitech core is worn beyond use. We've got to find a replacement. I thought about having you appropriate more Reapers, but even if the Dunderhead maintenance engineers of Castrum Sentry had remembered to replace their cores, we would risk arousing Imperial suspicion. But don't despair, for I believe there's a solution. That's to substitute the Magitech core with a Mammoth Heart. In case you don't know, a Mammoth Heart can be used to grant sentience to an automaton. By my oh my god, I didn't know this! So the Mammoths, guys, are like minions. You know, they're like the little wind-up toys. A lot of minions in this game are little wind-up toys. Not exclusively, but a lot of them are toys, and they call them mammoths. I didn't realise that they had actual sentience. Really? And it's from their hearts. By my reckoning, such a device should be more than capable of regulating the armor's servo mechanism. We just need to make some minor modifications for this housing unit. I've already placed an order for a first-rate Mammoth Heart with the Goldsmith's Guild. All that remains is for someone to go to Uldar and collect it. Oh, and to pay for it. Did I mention how much they cost? No? Well, they typically cost something in the order of, I hope. You don't mind footing the bill? It'll be for a good cause. Wait, how much? Am I paying, or is he giving me a key item? No, I'm straight up paying. How much? She's a beauty, isn't she? She is. Well, look, I get that the minions walk around and like have like this airship. That's a mammoth, I think, basically, the wind-up airship. I get that they move around and they emote and stuff. Is that the same thing as sentience? I guess it is. I guess I'm getting sentience confused maybe with sapience. Sapience is the capacity to question and wonder and ask, right? Sort of a higher tier of existence and emotion. Sorry, not emotion, cognition. Alright, let's see. Goldsmith's Guild. Zeus has been really good, and now my 8-year-old daughter wants me to buy the game so she can try it. Oh, you know what? I don't really recommend Zeus to people because it is old and it is clunky and it feels worse than it looks to play, and it's a bit lonelier when it's not a Let's Play. Listen, one of the reasons I made that LP is because I've watched an LP of it and I know how fun it is to, and relaxing and cozy it is to watch that game. But playing it isn't quite the same, so I usually don't recommend it. However, I kind of do to an 8-year-old. Learn a little bit about history in the world. It's a little bit whimsical and fun. And kids are very adaptable. Kids can work through clunk, and kids can figure things out. And look, if you give a kid a game, an old game, it will become a nostalgia game for them as well when they're older. So, I say go for it. Yeah, why not? They'll pick up the controls. And they don't have enough, like, life experience and other product experience to really get, you know, why it's so much worse than modern games. Let's put it that way. You must be here on behalf of the Garland Ironworks. I've taken the liberty of picking the finest example we have. A heart fit for a prince among mammoths. Payment? Oh, that won't be necessary. The heart is for Master Alphino's personal use, after all. He notified us a short while ago that his manservant would be coming to collect... I'm outraged. Manservant? Manservant? Oh, Alphanod, I'm coming for you. Tender in years though he may be, Master Alphino has been a benefactor of ours since my predecessor's time. The Goldsmiths Guild wouldn't dream of charging him. But here is the Mammoth Heart. May it serve you well. Oh, and please do pass on my compliments to your master. Outrageous. By the way, she is the guild master. If I learned to be a goldsmith, I would probably get storyline with her. Hold on, is Alphino a part of this story? That would be cool. Like, here, look, I can literally speak to the receptionist and join the guild. That would be amazing if the Scions had interactions with the early stories. The Scions, just a minor spoiler, the Scions do eventually have interactions with the job stories. As a monk, I frequently interact with one of them. Or most recently interacted with one of them. Frequently is totally wrong. Not frequently, but they do appear. Want to go in? Needs not be saying, but you shouldn't be seen. Yeah, no worry. Look, you get a mammoth heart for free. Don't complain about your master. I know, right? Like, the clockwork soul of a mammoth. Do you have the mammoth heart? I can't wait to see if it works. You're now imagining the drawing of Alphino telling about his manservant. I know. Hurrah! Thank you so much. But this is magnificent. It must have cost an emperor's ransom. Well, apparently Alphino had us sorted. Free of charge! Courtesy of Alphino. Coming from an influential family certainly has its advantages. Look at it. He's not very likable, and now they even make him seem like a privileged ponce. But without further ado, let's give it a try. I've already modified the housing unit, so it should slot right in. See, isn't that an interesting quest there, guys? Right in the middle of this arc, they just had... What is the actual mechanics of that quest? It's just dipped to Uldar for a second. Purely motivated by the story. There, she's ready. I mean, do we call that time wasting an artificial extension? Maybe a little bit. Or not. She needs just a loving tap, I'll wager. Oh god, he swung at that pretty hard there. Did you guys hear that? Does the scene change if you're a goldsmith? That's a really good question. I bet it must do, right? Yes, she's alive! Or not if you are a goldsmith, but it's just as long as you've progressed it, right? I guess. She's alive! Let's take her outside and put her through the paces. Tremor, would you care to do the honours? Cool. So do I get it as a mount now, or do I get it as a mount in a bit? I guess I don't have it yet. Oh, God. Oh, we're in a duty. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Are we in a duty? No, we're in the open world because we have Topaz with us. This is the Ironworks' first major project since my return. I mean to see that it's a success. Jesus. Hop into the pilot seat. We'll begin as soon as you're ready. First, I'd like you to try climbing that tangle of crystals yonder, as far up as you can go, if you please. Oh, and if for some reason you need to dismount, simply come back here and we'll start again. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, I mean, we've already seen what it's like to be in on a chocobo. We don't have it. That was good. He gets on. He doesn't know how to control it. It's alright. Okay, so we will just climb the crystal, I guess. We don't have any buttons yet. Stomping around. Wait, climb as high as I can. So, i.e. back where I was a minute ago. There we go. No anomalous movements evident from either leg. Good. Next, jump back down and sprint north, quick as you can. Okay, as quick as I can. Oh. So, mounts in this game, they're nowhere near as good as the Guild Wars mounts. Obviously, you have to lower your expectations there, I think. God, that Nyx is trying to kill us. Some of them feel a bit big and a bit floaty and a bit weird, but they're okay. Leg joints absorbing all impact without incident. Excellent. Please make your way back, Tremor. In some ways, they're better. Like, there are multiplayer mounts, and there are more like unique buttons and things you can do with different mounts, but they tend to all just be for flavor and for show. And there's a huge variety of mounts in this game, and there's lore with all of them, and like lots more flavor text and dialogue. Guild Wars is very limited because it only has, you know, everything has to be in the Raptor archetype or the Springer archetype or the Skimmer, you know, and they only have like the 7 archetypes, so they're very limited. And they sell all of them, right, on the gem store, basically. This game, you earn a huge amount in-game. There's no, like, gem store artifice, and there's a wide variety. So, you know, pros and cons, I guess. It's just another example of Guild Wars doing things that don't pay off long-term. It's all very short-term-minded stuff. The torso remains stable during vigorous motion. Excellent. And that concludes our test. Thanks for your cooperation. Right, well, I was more than happy to. Here's a summary of my findings. The drivetrain is in sound condition. With some fine-tuning, you can expect a noticeable improvement in performance. As for the servo mechanism, I'm afraid it's not nearly as responsive as it should be, and I'm at a loss as to explain why. The mammoth heart is in pristine condition and should be installed correctly. Perhaps its inner workings are simply too different to operate harmoniously with the armor's other mechanisms? Whereas Magitech cores serve only to conduct impulses, mammoth hearts enable automata to process information collected by their sensors as feelings. Maybe she just doesn't feel like part of the team. In which case, we should all do our best to make her feel welcome. Okay, yeah, because I guess it has sentience. I totally forgot about this. Welcome. Oh my god, the music kicked in right when I did it. Click. Oh, was that good? Is that a confirmation prompt? Every little thing. Oh, little thing she does is magic. So it is a duty now, and the references just keep coming. FF has 4 and 8 seaters. Which guild was to add that? Well, I think with our refer a friend code, we can get a 2-seater. There's a 2-seater chocobo we can collect, isn't there? And again, by the way, anyone playing along with a free trial at any point, if you're convinced by the game still, please do get in contact with me for that refer a friend link. It would help us both. Daft as it felt, I gave it my best. I've welcomed myself to a bloody standstill. Even if you're watching this video like way off in the future, by the way. Just join in the Discord. Shoot me a message. I actually have my code printed in the About the Club section of the Discord. What are you expecting to do anyway? Bob us a curiosity? Who will produce a new product first? Guild Wars or FF? Poll time. Well, Guild Wars, obviously. Guild Wars does it every year. Guild Wars. Next summer. I mean, what? 10 months away, there's another expansion for Guild Wars. Guild Wars is in a really good period at the moment. A really good period. If these post-Janthea Wilds patches are good, and I hope they will be, I will be in a place to properly endorse the next Mini-X pack. Like, ethically endorse it, which I didn't do last year. Because I couldn't. I was ethical last year, but I didn't endorse it last year. So they're doing well, and every year is big. It's big stuff. No doubt you're wondering why the servo mechanism is so important as to warrant this silliness. Without it, the pilot would be required to control the armor's every movement manually. That would be an onerous task at the best of times and wholly impractical during battle. I see, so it really is like a chocobo. It just thinks for itself and drives itself around. Using a mammoth heart in place of the worn Magitech core seemed a promising solution. Alas, the device does not appear to be compatible with Garlean technology. Also, it didn't work. The click didn't work. I thought it was like a click of affirmation. Wedge, are there no other ways we might demonstrate our appreciation to our friend here? I'm at my wit's end, Chief. She just doesn't seem convinced. We could try a little dance, perhaps, or cheer our heads off. Sid doesn't look convinced by that. Biggs. Imperials! They've come for the armor! Uh-oh. Damn it! They have us cornered. Ooh. There's the Reaper. Punched our fist. Taken by the traitor Garland? And is that the Icon Slayer? Oh, bollocks! Call for reinforcements! That's good. I like how we've got a bit of renown amongst them as well. The hells you will! Oh yeah, okay, because we can scramble their radios now. We've located the stolen Reaper, requesting immediate assistance. Respond! Respond! It's no use, sir. There's some sort of interference. Curse you, Garland! No matter. If we can't reclaim it, destroy it. Bloody hells. Tremor, protect the armor at all costs. Alright. So what do we want to do here? Let's arrow him, and him. And now let's use, what's it called? Presence of Mind. And use that to spam some stone abilities around. And if they hit the Reaper, I can heal it. Will that demonstrate my love for the Reaper? Will that make it want to be part of a team if I'm healing it? Oh, keep them away from Maggie. Oh, we've given it a name, Maggie. Good, they died. I can refresh the dot. Oh shit, there's one over there. They're on their own. We can take them. I really want to finish this one off. I'm going to cure myself in a second. Yeah, so like Cure 2 in some Final Fantasies is like an AoE version. And in other Final Fantasies it's just a stronger version. Like in 10 it's stronger. Yuna, when she learns Cura, she is just a stronger Cure. And Curaga is stronger further still. Meanwhile, if you're watching my 12 Let's Play, it's an AoE edition. For this one, it's stronger. We have a different line, Medica, for the AoE ones. Sid is just punching the crap out of them. I didn't notice, actually. I didn't see. I love how we're in Imperial here with the Dryad staff. It's just such a weird mix. Oh, look, she's looking at us. This is amazing. Look, Chief, she moved! Ah, now she deigns to grace us with her presence. It took us a good while, but we're finally ready. It's time to infiltrate Castrum Sentry and rescue our comrades. This is such a crazy idea, you know, like, we can take any inanimate, well, not inanimate, any mechanical object, give it a mammoth heart, and I mean, it's crazy to think about the applications of that, right? What if you have a giant, like, city-sized machina or something and you give it a mammoth heart? There, the finishing touch. And by the way, no, I wasn't meaningfully referring to the Heavensward raid story with that. Ho 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 ho, happy times. Happy days. This is the kind of thing we'll look back on fondly, guys. Remember when we were laughing in that field with Sid, Biggs and Wedge? Having just made a new machina. Weren't times so simple back then? The servo mechanism is now fully functional, and all it took was a simple fight to the death. Remind me to not install a mammoth heart aboard the Enterprise, would you? Much as I love her, I'd rather not be required to profess to it before boarding. But enough of that. Let us see to our final preparations. Thanks to Biggs and Wedge, the Reaper is as good as new. We're prepared as we'd like to get. Sid awaits confirmation of my readiness to undertake the rescue mission. Jesus, are we there already? I'm sure there's a couple more quests. How go your preparations, Tremor? We leave as soon as you're ready. Glamont, you came. Aye, I thought I'd give you all a roaring send-off. 'Tis the least I can do for the fine men and women what are about to make my lifelong wish come true. Well, we'll do our best. It occurs to me, for all the help you've afforded us, we know little and less about you. What did the Empire do to earn your ire? Ah, but I fear I've put curiosity before consideration. I quite understand if you'd rather not relive those memories. No, I don't mind, really. Truth be told, a part of me was itching to tell you my tale. Mind you, it's hardly novel. I'm the first to suffer at Imperial hands. Like most folk, I used to have a mother. She was a sweet, caring woman with a simple never far from her face. What the hell, man? That's a smile, not simple. She was a sweet, caring woman. I'm really embarrassed about that one, genuinely. I'm quite embarrassed. She was a sweet, caring woman with a smile never far from her face. With a simple never far from her face. I imagined a P. And even though it made no sense, we just rolled with it. There was a sister too. Pretty little thing she was. Gentle as a lamb, but tough as nails. We were poor folk, living simple lives, but we knew happiness just the same. And then the Imperials came and took it all away. When Alamigo fell, they put my family in a camp. Being a lad, I was made to do the hard labour while my mother and sister were forced to do far worse. ... They hid their suffering from me as best they could, but I knew. And the thought of it drove me mad. We had to escape, and so I hatched a plan to get us out of the city. We were picking our way around a gorge, not far outside the walls, when they caught up with us. And rather than allow themselves to be taken again, my mother and sister leaped over the edge before my very eyes. Heartbroken as I was, I didn't put up a fight when the Imperials clapped me in chains and dragged me back. Oh my god, this is sad. It was some years after that I escaped again, and that time I got away. I swore I'd get revenge on the Empire, and became an adventurer so as to hone my skills and earn the coin I needed. But nigh on 2 decades have since gone by, and what have I achieved? Bugger all, that's what. Not like you lot. You ain't been here 10 minutes and you've already done more than I've managed in 10 bloody years. You give us too much credit. We only seek to rescue our friends. Well, what's more important than that? And any road. After you've got your friends back, you're planning on going after the Empire, and don't you pretend you ain't. I've helped a few folk take on the Imperials over the years, and every time I have, it's helped stave off my appetite for revenge. But something tells me I won't be going hungry for a while, with everything you've planned. And you're sure that will satisfy you? If you wish to strike back at the Empire with your own hand, you need only say the word, and we'd be glad to have you with us. Tempted though your offer is, I'm afeard I must decline. I swore I'd get revenge on the Empire, 'tis true, but I've long since realised that the front lines are no place for a man like me. Yeah, I guess there's a sort of cowardly streak in him, which I empathise with. There's some as would call me craven, but I prefer to think of myself as a realist. My talents lie in scheming, you see, not swordplay. Helping folk like you is how I make the most difference. But that's quite enough storytelling for one day. Best not keep your friends waiting any longer. I'll be praying for your safety and success. May Ralga give you strength. Wherever the Empire goes, misery invariably follows in its wake. For the sake of all who call Eorzea home, we must put an end to Gaius's ambitions. But first, we have friends to rescue. Biggs, Wedge and I will lie in wait of Castrum Sentry just outside the Stronghold's patrol perimeter. Join us when you're ready. Oh, and don't forget to wear your disguise, or this will be the shortest rescue mission in history. Yeah, I'm still wearing it, don't worry. I assume I have the full set. I feel like I'm missing a piece, though, because there were 3... Oh, no, it was 2. It was 2 items, but we had 3 sets. Nice with the Imperial Salute. How you knew that I had just left the cutscene perfectly there, I don't know. Yeah, so this is this room. I don't know we ever really come back in here. So there it is. So, are we ready for the Guildhests now? Let's see. Invite to party. Invite to party. Here, look at how fancy this guy's sword and shield is. I think those are relic weapons. Probably. Possibly. I don't know. Relic weapons tend to look really good. And then also when you do the really hard content, like the ultimates, they have really fancy looking shit as well. He looks cool as all hell, by the way. I'd love to look like that. I would seriously love to. Look at that paladin armor. White and gold and blue. Oh my god. That is not bad. Everyone looks cool, actually. Okay, so we have a full party. And we all have a good comp as well. All right, let's get back to the Guildhests then. The next one for us to do is level 35. Are these the last ones? They might be. There might be 2 level 35 ones. Shadow and Claw. One of them's 8-man, by the way. Oh, somebody joined who is not... Look, if you can join, can you come stand with me? Because I don't know who that was, but they left because I assume they haven't done the Guildhests. Maybe Hakai can join? Anyway, I'll read this in the meantime. To the east of Dragonhead, near the southern cliffs of the Sea of Clouds, a significant rift in the Aether has been detected. Through this rift, a massive horned demon and a small army of its invincible minions have appeared, posing a threat to the Ishgardian knights stationed at the outpost nearby. For the time being, the creatures appear content with remaining on their rocky outcropping, but for how long they will remain is uncertain. Engage the Void Scent, ignoring the incessant hounding of the minions and refocusing your focusing your efforts on their leader. Okay, so yeah, I think Hakai wants an invite. Oh, Tegan wanted one as well. Oh, Tegan's already in. Shizu wanted one. All right, well, there we go. Hang in there, because I think we have an 8-man one coming. And hopefully we can all do it. I see we've got Tom Berry over there. Actually, no, that's just someone else called Midget Jones. So let's see. I'm a little bit worried, actually, because a lot of the content I would like to do throughout this series is 8-man. So we do need 7 people. There we go. Brothers in Arms. We're back in Kurthus, as you can see. Not too far from where we are right now. Upon sensing the Shadow Claw in danger, an invincible Shadow Eye will emerge from the void to join the battle. The Eye will fly about the field, engaging no one, but periodically unleashing powerful, far-reaching attacks on unsuspecting victims. Other shadowy creatures will travel twixt the realms, appearing and disappearing from the field to torment any unfortunate enough to be caught in their midst. Okay, so this one's basically hit the boss and avoid the extra stuff, I guess. And we have the extra job of healing this time. So here we go. Let's see what we got. The Shadow Claw. Let's put the big health bar on, I guess. A Shadow Eye. Where its attacks, we do not... Where is the Shadow Eye? Oh, it's there. Oh, I see. It's just basically a fly eye. So don't stand near it. Ow! Oh my god! Holy shit. Okay, I think I need to really not stand near it. Whoa! Also, our guys are dying. Hold on. So we heal this guy. And then maybe a Medica, because everyone's been chipped a little bit. There you go. There's our AoE heal. Ow! Alright. We need to move further away from that, I think. I think he's going to do basically pulsing explosions every now and then. Maybe he spins around and does a pulsing explosion each time. There was one. Oh, this is a little bit closer to what the normal content's like, actually, in the later X packs. But there is a bit more movement involved. Because it's not just the big eye, but it's these little things as well. Trying to keep my dot up. I healed the tank there. Look, we're at half MP at this point. There we go, he's dead. Nice. Oh, that person got hit there as well. There's a cure for you. Cure is for everyone. For most content, it's easier to find people. Yeah, well, it's because most people haven't done the Guildhests, I guess. The thing is, though, we're on a very quiet server. We're on this server, basically, specifically so the audience can all play together. What I've done is I've sacrificed playing on a popular server so that anyone in my audience, E or NA, can play with me. And the hope is that that will be enough to get a full party for all the stuff. Because obviously, at 4-man it's easy, but later it won't be. Okay, so that's that one done. Long live the Queen. This is the bomb one I was talking about. At first, the now frequent deadly avalanches in the Kurthus Highlands were written off as displays of Oshon's might. That is until local mountaineers spotted a giant bomb sending smaller explosives up onto the nail to self-destruct, triggering massive cataracts of snow and rock. Knowing now the true cause of the matter, the Holy See has put a bounty on the floating head of this bomb queen. The task of regicide, however, will not be an easy one, for she is attended by a retinue of royal subjects who are ready to serve her in any way necessary, including self-destruction. This one's really fun. I love this. It's going to be 1 million bombs. They all blow up, and we've got to step away from them. And there's some other enemies with them that cast sleep on you. Oh, WP, you're wearing level 1 armor. Oh, because of the disguise. All right, we'll swap out the disguise for now. The Queen has yet to make her grand entrance. Until she does, work on clearing the area of her subjects. However, beware, some of the bombs will self-destruct merely at the sight of an intruder. The Queen's subjects are loyal to a T and will follow any given order, including the ultimate order to sacrifice themselves in her name. When that order is given, be ready to fall back. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, most bombs in this game don't actually self-destruct like proper classic Final Fantasy bombs, but these ones do. They will use self-destruct and they will die when it finishes, which I love, and I wish was more the case elsewhere in the game, but I guess because it's an MMO, they were scared of it or something, like people farming it somehow, I don't know. There, to the rear, the bomb chars advance. Bomb chars are just as quick to burst as the servitors. Fall back. Yeah, so look at this red marshmallow. The marshmallow will spam sleep. And if you get hit with the sleep, which it looks like we just did. Oh, and I've been cured. Oh, I can Azuna people, though. That's cool. The idea is you get slept, and then you're in the self-destruct, and then boom. You get wombo comboed. Yeah, we definitely do better when we're in this robe here. You queued for a regular leveling roulette 2 days ago, and it was 2 other stream viewers with you. Super surprising. That's amazing. Yeah, but was that because you were here on Ravana, and we're all on Ravana at the moment? That would make sense. It's like we have a server to ourselves, because we're on, everyone's asleep over here. It's a quiet place in the best of times, and now they're asleep. All rise for Her Royal Highness! So there she is. There's the Bomb Queen. The Queen's subjects number in the thousands. You cannot dispel. By the way, here's a fun thing I like to do in this Guildhest when I get this on a daily. I come up here. If you're ranged, just kind of a fun place to go. You can rain fire down on them. It's not like in Guild Wars where you'll immediately... we'll heal that guy there. It's not like in Guild Wars where you'll immediately start doing 0 damage or they'll go in vuln. You can actually take advantage of higher places like this. So yeah, we just want to keep people healed up. Refresh the arrow. Probably about now. Oh, there's something behind us. A little bit nervous about that. Oh, and we're in range of that. I think that would hit us. Yeah, and so this guy, the Queen spams detonator, not self-destruct. Because for the boss, I guess it would be pretty lame. Oh, I can use this button again. I keep forgetting the name. Presence of Mind. POM, Presence of Mind. Make with the spam. I just got tagged by one of the things, but I think it's fine. Holy crap. The onslaught of stoners. That was crazy. Sound the bells. The Queen is dead. Oh, yeah. And then when you kill the Queen, they all blow up at the end. So if they were standing in the wrong spot, you would have nowhere to be. Which is quite cool. Huzzah! I like that one. That was adequate. Back to me, adventurer. Says Sidonia. Adequate. Do we not get a time bonus for that? No, we got a bonus for time and the fact that nobody got KO'd. Huzzah! So, are there level 41s now? Ward up. 5 void-sent demons have descended into the singing shards, devouring the souls of any and all who cross their path. Early attempts at slaying the creatures have all ended in failure. For as long as one survives, it will continuously summon the fallen back to its side. If a party was somehow able to time the killing blows necessary to fell all 5 at once. Oh, I remember this one. This is a weird one where the mechanic is you're supposed to kill everything at once, but it's like buggy or weird, or I just don't know how it works. The enemy will use one of many different formations to give themselves the advantage in battle. The Black Cross renders one of the cameos invulnerable to attacks. The Demon's Sword increases attack potency, and the Screaming Circle summons a Void-Sent minion. If one of the cameos is defeated, the remaining Void-Sent will resummon their fallen companion to full strength within a matter of moments. Weaken each of them and deal killing blows in succession. So, yeah, I don't really know how this one... I don't even have an AoE here, by the way, so this is going to be very tricky. But these are cool-looking enemies, aren't they? Look at them. Flying demons. I don't think we've seen these anywhere else in the game yet. There's the last one. Okay, they're all dotted. Just try and hit the highest health target if you guys can. Don't, like, kill any of them. Presence of Mind. There we go. We remembered it. Nice and quick there. That guy's invulnerable, so we can't hit him. One is down. Quickly, finish the others. Okay. Over to this one. Probably heal the tank. I'm letting him get a bit low there. Sorry. As long as one cannot be harmed, you'll never hit the others. Yeah, so he's invulnerable for a while, and like... they're forming a defensive line. I don't know how to do this. Like, I think you have to... oh, here we go. He's vulnerable now. Put that on. How many more of them are there? That one. This one. So maybe you're like forced to not kill them all at once at first? They're all DPSable now though. Well, no they're not. There's 5 on the screen. You can only hit 4. Oh my god, I'm letting them get low. Oh, there we go. Oh god, someone else got hit by an AoE maybe? Or took aggro? Sorry. Okay, so here I can swift cast and raise. Raise usually would have a really long cast time on it. There you go. That is the first raise I have ever done, by the way. Ever. So I guess we lose a bonus there, having it down. But there you go. The way that raising works in this game is the person receiving the raise has to accept like a prompt. There is more to you and your companions than meets the eye. I sent great things from you. Thank you. I feel quite bad about that. Sorry. I don't know. I'm just focused so much on the mechanic there. I didn't really look at maybe one of the DPS players was getting low. Alright, so then there's Solemn Trinity. The Gigants are made up of 3 distinct classes. The ruling class of Gigas, the slave class of Giants, and the Hecatorinaries, a second class of slaves who have spent the past several centuries trapped in a sealed mine. Oh, we remember those. The enmity between the classes runs deep. And when any two converge, sparks will fly. But when all three converge, the results can be devastating. Parties from all three of the Gigant classes have stumbled onto a dig site of the Sons of St. Koinek. The researchers have all fled to safety, but the artifacts they discovered remain on the field. Remember, the Sons of St. Koinek we read about ages ago, like in episode 2. They are like researchers of the ancient Alag. Yeah, this is the final one, right? This is the 8-man. Okay, so we're looking for 4 people who can do Solemn Trinity. Well, no, this isn't the final one. Aren't there multiple 8-mans? Is this the last one? Look, if anyone can play, run up next to me and I will send you an invite. And we will see whether we can fill a team out by the end of this episode. We'll see, but we need not just 7 people, but we need 7 people who have done Guildhests. Okay, this is the last one. Okay, thank you. I swear I remembered something about a demon, like a final boss or something. I must be getting confused with the other things. Yeah, they gave up on Guildhests after this. Yeah, so this is the final feature. It would be cool if we can't squeeze it in today. Maybe we'll squeeze it in another time. But we're looking for 3 people at this point. 3 people. So, as for the main storyline, why is it black? Why is it redded out? Oh, because... No, I don't know. Why is it redded out? Level 46. I am a level 46 white mage. Oh, there's 2 people. 1, 2. Wait, do we only need 1 more guy? Oh, we might make it. Yeah, well, by the way, you see how it says light party on the top left there? If you have 4 people, you're a light party. If you have 8, you're a full party. And what that will do is unlock another bar for the limit break. We could do this 7-man as well, actually. Why am I freaking out about this? We could do this 7-man. You just say unrestricted party, right? Does that work? Oh, no, we can't. We can't. That's a shame. I could also do this, and we could try to matchmake for the 8th person. There might be a single OCX player. So let's see. So yeah, I'm going to run over to the quest now. Oh, it's grayed out because I'm not an Imperial soldier. So yeah, when we go there, I'll just put the armor on. Oh, but it's going to be a duty, so then I'm going to end up leaving this party. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, see, it says Solemn Trinity forming party. We just need 1 other tank. That's all that we need. So yeah, this is the first time we've seen a full 8-man. It's going to be 2 tanks, 2 healers, everyone else at damage. And you don't really need 2 tanks for any normal mode content. In the hard content, you have to swap between the tanks to keep each other alive. But that is never, as far as I know, never a mechanic in the normal mode. So basically, one of those tanks just stands around doing damage and steps up if the original tank, if the main tank dies. Main tank and off tank. That's it. And one of the reasons I'm excited to do the extremes with you guys, assuming we can get the teams, is we'll get to see tanking and off tanking, and it actually will matter. In fact, I'll tell you what, guys. We would have the fastest matchmaking on this, if I withdraw right now, if one of you current DPS players swaps to a tank. Then the matchmaker will go quicker, because there will be DPS players out there in Ravana trying to join. So if we fill the roles of the 2 healers and the 2 tanks ourselves, we'll get the pop. There you go, we now have 3. 2 people did it at once. I'll just wait for one of them to swap back. And in that way, we might get maybe even an instant pop. You join me, but you need to step up your ESP game to deal with Oceania latency. What's your ESP lane game? All right, there we go. We got a good team. No, we got 3 tanks. Yeah, we had like 4 for a second there. There we go. Perfect. We got it. So now all we need is 1 Australian or someone else. If someone comes finds me in game, and we could do the final Guildhests. Jesus, that man. Yeah, like I say, some of the mountains are very big. Maybe I should have saved the lore section for now. I didn't think about the fact that the last one here would be 8-man though. And we'd add this extra barrier of the fact that a lot of people don't even have all the Guildhests unlocked. Oh, there you go. It popped. See? We found someone. Nice. So then we all just accept. So this is 7 of us and someone random who's going to wonder, how the hell did I get the 8-man Guildhest? Oh, I think he said hello. Here we go. So look, we greet. We wave at everyone. The 3 classes of Giganza began to butt heads right in the middle of Sons of St. Koinik dig site. Draw the Colossi away from the artifacts and slay them before any lasting damage is done. So you'll see, that's the Agrius and Midgardsormr there. We're really close. The music is alright. So yeah, we need to split into 3 groups, basically. We need to defend these artifacts that these researchers are looking at. Small units approach. Keep them off the artifacts. Bow before your master. Basically, I'm just going to keep hitting things and keeping an eye on anyone's health. And if anyone gets low, I'll try to deal with it. Uh-oh, and there's some other giants here. Yeah, I never realized that they like had the lore of the 3 different tribes. Everybody commend the random player we got. Yes. Yeah, so you can't commend people you partied with to get in. You can only commend people that matchmake with you. You know, otherwise people would just commend themselves and choose the system. So all of us potentially can commend that one guy. So yeah, he could get 7 commendations out of that. I've never had 7 commendations from one run. Never. I've had quite a few dungeon runs where when I play tank, I get a triple commendation. And that's always fun when that happens. And that's not too rare. As long as you play well, the healer nearly always will commend you. Just as the tank nearly always commends the healer. And then, yeah, if the 2 DPS feel like you got through it quickly for them, they might commend you as well, and boom, there you go. Yeah. This is quite cool. I don't usually hear this bit of the track. Oh, well, this bit I do. Thals Bulls, both giant and Hecatonaire leaders. Aegon of the Bone. And then who else have we got? Eorzea. So I guess my Medica is kind of OP here now, right? Because I heal everyone all at once. Oh my god, that guy got healed really fast. Holy shit. The giant leader falls back. Something is amiss. Here you go. This red mage wants a heal. I'll heal you. I'm surprised it's a lot less intense than I thought it was going to be. Eorzea, no die. Aegon of Bone, angry. Who hurt leader? He's using the Grand Slam. More on the field. So yeah, they gave up on this. I guess a lot of what they were teaching wasn't... Why did they give up on it? Why couldn't they just adjust what it was teaching to be more practical information? Here, this samurai, for example. I will commend the samurai, and I'll do it quick in case he leaves the instance quickly. Bye. Yeah, look. People are always very friendly in this game. Good job, TPS. There's more than you and your companions that would meet the eye. Thank you. Oh, we get a huge bonus there. And that's it. That's the final Guildhest. A fun little feature. Thank you so much for doing that with me, guys. I have to leave the party now to do the single-player duty. It's just another little bit of a Realm Reborn. That won't appear in any of the rest of the Let's Play now. Not the post-patches, not the playlists for the other expansions as we work our way through it all. We are done with Guildhests. And like I said back in episode 1, it's kind of a candidate for deletion, really. The features for us to pay attention to will be trials, MSQ roulette, I guess. Not really roulette, just there'll be some MSQ coming up. Dungeons will continue, and then there are raids. There are 2 types of raids. Very big ones that are very casual with 24 people called Alliance raids and regular raids. More on all that later. Forgive me for saying so, but you cut quite a dashing figure in Imperial Black and Crimson. Ah, but now's not the time for jests. Right, thank you. Well, I've been wearing it quite a while now, Sid. Let's review the infiltration plan. Castrum Sentry lies just beyond. A short while ago, an Imperial patrol left to do its rounds. Alphino and I will create a diversion out here and keep them occupied for as long as we're able. Meanwhile... Look, Alphino's so, like, absent from this story, it's weird. Meanwhile, the 3 of you will enter the stronghold, posing as the patrol returning from duty. Should Alphino and I... Oh, what I mentioned earlier, wouldn't it draw their attention because they notice people are missing? We're doing this fast enough that we can pretend to be those people. Should Alphino and I prove less distracting than hoped, I will contact you via Link Pearl. Be ready to beat a hasty retreat. So I guess our Link Pearl technology is not the same as the Crystal their radio technology, which is why we can interrupt one but not the other. Dude, stop throwing him! Well, I guess that's to get in the mech. What did we call her? Martha or something? Wedge will lead the way in the Reaper. Stay close to him. And I hardly need to tell you this, but don't do anything suspicious. Oh, unless you wonder, Ida and Ishtola left shortly before you arrived. We planned that should they linger in the vicinity to cover our retreat in the event of Alphino and I attracted too much attention, but the approach of an Imperial vehicle forced us to improvise. Don't be too disappointed, they did at least leave a message for you, something along the lines of don't do anything reckless if memory serves. Wise words. Alright, the Imperial Patrol should be returning any moment now, you'd best be off. Good luck, Tremor, may the 12 keep you. Let's do it. Yeah, and we can be a Lalafell and a Rogadin, because again, like, a lot of these people are conscripts from other nations. In we go, spooky. This is the first we're hearing the Castrum music, isn't it? Oh! Damn!
That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all yourself.
She just got slapped. It was Maggie. Yeah, Maggie, sorry. Forgot her name already.
This echo of yours intrigues us. We desire only to understand it. And for that, we need your help.
The Gigas, the Giants, and the unspellable name. Yeah, I don't know. The Heteronicurnes or something. So, they want the echo. We desire only to understand it.
You wish to be rid of the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning.
Damn.
Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it. Which will it be? As you wish, my dear Minfilia. Unpleasant though it will be for all concerned, you leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind as to deliver the prisoners to Castrum Meridianum.
Yes, milady.
Castrum Meridianum. I love that word. I'm definitely going to say it wrong later. It's okay, Minfilia. While this was going on, we were getting an airship and stuff. Why can't we just fly the Highwind into the place, you know, and crash the party like Yuna's wedding at Bavel? Alright, you ready, Tremor? You all stretched? You all good? I think he is. Let's go. An Imperial courier here. I best get back to my duties. The suppliers aren't going to move themselves. And neither are the prisoners, come to think of it. Well, what? Do you want me to salute him? Oh, they do. The officers tell me I don't know what he said there. I don't know what he said. There we go. Imperial salute. Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice you there. So engrossed I was in my task. You'd be engrossed too had the Tribunus commanded you to arrange for the prisoners to be transported. What prisoners do I speak of? You mean you haven't heard? Only the infamous scions of the Seventh Dawn, captured by the Tribunus herself. If you don't believe me, have a look in the storage tower when next you pass that way. Alright, let's accept this. More friends, more good stuff. Sorry, I still haven't been inviting people to the link shell recently. It was funny though. I went to the desert briefly to do my hunt log on Conjurer last night, and I saw one of you guys hanging out there. Part of the maintenance crew from the Oxidans, are you? I don't know what they teach you over there, but being an engineer does not exempt you from saluting your superiors. Are you my superior? All right. Ha, that's a fine salute. Part of the maintenance crew from Oxiden, are you? Well, welcome to Casham Century, engineer. What? Prisoners? Ah, you've heard the rumours then. Yeah, they're being held in the storage tower, but I strongly suggest you pay them no mind. You were summoned here to work, not gawp at Eorzea's defeated heroes. Now, show a bit of enthusiasm, or I'll have you reported. I do not like that guy. Just salute straight away this guy. You hiding out by this tree, not doing anything. Greetings, comrade. Forgive me for asking, but you haven't visited the storage tower recently, have you? I only asked because I dropped something in there and, oh, who am I fooling? I've fallen for one of the prisoners, all right? I dare say you know the one I mean, eh? The svelte blonde? Goodness, no. It's the Lalafelian lass I'm smitten with. She's so adorable it hurts. I want to sweep her up into my arms and squeeze her until my arms ache. What do you reckon it would take to convince the Centurion to lend me the key so I can see her? Lalafelian lass? It's not... Oh, Tataru. I was thinking of Papalimo. Okay. This guy fell in love with Tataru. Ah, would that I could hold you in my arms. Alas, we weren't meant to be. Oh, hey, Biggs. You getting this gate open, are you? Security's tight, just as we expected. We're going to need a special key if we want to get past this bulkhead. Right. Or maybe we can get a key for this guy over here. Why are you not at your post? Sir, I have something to report. What's this? You need access to the storage tower. What business have you there? At the Tribunus's behest, you say? This is highly irregular, but it would not do to make my lady wrath. Take my identification key. See that it returns when your errand is concluded. Okay, fine. We got the key. Begs, I come bearing good news. Where did Sid go? Security tight, just as we expected. Sorry, Wedge. We're going to need a special key if we want to get past this bulkhead. Here. A thin rectangular piece of what appears to be cermet. What is cermet, guys? Is it a fictional thing? Or is it a real thing? Used to deactivate certain Magitech security terminals. Nice. Look at how stoic and just flat-faced we are all the time. Look, they're going, "Whee! Did it! Yeah!" Big thumbs up and stuff, and we're just like nodding. It's because Tremor's like 90 years old, and he's over all this. He doesn't feel emotion anymore. That's what aging is, guys. It's just dulling you to the frights and the flights of life. All right, can we go in? This is quite a good instance, isn't it? Cermet is some ceramic and metal composite. Yeah, but is it a fictional composite? That reminds you, you used to think candy corn was just a Guildhests thing? That's awesome. Yeah, it's like the classic is American readers of Harry Potter thinking that treacle is fictional. No! Minophilia and the rest. Thank goodness they're safe. I'm the one you want. Leave the others be. If you harm my friends, I swear I shall take my own life, and you shall answer to your mistress. Livia. Oh, Papalimo's not even speaking. Neither's Urianger, but I'd expect that of him. Oh, Tataru spotted us. Oh, that's good. I like the little animations there. Tataru! We must do something! We risk letting the entire castrum know that we're here. Oh, and we just nod? Like, yeah, fine. Ah, you're right. We may not get a better chance. It's like Tremor doesn't care. This is the third squadron. What is it? A Reaper? Seized when? And this only came to light now? The culprits... It's almost comedic that the Reaper is right there. The culprits will have left a trail. Take as many men as you need and scour the area. I want that Reaper found. Now's our chance! His mouth falling open. That was awesome. What the... Strike my last! Oh, did we paint it as well, by the way? Eliminate the intruders! Oh, damn. Pretty happy, chill combat music here, it seems. Who am I missing? This guy? Right, there we go. All of arrow. Unbind us, Tremor, that together we may yet win. Oh yeah, okay, I'll free your bonds. Tremor, get the shackles off of us, quickly. Oh my god, but I can't untie you if I'm getting shot. I'm getting interrupted. Hold on. How do we do this? Let me kill these guys, and then before the next wave, I'll try and untie you. Minfili is all... No, she's not. I just can't untie her. I was going to say she's already untied, but she's not. Realistically, I don't want aggro, but I think I probably got aggro. If maybe I just sprinted and untied straight away, they would have been distracted by Wedge. Oh yeah, somebody did point out, and this happens in every Final Fantasy LP I do. Yes, Biggs and Wedge are anthology thing in Final Fantasy. Yes, they're also initially a reference to fucking Star Wars. Alright, there we go. Can I... Maybe I just had a choice on how to do that bit. So yeah, it's both, but it is a Star Wars thing initially. There we go! Tremor! I was so scared! It was foolish of you to come here. You might have been killed. But thank you. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not arrived when you did. Yeah, looks like you were about to do something serious. I say, did you not see Thancred anywhere? I'm beginning to fear for the fellow. Oh yeah, Thancred. What's going on with him? To linger here shall yield us no answer. Let us away ere the window to our liberty close shut. Okay. Babble-speaking man. What was it? How was he described? What did you say? Escaped? Then recapture them. Fail and I shall have your head. And what have we here? It's Y'shtola. The Tribunus herself, just as you said. You have the eye of an Ahriman, Ida. Ooh. She's surrounded. Well, she's kind of hard to miss in that showy armor of hers. These two are a good pair. They should have paired these two up more. I like Y'shtola and Ida together. Accursed scions. How did you slip our defenses? With unexpected ease, if truth be told. Oh, shit. There chanced to be a commotion outside the castrum's wall, which allowed us to avail ourselves of the comforts of your vehicle. Y'shtola's just being polite. That was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever stowed away in. It's no wonder it's called the Phantom Train. No passenger would be seen dead on it. Wow, there's a little reference to a Phantom Train there, is there? There's a raid fight later with a reference to the Ghost Train from 6, but it's not the same thing. So, you scuttled in amidst the freight, just like the vermin you are. I shall be sure to have words with our rat catcher. Such negligence is unforgivable. Everyone in the scene is like confident and not scared of each other, but who has the right of it? That is far from your most pressing concern. First, you must answer for your own wrongdoing, Livius and Junius. 'Twas you who led the raid on the Waking Sands. You who butchered unarmed men and women for the crime of being unworthy of capture. You killed our friends. We'll never forgive you. Nor shall we suffer you to plague Eorzea a day longer. Betake you to your own guard. More intruders. Protect the tribunus. Look at these thugs. Confound it. Eat it with me. Oh, so we got interrupted? Oh, shit. She's not going to... Oh! Dude, I don't remember any of this. Oh! Oh, and she jumped away. That was quite cool. After them! Where is His Excellency? In the hangar, my lady, in discussion with our guest. Alert him at once. His Excellency is this Gaius? Yes, my lady. I doubt it's the Emperor, Solus. He's presumably back up in Ilsabad. No, 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 no! Yeah. Take the L, Livia. There they are. Fan out and surround them. Did you ever see the April Fool's video of a fake FF14 fighting game of this exact scene? No, I didn't. Wow. Must protect Tataru. Biggs, I'm going in. See everyone to safety. What if the mammoth doesn't want to do what you want it to do? Go. No, Wedge, don't do it. Oh, God. So we save some, but we lose Wedge? Oh, no. Tremor, hold him off. I'll look after Minfilia and Tataru. Oh, she's got quite the face on her. Defeat the enemy and escape from Castrum Sentry. All units to emergency stations. Do not let the prisoners escape. Well, I'm thinking we will. Look at this. We get the whole team with us here now, fighting alongside us. So look, Orianja has summoned this thing. It's a carbuncle. I don't really understand what the carbuncles are. They're associated with, like, the Arcanist, I think it is, and the Summoner. But you can get one and customize its color and maybe even its name, right? It's kind of like a pet. It's the closest thing you get to a pet in this game, I think. Whatever's generating the shield must be nearby. Okay, that thing's invulnerable. It has a shield. We need to break the shield. Something's generating the shield. It's not over there. Is it hiding behind this? Wait, hold on. Is that skill cement drill or is it Sermit drill? Oh, that looks promising. There's a random guy over there. Two guys. Just as I said, we were fighting with all of our friends. No, no, no. We're off on our own now. We don't even get Topaz with us here in a duty. There you go. Magitech field generator. She's present of mind. So we can get through it a bit quicker. Oh, that was overkill. It died in like 2 hits. Alright, its shield is down. So yeah, between each of these casts, I could like step a little bit. And it wouldn't necessarily interfere with anything. But I'm not really sure of what use that is. I don't know if in like the proper late game stuff you do that. Ah, there's no end to them. 2 this time. And they're both invulnerable. We will labor in vain till the beast be divested of his shield. Yes, Urianger. But where though? Where is its shield? Another shield? Through the gate, maybe? On the left? No. No, no. No, no, no. Maybe down here? This is where we were earlier. Oh, through here maybe? Ah! Sneaky! I'm just going to arrow the shield first then, because it will probably just break while I'm killing this guy. This is what I should have presence of mind for. You know, in theory, what we could do is we can repose, right? Which is to sleep him and just walk off. If he's arrowed and repose, does he just die while asleep? He does. That's quite a cool combo. I've never used that combo, but Could I do that on Black Mage? Could I thunder and then sleep someone? And he just dies to the static electricity as he's asleep? Alright, let's heal dots. Let's get on both. Oh, he's still invulnerable though. Only one of them is actually vulnerable right now. Oh shit, how many of these shields are there? Dash this way maybe? No? It's not going to be all the way over here, surely not. But mind you, they haven't blocked me out. I might fail this duty, guys, because it might be a thing where if all my allies die, I'm screwed. Over here is not right. Thunder and Sleep, you use that as a lazy macro on your Black Mage. That's a cool idea. Like in the open world. Well, look, when you get strong enough in the open world, you can just use tiny abilities and one-shot things. So like on my Black Mage now that he's strong enough, I just cast Scathe on people. It's like a quarter of a second. It's like an instant cast, basically, at range. And I just go bing, 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 just pinging things, and they just all die. It's pretty cool. This one, here you go. It's not being defended. But that still leaves one more. Unless maybe they both get depowered from it. Oh, no, never mind. We just didn't kill this one. But nobody died, did they? Eorzea looks hurt. Maybe they can heal themselves. Yeah, unlike Guild Wars, you can fail in this one. Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1 was not set up this way. Guild Wars 2, they basically set up this principle that you can't ever fail. I guess they found it frustrating or something. I think it takes the game out of the game, really. Like, there's got to be at least a little bit of tension. I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion and it's not the fact. When you're making an MMO, you're spending a lot of money on a product, you have to hit the sweet spot of the most consumers possible. And I guess that means the game doesn't ever actually bite at you. But in Final Fantasy it does. And because these always sink you down, oh my god, even more. You're not getting away, bring forth the Colossus. So he's basically an Iron Giant. What in the hell is a new design? This thing here, this is an Iron Giant from the Thunder Plains, 100% to me. And you guys are going to see in the last bits here of the story, there's quite a few of them. In fact, there's a very prominent story boss we'll be fighting with them in a minute. Okay, presence of mind. Let's just get some damage spam in. Kill this guy. I love this thing that Black Mage gets 3 of the elements and this gets the other 3. I think it's really cool. Okay, they healed me, which is nice. Oh shit, I'm gonna get hit by that. Ow. That was Grand Strike. And you can see, like, the animations are exactly the same as, like, in 10. But because this is, like, not turn-based and everything's happening a lot faster, you don't really get to enjoy or indulge so much. Also, he's a very small giant compared to the ones we'll fight later. A Magitek Ray. That's a Colossus, is it? More like a colossal waste of iron. Tee-hee. Oh, Papalimo, you jokester. Yeah, look, dying after a 30-minute convergence or dying after a 40 in the middle of a 40-minute Guild Wars 1 mission is one thing, okay? But because you get kicked back and you're being asked to do the 30 minutes again, you're being asked to do the 40 minutes again. Obviously, there are scales of severity here, though. Just because that exists, it doesn't mean you remove all tension from all things.
Kill the rest.
Even like 10-minute instances, you know, or shorter things. You know, the reality is you allow failure, but you have an effective checkpoint system in the game, and you think about it as you're designing each individual thing. You don't just blanket have a philosophy that failure doesn't happen anymore. That's my take, anyway. Of course, MMOs are big, and you've got a lot of ground to cover. So easier said than done, I guess, if we want to pity them. That looks cool. Holy shit! That was awesome! Wow, I love the bullets hitting the force of the barrier.
Forgive us our delay.
Welcome. Oh, nice. Oh, see, they do good cutscenes in here.
Papalimo, Minfilia.
Doesn't Monk look cool, guys? I love me some Monk.
Ida!
What took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see you too.
Dude, look at how they
The
defend each other.
reunion must wait.
Right. First things first.
Yes, let's get back to being heavily outnumbered.
You ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell!
Oh, look, we get an accent.
Well, excuse me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
It, like, loves us, right?
But there's no one in there.
This is Sid. Can you hear me? I need you to count to 5, then jump. Understood?
This is such a tropey Final Fantasy thing. Jumping off a pit and being saved.
1, 2,
3.
4.
And then the nod. We don't even say 5. I mean, why would they structure the cutscene that way? Oh my god, oh, the high wind. What a shock. Oh, and we leave it. Oh my god, it loved us and we leave it. What the fuck? When do I get that as a mount?
I know not which is more pitiful, the charlatans who rule Eorzea, or the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas. I see that which they cannot. This realm founders for want of a ruler with true power. The power to cast down icons. If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
What in the 7 hells? Oh no. It's here.
Now Alphino pops up with some dialogue.
12 preserve us. They finished it. Ultima weapon.
There we go, finally. Okay, I can just call it Ultima Weapon. I mean, obviously. So it's kind of an anthology thing to have the weapons. In 7, you might remember fighting the Ruby and the Sapphire and the Diamond weapon. Ultima Weapon is nearly always a super boss in the anthology games. There's also usually an Omega as well. These are all topics that the MMO will go into.
So it has a name.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagons used it to crush primal and foe alike. And now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Damn you, Gaius! Look! There! Beside the Black Wolf!
Yeah, more specifically, not damn you Gaius, damn you Nero. Nero is the engineer that was tinkering with this. Oh, Nassian.
An overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
Oh, look, they're explaining the red mask, black mark thing.
La Habrea. It could only be him.
Yeah, Ultima is also often a spell. If you watch my 6 LP that just finished last month,
Thancred.
a couple of weeks ago actually, in fact, it finished. Wait, what? Thancred? Oh, what is this storyline?
Was La Habrea? No. No, this cannot be.
Wait, what? There's a very quiet bell in the very back of my mind. What was this storyline? What the fuck? Thancred was La Habrea, guys. This whole time.
We have to go now! Hang on!
Thancred! Thancred! No!
Can I just remind you all, in 1.0... In 1.0, Minfilia and Thancred had a bit of a thing for each other, so this is a real gut punch for her. I was well asleep when playing through ARR. Can you blame me? I mean, honestly. Also, you don't know these characters the first time through.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected.
Thancred to me was just some random guy in the desert arc. Barely more. Which was how long ago now? How much busy work ago now? I bet when I first watched this cutscene, I was like, who? Something like that, probably. You know, it's not 10 years of knowing these characters and seeing them in CGI cutscenes and stuff, you know. All this time.
And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Ascians. How could I have been so blind? Small wonder the enemy knew our every move, and where to find us. Confound it all!
Oh, we're getting a bit of emotion from Alpha Nod.
No, this is not the time for self-doubt. The Alliance leaders stake their hopes on the Scions, but now they believe us all dead or missing. When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do.
I have no idea where this is going right now. You know, I've mentioned a couple of times this Let's Play was going to be like half blind. Like there'll be a mix of it being blind, and like this is it. I genuinely, like, what the fuck? What is going on?
We must go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
Cryle, this is Minfilia.
The situation may have taken an ill turn.
So forgive me if I seem brusque.
But the battle is far from over.
I requested.
And so long as we stand together, there shall ever be hope of victory.
I'm sorry to press, but we need it urgently. How soon can it be delivered? I am in your debt, my friend.
Weird. Minfilia's on the phone recording an item. She also said, I'm sorry. Where's that accent?
The people of Eorzea falter for want of such hope. Let us provide it. Let us bear to them the tidings that the Scions of the 7th Dawn are returned.
Well, not many of us. What about all the dead?
Matters are coming to a head. I hope we can count on
But this
you.
is good. The people on the airship, you're getting a sense of the cast of the game now. Slowly but surely.
My regards to Grandfather.
My regards to Grandfather? Wait.
I am ready. Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
Do we know who her grandfather is yet? I think we do, right? I'm pretty sure they were just very blunt about that. Look at this. It's like the story's coming together now. We're getting more cutscenes and stuff. Hells take the Black Wolf and his new toy. It's okay, Reborn. You can be a part of the uprising if you like. Rally all available forces. I want them ready to move, on my word. And relay to Slafstrin to the order to sail. That is all. The Maelstrom sounds ready. What are the flames? Ready as we'd like to be. I need only give the word to Royale. This is good. Look, it's like the Battle of Cartano once again. Check it out. The 3 guys. Wait, was that a mention of Cryle there? Wait, did they really just mention Cryle? NPC. I was reading that text there, expecting it to be like the NPCs, but it was you guys. And one of you's named Snargle, and I was like, wait, Snargle? Wrong game. Let me scroll up here. No, I don't see a reference to Cryle. Did I say Cryle? Or is it that it just didn't print Minfilia's dialogue? Oh, Minfilia was calling Cryle. You heard her say her name at the start. Oh, I missed that. Did she really say Cryle? That's awesome. Just so that for everyone playing along with me for the first time, Kryl is a character we'll meet later. Another Scion, but like comes in way later. So that's amazing if they actually did that. That's really cool. Has there been, because I don't think she was in 1.0 either. Has there been no word from Ishgard? As before, none. The dragons have got their tongues. So it's just these three. Silent the last. I was unwise to hope for better. What would stir the Archbishop to open his holy mouth, if not this? And he claims the fury for his god. It is bad comedy. I like Melvib. The Holy See has made his choice. We will proceed without its cooperation. Once again, Ishgard abandons us. Sharlayan as well is abandoning us, but they're not even on the mainland anymore, so maybe that's more excusable. So yeah, this middle region of Mordona, there's no great city-state there, as you can tell. There's like this village of Revenant's Toll or whatever, but it's not a great power. I believe we're all acquainted with the terms of the Black Wolf's ultimatum. Gaius being the Black Wolf, if that isn't clear. We must agree upon a course of action. Naught less than the fate of Eorzea hangs upon the decision of this council. Let's get the papers out. Papers, please. That's a game I've always wanted to do an LP of, but I would absolutely crumble on that. Van Baelsar claims to wield the power to smite primals. So maybe we let him conquer us. Peace, everybody, peace. Should we yield to him, he pledges to rid the realm of its false gods. Yet offer resistance, and he swears that we shall share the primal's fate. Look, so Gaius is fair. Can I just pause for a second? I don't think his terms are too outrageous here. Especially if it stops the calamities. Pardon my bluntness, but I like not these choices. I mean, if you look at the fact that the Allagan Empire had this thing, and it clearly eventually didn't go well for them. It's a bit of a mystery, obviously, but so why should it be any better this time just because the Empire has it? This is too great a decision for any one of our nations to make alone. By the way, I love how this is being hosted in Uldar, you know, among the riches. This council chamber is the site of some amazing scenes, guys. Some of which are pretty soon. Choose, we surrender or resistance. We must answer as one. For if but one surrenders, the rest shall surely fall. Let us pray for the wisdom to do right by all our peoples. Thancred's plight troubles us all. Yet we cannot allow anything to come between us and our goal. Did I not just learn what happens to people that are conquered? Yeah, but that's... Look, the question of what comes from the higher-ups and down is a complicated subject. You know, war is ugly. Occupation is ugly. But they're thinking long-term. They're thinking 100 years, 200 years. They're thinking peace and a solution to the primal problem for years beyond. You know, let's not be naive and short-sighted about this. Obviously, there are disgusting, terrible things that happen in these bloodthirsty, horrible conquests. I'm not an advocate for war and bloodshed, obviously. But I'm saying they're hell-bent on that path to war, and the principle behind it is something you can recognize. So long as the ultimate weapon exists, Eorzea will never know peace. Let us go to the Alliance leaders, Tremor, and help them make the right decision. Well, it looks like they're making the decision already, Minfilia. Alright, now let me check here. Okay, we're level 46, so we still got a couple of quests here. We get another 26 tickets. Grim tidings, Tremor. It seems that the word of the ultimate weapon's existence has already reached Alliance leaders in the form of an ultimatum. They have gathered in the fragrant chamber and are delivering their answer even as we speak. Beleaguered as they are, I fear that we may well elect to lay down arms in the belief that surrender will spare the people untold suffering. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. That which the Black Wolf offers will doom Eorzea, not deliver it, and the leaders must be made aware of this. Let us hurry to them, Tremor, and ensure that they do not act in ignorance of their consequences. Once the people of Eorzea learn that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have returned, they will surely rally to our cause. We need only sound the clarion call. Tataru looked very scared and nervous there for a second, didn't she? When I spoke to her, she cheered, but yeah. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Oh, Tremor, I hope my singing doesn't bother you. I'm rather fond of this little ditty. It reminds me of home. How do we... Oh my god, you were almost like an NPC there. I was going to click. Shaking the head. What do you think, Tremor? Was she impressed? Do you think she might consider, you know... Oh my god, is there actually like a bit of a romance thing between Tataru and Wedge? That wasn't at all how I expected things to play out. But at last we escaped with our lives. Sorry, at least we escaped with our lives. Sorry, we had to resort to such dramatic methods to escape. Things escalated so quickly that Alphino and I saw no other alternative. I like it up here. Can I actually walk onto the high wind? No, sadly not. Right. Well, they've flown us here, which is good. It's basically exactly where we want to be. I can so imagine if this was one of the main games at this point, we would have unlocked airship travel and we could go anywhere on that high wind. And this is like setting the stage for the end, you know? Set the lift down, and I think we will be immediately... Is it the hustings strip I want to be at? Maybe? Somewhere around there? Yeah, he has a crush on Tataru. Is that always? Yeah, the quest jump from... Yeah, probably from 46 to 49. And you'll see that I'm about to get a quest reward that will take me to 49. So you will see that we're right on the edge of it here now. I have quite a strong memory of these three leaders sitting around a war table or something. Or maybe some like unique UI maybe or something that's about to come up. Bartholomew. The Council of the Alliance Leaders is presently in progress in the Fragrant Chamber. I must ask that you step away from the door, sir. I'm sorry, you're here on behalf of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 1,000 pardons, my lord, 1,000 pardons. Of course you may enter. Oh, I should have taken my Garlean clothes off. I bet a lot of players get here and they're still wearing the wrong outfit.
We keep treading the same ground.
Van Belsar's demands are clear.
Alas, our minds are not.
I also like how he sent this missive to them. Like, he will avoid the fight if he can. He's subjugating them, obviously. It's a terrible occupation he proposes. But he at least treats with them. It says that let's not spend all this money in blood and death.
I've never been one to shy from a fight. But if this weapon of theirs can do all they claim...
It has been 5 years since the Calamity, and our people have scarce begun to rebuild their lives. Can we now, in good conscience, call upon them to risk what little they have left? I would spare them the pain of further conflict.
What's that Lord of the Rings quote? Aragorn to Theoden. Open war is upon you, whether you have it or not.
Conflict, I say. Though
whether
that
you would risk
would
it or
imply
not.
Forces set in opposition. If the combined might of 3 primals could not stay Garlemald's new terror, what meaningful resistance can we offer? We who struggle to quell the foes who rise up within our own borders.
Oh, I'm looking forward to getting out of these voices. And we're getting closer, actually, to the cast changing.
Long have we fought the primals, but to what end? We strike them down at no small cost, only for them to rise again and again. Are we to play this profitless game for the rest of days?
So,
I, for one, grow tired of it.
So you might think to yourself, okay, so the Empire is saying that they can deal with the primals permanently because this machine just absorbs them. And that might lead you into an interesting line of reasoning. So hold on, their solution to the primals is let the primals exist, just capture them. Just trap them. That's what the ultimate weapon does. It just traps the primals. And that's something that the Allagans sussed out. Now you might also think about the fact that there was a giant Magitech moon in the sky with a primal Bahamut in it.
Mistake me not. I do not propose to trade one tyranny for another. I love liberty. But conciliation need not mean oppression.
By the 12, though neither of you cried surrender, your every word betokened it.
Look, she basically just said, let them we can do this. It doesn't mean that they'll oppress us. It doesn't mean that our quality of life will go down. Maybe these are things we can negotiate. But Reborn's not having it. My man, Reborn.
Not that I deny there is truth in what you say. Nor can I rightly claim that Ul'dah is ready to fight. Refugees flood our gates, and beastmen swarm our land, while the great and the good do nothing. My flames struggle to bear the burden. I put on a grand show at the Remembrance Service, made all manner of lofty promises. I've made good on not a bloody one.
Do not blame yourself, Reborn. You said only that which the people needed to hear. All present have done the same. Our citizens had become lost to hope. If our words serve to kindle it in them anew, better we speak than remain silent. Our enemy condemns us for failing our people. Yet what does he care for their well-being? While we labored to rebuild their lives, the Black Wolf built instruments of murder with which to end them.
Good point.
Her Majesty speaks true. For all our failings, the people's well-being has ever been our foremost priority. While none among us ever doubted that the Empire would one day resume its war, we scarcely had means enough to solve the problems of the present.
You know how we started this episode with the start of the White Mage quest, where her brother and sister were saying there's a problem in the Twelveswood, but she's busy, she can't deal with it, and I was like, oh, sure she can. Well, actually, now I feel like, okay, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there's a problem in the Twelveswood right now, and she is busy.
Aye, which is why we look to others to safeguard our future. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Alas, they are gone, and the Black Wolf is at our door.
Oh my god, is this where I bust in heroically?
Admiral! I fear you are mistaken.
Oh, it's where Alphanod busts in heroically.
Alphanod? Minfilia? And 7 hells! Master Garland?
Holy, she said Alphanod! She said Alphanod! Yeah, high quality voice acting, no consistency here. I can't believe it! She said she did the D! She took the D, and she said it. Kind of uncuts the moment.
Dear friend.
Me, yes. Tremor, say my voice. My name in voice acting.
By Ralga, you're alive. All of you.
Come on, where's the deep engine AI to just say my character name?
As we approached, I would swear I heard talk of surrender, but I know that cannot be. It is not the Eorzean way.
Hear me, my friends. Accepting the Garlean's offer to vanquish the Primals would be folly.
Okay, listen, maybe I'm a horn dog or whatever, but does it not feel like every time there's a shot of Minfilia, for some reason they start the camera angle on her tits, and then they pan up? Is that just for dramatic? Why? It feels like they only do it with her. I'm sure that's confirmation bias, but it was so blatant in that one.
Folly, I say. For might is not the answer to the primal threat. Indeed, the more the Empire exerts its strength, the worse matters will become.
Look, we're talking about serious stuff, cameraman.
Primals enter this world when mortals call upon them, and mortals are wont to appeal to a higher power when they are desperate.
Okay, alright, I'm not the only one there, yeah, okay, people noticed.
Nothing is more certain to breed desperation in the beast tribes than the Garlean's proposed solution.
The true answer lies in a lasting peace. But the Garleans only know war and conquest. Should Eorzea fall into their hands, there will be such suffering as none can imagine.
We are not blind to the many challenges that each of your nations face. Yet you must not give in.
There is something awful about me wearing these clothes in this conversation. They must be thinking, what is he wearing? What?
Remember 5 years ago when you wagered all for the sake of the realm? Remember what you fought for, what you were willing to die for. Let the memories rekindle the fire in your heart, for Eorzea has need of it again.
Come what may, we Scions will never give up the fight. And so I bid you stand with us, and together we shall safeguard the future of the realm.
I love that the Ascians, these like...
man once said that a shrewd merchant grasps not for the quick profit, but invests in the future. Wise words, eh, Rauban?
I love the Ascians, these like great, powerful creatures. Seem to just let us do this, you know, because they're manipulating us, you know. Anyway.
Sid,
Your
okay.
words stir and shame me in equal measure. How could I contemplate surrender? I know full well that all we have, we owe to the sacrifices of those who went before us. Yet the seeming hopelessness of our plight robbed me of my insight.
One of the expansions is all about the subjugated nations, and it's so good, guys. It's so sad and dark and bitter, and it's brilliant.
We Gridanians have no love for war.
And all the best villains come from that one expansion.
Yet we have still less for those who would threaten our homeland. Ever have we fought to protect those things we hold dear. And this shall never change.
Well, okay, not all the best villains. I get it. There's a very good one in Shadowbringers.
Gridania will go to war. We will fight the Empire for the sake of the realm and all who abide here.
Nanamo's face. Oh, I clicked a bit quick there, sorry. The one in Shadowbringers was introduced in Stormblood. Yeah, you're kind of right.
Words worthy of a founder of the Alliance.
But he only really comes into his own, let's be real.
Rauban, are we to be outdone?
I lost one homeland. The thought of losing another had blunted my resolve. But no man knows better than I that if you want aught, you'd best be ready to die for it.
Because remember, he is
With great danger comes the chance for great glory and great profit. We Uldans who have turned sand into gold know this well.
Yeah, I don't really get the laughing in that scene, to be honest. It doesn't feel like a ha-ha moment. Unless it's just a bit of mania. I would say that that's a worse ha-ha moment than the FFX ha-ha moment. Which is actually quite good when you know the context of the story and that it's meant to be cringy.
How many times have we fallen into the pit of despair, only to have you pluck us out? I've fair lost count.
Reckless, the lot of you, like bloody pirates. Well, I won't waste my breath trying to talk you round, on account of being a pirate myself. And the pirate who shrinks from a challenge is no pirate at all. Those who would pick a quarrel with us must choose. Back down or go down with all hands. Let the Garleans come. The united strength of Limsa Lominsa will be waiting for them.
If our realm is to be free of this pall of darkness, let it be by our own hands.
For Eorzea!
And they burn the missives. No thank you, Black Wolf.
We must needs consider how the weapon may be brought to bear against us.
The Maelstrom will secure strategic points along the coastline.
In the meantime, the flames will deploy at...
Be at ease, my friends. You have banished our doubts. Pray leave the military matters to us and retire to to the waking sands. We will send word anon.
So, I swear there's a weird bit with some strange UI or something. There's a bit of an odd arc here, isn't there? Let's see. And she said the line, by the way. She said the line. Pray return. Oh, this is nice. Oh, that is such a good pose right there. Dark Knight right there. Yeah, hold on. Isn't there a pose as well? A class-based pose you get? Dark Knight puts his sword into the ground. But, oh no, I think it's like gender-specific or something, is it? I think only female Dark Knights do this cool thing with the sword in the ground. Men do a different one. I think they sling it over their shoulder or something. Alright, pray return. Yeah, I don't know where we are now, because I know the game ends with 2 very large missions. But there's also sort of a mini mission that used to be in roulettes and isn't in roulettes anymore. It's up there at that tower. It's out the front of that tower. You fight a boss. And I haven't done that for years because, again, it's not in roulettes anymore. It got cut. I think it's just a single-player duty now. So I don't know. I don't know what's about to happen. What I can tell you is that as far as my plot for this Let's Play is concerned, we have 3 more quests to do today in this episode. 3 quests. So I guess those 3 quests will cover whatever the hell it is I vaguely remember. It's not gender specific. You can swap between 2 for every class with CFOs. Oh, really? It's a lot better now. Oh, is it? Yeah, it used to be just this terrible instance with a really boring boss that would just die instantly, that wouldn't hold up to the power creep, and took like seconds. I understand you gave our fallen brothers and sisters a proper burial. I'm sure they appreciated it. When the Empire is beaten and all of this is over, let us visit them at the church. That would be nice. Did we do that? For many years, I dedicated my life to the research and development of Magitech, unable or unwilling to see the repercussions of my work. And though I have since left Garlemald behind, its scientists continue to build upon my work. I fear that this new weapon may be another example of that, an ancient relic enhanced with technologies that I created. Yet, even should that be the case, it would still require a brilliant mind to... No, he didn't. Ooh, what's Sid talking about there? That's a good story right there, guys. What's next on the agenda? Are we ready to get to work? We are. She hasn't said a word to me since the rescue. Was it all for nothing? Oh, look, are you nervous? Do they ever get... Oh, don't tell me if that's a spoiler. I would like to know if they ever hold hands. Did she just not even notice? Huh! Instead of gratitude for coming to his rescue, Papa Limo called me a scatterbrain! Next time he gets caught by the Empire, I'm leaving him to rot. Oh, look, the dynamic duo is back. Had I not intervened, that Garlean soldier may well have done for Ida. Lowering her guard in the heat of battle as though she were on an evening stroll. How much of a scatterbrain could she be? Well, at least we cannot fault her for being inconsistent. The counter-offensive to come will require the total commitment of every allied nation, as well as the flawless coordination of all forces. I pray the Council understands this. You'll notice that it would have been quite easy for his sister to have been in this storyline at some point, but no, she is still missing. We may have surmounted this latest trial, but the worst is yet to come. We must remain focused. I will not see our efforts wasted in futile regret. And as for Thancred, he and I have much to discuss. Well, where is he? Oh, well, he's with them. Because he's an Ascian. If I had a face cam, I'd be looking dead at the camera right now.
I cannot express my relief to think that the Alliance came so close to surrender.
But the fire in their hearts has been rekindled, and they will fight to the last.
Oh, let me get out these clothes.
This warmth inside. Did you feel it too, Grandfather?
Let me get out of these hot clothes.
I would know something. Was that your power at work earlier?
Nothing of the sort. The leaders of Eorzea had lost their way. I merely helped them to find it again.
Hold on. Wait. Who's her grandfather? His grandfather is Louis Soir. Are these two like cousins?
Oh, hello. Yes, our party returned just a moment ago.
What the hell is the
How
story?
close are you?
I don't know. I don't remember. Hold on. She's adopted. I know that much, first of all. She has a Makote mother. She's an adopted kid. She's not an Elysian, though.
It's all right, Sid.
We
Sid's
must needs
dad.
plan our next move. Pray continue liaising with your respective nations. Sid, would you be our man in Ul'dah?
I'll be whatever and wherever you need me to be.
Oh, hello.
We haven't a moment to waste. All right, let's do this.
Thancred's fate weighs heavy on my mind. I cannot bear to think of him enthralled to an Ascian.
So you think he's just possessed?
Mayhap you know this already, but the Ascians are immortal beings without physical form. Since time immemorial, they have fanned the flames of chaos from the shadows.
Again, it's curious and weird, isn't it? Every time I'm talking to Minfilia about Ascians, it's like they cut everyone else out from the scene.
That they might work unseen, the Ascians entrap and possess mortal men by means of malign artifacts known as crystals of darkness.
Oh, here we go. See, this is why I forgot this plot beat, because you're not left thinking that Thancred is an Ascian for very fucking long, are you? About 2 seconds later, they explain that he's just possessed by a crystal of darkness.
One such crystal may yet be the key to saving Thancred.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's such a weird bit of the story. What, they want me to think for all of 5 seconds that he is an Ascian. And then, oh, no, he's just a thrall. And by the way, I knew that anyway. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
This is a crystal of darkness.
A mere replica, created using data obtained from anomalous crystals found across Eorzea.
It comes to us courtesy of the students of Baldessian, our distant allies. Even for an Archon, Thancred's talents are exceptional. We all had complete confidence in him.
It's weird. She speaks like how I would expect an AI to speak. But it's very fragmented. And very flat and very even.
It was for this reason that none among us foresaw the danger in sending him to investigate the Ascians alone.
Like, who was directing her in the booth? Why like this?
Thancred had been striving to fill the void left by Louis Soir. Yet, it was plain that he was overtaxing himself.
Yeah. He would volunteer for everything and work till he was dizzy.
And the toll taken by his exertions made him vulnerable to Ascian influence.
The crystal that binds Thancred must be somewhere on his person. If we could but destroy it, his Ascian possessor would be compelled to relinquish control over him. You have proven the stoutest of allies, standing with us through thick and thin. Yet the most perilous struggle is still to come. For the sake of the realm and Thancred, I ask that you lend us your strength once more.
I suppose, look, they've just been...
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
They must have just been told to enunciate as much as possible and go slow as much as possible. Because if you speak quickly and naturally, people do struggle. Like, I know this firsthand on YouTube. Not so much anymore. And I guess that's because my accent has dulled a lot. And maybe I speak slower now. But I used to get a lot of people saying, you speak way too fast. I can't understand what you're saying. I don't get the accent. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Like, constantly. And I basically had to modulate my voice month in, month out, video in, video out, over years and years and years to, like, something a bit blander. Which was never, like, an ambition, really. But I used to get that a lot, and I was just talking normally as far as I was concerned. But so I think they're probably told, you know, speak a little bit slower because people don't catch it. And I'm not even talking about people speaking English as a second language. I just mean in general. You're casting a wide net, so you have to be slow and enunciate. I don't know, maybe it's a bit of that.
As I am sure you are aware, the realm was saved from certain doom 5 years ago by heroes known as the Warriors of Light.
Just another subtle way in which mass-marketed media cuts away at the art underneath.
What you may not be aware of is that your many feats in service to the Scions have prompted folk to make certain comparisons.
Me? A Warrior of Light? Oh, I don't think so.
I must confess, you do remind me of them. Yet remember this. However glorious the past, it is the hero's lot to be judged on the deeds of the present. A new darkness threatens the realm, and the people cry out for a savior. I believe that you are he, a warrior of light, here in the present, guided by the crystal's will. Come, my friends, let us fight to safeguard the future of our beloved Eorzea.
Trevor looks really unimpressed. Yeah, I was thinking that. He's just... Look, we get another 26! Hold on, we're not going to be here that much longer. Alright, Operation Archon. Level 49. Minfilia would brief you on the Eorzean Alliance's planned counteroffensive against the Empire. All present, then let us begin. I'll read it like her, shall I? Here we go. Ready? You could bet your ass I'm going to be as obnoxious as possible here. We have received the details of the impending operation. In what promises to be the largest single counter-offensive in this realm's troubled history, the Alliance will strike at every Imperial stronghold standing upon Eorzean soil. As might be expected, the operation will be complex, but you need not commit to its intricacies to memory. It is enough that each man understands his part and plays it to the best of his ability. This is the bit I think I remember. Everyone standing over a map. I think we're going to get some weird UI. The finer instructions you will receive at staging points. Oh, God. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do her voice. Here. Yeah, I remember this. I was very impressed by this because they popped the map up. First of all, this is like a higher resolution map than we actually get in game. But then they're going to draw arrows and stuff and flags and soldiers and things moving around on it. To begin, let us review the distribution of our forces. From west to east, the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, the Immortal Flames of Uldar, and the Order of the Twin Adder in Gridania. Next, let us examine the locations of the Imperial strongholds. Near Limsa, we have Castrum Oxidans, situated in eastern Vilbrand, and Castrum Marinum, which lies to the south and east, in the midst of the Rotano Sea. Near Uldar, we have Castrum Meriadnum to the north, and the coastal outpost at Cape Westwind, which connects Merianum to the mainland by means of a Magitech transporter. I love that detail. Near Gridania, we have Castrum Oriens, which lies upon the eastern edge of the Twelveswood. That's the wall, I think, isn't it? And finally, in Mordona, stands Castrum Sentry, a thorn in the heart of Eorzea. The forthcoming operation will see Allied forces assault each of the aforementioned locations, with the ultimate objective of destroying the Empire's new weapon, housed within Meriadnum. As one might expect of the Black Wolf's seat of power, Castrum Meriadnum boasts all but impenetrable defences. If we're to breach it, we must needs isolate it from its sister strongholds. To do so would to be risk being caught twixt hammer and anvil. The operation will comprise 4 distinct phases, all told. First, you'll see us eliminate one of the Black Wolf's most trusted lieutenants, Riathian Sas Arvina. This is the guy that got given half of the forces earlier. According to our intelligence, the Prefectus is due to visit the Imperial outpost at Cape Westwind for an inspection. Yeah, this is at Cape Westwind used to be a thing on the duty finder, and it's not anymore. When he arrives, we shall dispatch an elite adventurer unit to eliminate him. Tremor, we would have you lead this assault. Oh yeah, I remember watching this cutscene thinking, fucking hell, look at all this that I'm going to have to do. But actually, no, you don't do all of these, I think, right? The Grand Companies do a lot of the work. Riarton is a peerless field tactician. Shorn of his leadership, the garrison at Castrum Oxygen will be a snake as without its head. Phase 2 will see us sever Castrum Meriadnum's primary lines of supply. As soon as Riordan's presence is confirmed at the coastal outpost, the Maelstrom will lay siege to where he came from, Castrum Oxydens. So we kill him when he gets there, and they backstab it wherever he left. At that very hour, this is Alpha Note, at that very hour, the Limson Armada, helmed by the Admiral herself, shall move to blockade the Castrum. Castrum Miriam, this is, sorry. But you can see, when it zooms in on this map, you can see it says Gridania and shit so much clearer. Girabania, Alamigo. Meanwhile, in the Twelveswood, the Order of the Twin Adder will surround Castrum Oriens. And they'll have the Sylphs to help them. Frixio's been waiting for a chance to avenge these ones. Phase 3 shall see us neutralize Castrum Meriadnum's defenses. Forming our main thrust, the Immortal Flames will march against the stronghold with all their strength. While the enemy's eyes are thus drawn outwards, another elite adventurer unit shall infiltrate the Castrum. And that will be us again. Its mission, to disable the Magitech field generator which protects the Praetorium. The Praetorium is a fortress within the fortress wherein the Ultima weapon is believed to be housed. Tremor, we would have you take command once more. Praetorium is the final mission of the game. Meanwhile, the Order of the Twin Adder will blockade the railway which connects Sentry and Meriadnum, preventing the timely arrival of reinforcements. Oh, this is that phantom train thing they mentioned, right? Why don't we ever get to go there or see that or visit it? A wise precaution, says Papalimo. The monstrous locomotive which runs back and forth between the two Castra is capacious enough to transport a small army by all accounts. It is well that the Garleans did not think to give it wings. Once Meriadnum's defences have been compromised, the operation will enter its fourth and final phase. This will see the Immortal Flames enter the stronghold and suppress the remnants of the enemy garrison, allowing Tremor's unit to pass unopposed into Praetorium, where they will locate and destroy the Ultima weapon. They play the victory fanfare. By this feat shall the operation be deemed a success. It's amazing to me they have such a higher resolution, better asset for the world map, and they didn't even really put it in game. Just another example of the UX being weird. In addition to the Grand Companies, we can count upon the support of a variety of other parties, from the Pirates of Limsa to the Monetarists of Uldar. In all, the operation will involve no fewer than 12 major factions. You know, there's a whole other layer to this, which is misinformation and spying and making sure we have our information right, making sure they don't know the day of the attack and all that. We get very World War II at that point, don't we? Legend holds that the Archons were 12 in 1 and 1 in 12. It is for this reason that our grand endeavour has been dubbed Operation Archon. Countless free companies have also collected their swords. Those are like the player guilds. And more join us by the day. At long last, all of Eorzea is rising as one. As before, we Scions shall work in concert with the Grand Companies. Ida, Papalimo, Ishtola, pray accompany your respective organisations on their missions. It's Limsa and Uldar. Urianger, I would have you represent us in Uldar, since there is no Thancred around. Reassure the financiers that they have made a sound investment. When that is all done, pray return here and aid in the coordination of our forces. Tataru, please visit Urianger in any... please assist him in any way you're able, and ensure that everyone is kept abreast of the latest developments. She is cute, isn't she? With the big thumbs up there. Minfilia, Cid, and I shall accompany the main host in an advisory capacity. It will be our task to analyse intelligence as it comes into our possession and make the necessary recommendations to command. So that leaves me as the fighter, does it? As Alphino mentioned, you are to lead the elite unit of adventurers, whose task it will be to see each of Operation Archon's main objectives fulfilled. Yours is the most important role of all, and like to be the most dangerous. Pray choose your party well, and stint not in your preparation. The battle for the future of the realm is about to begin. Together we will show the Black Wolf the power of a united Eorzea. I remember doing this. I remember being impressed at the work that went into this, but also so intimidated at how much fucking stuff there was left to play, because the game has already had so much busy work. But again, there's really not much. It's just 3 quests before. 3 quests, 2 missions. Pray report to the Immortal Flames encampment situated north of here when you're ready to be briefed on your first mission. So I guess that one of these quests will be Cape Westwind. I cannot stress this enough, that please be careful. Now you walk in the light of the crystal. They might have even cut some of these out, but again, I thought I got to the game after the cutting had happened. So yeah, alright, please, let's get some better clothes on. Jesus. Here we go. Lovely. As briefed, you are to lead a squad of elite adventurers on infiltration missions. You'll receive detailed orders at each staging point. The future of Eorzea hinges on the success of Operation Archon, and casualties are inevitable. That still leaves us without Thancred, though. Oh! Hold on. Hold on, I do these 2 final missions constantly in roulettes in this game. Constantly. I've watched their cutscenes constantly. Is it possible that a possessed Thancred is in those? I think he is, isn't he? That just totally spaced on it. Even though I see that cutscene over and over and over again. Oh my god. Speaking of the adventures, by the way, you guys are the elite adventurers. They're only 4-man missions, by the way. They're not 8-man. I think Cape Westwind used to be 8, maybe? Was it? I might be wrong about that. You're well to come, Tremor. As communications officer, it falls to me to issue you your orders and provide guidance on forthcoming missions. Your first mission is to infiltrate the Imperial outpost at Cape Westwind and eliminate Prefectus Riatin Sas Arvina. All participating units are now in position and awaiting your arrival. Please proceed to the staging point and report to Albart. This is but the first step in our bid to purge the realm of the Garlean menace. I shall pray for your success. Yeah, so as you might imagine, we've got like these 4 major Imperial characters. Nero, Gaius, Livia, and this guy that have been appearing in the cutscenes. The end of the game, we're going to kind of go through them, basically. So yeah, we're going to go up north, and where are we here, actually, at this point? Where's this compared to Blue Fog? Oh, I've still never been here. Look, I've never been to Northern Than... There's a whole map, guys, separating Mordona and Northern Thanland, and I've not been there in this Let's Play yet. Look at that. That's crazy. I wonder if there's an area in Limsa that I haven't been to. I'm sure there is, actually. There's probably loads. This is very odd, because I remember walking here as well, quite clearly. I wish I remembered it all clearly. It was only 3 years ago. I mean, for the Christ's sake. Who are we if everything we do, if we forget so goddamn fast? It's one of the pleasures of being a kid. Things stick with you, and then you get these immense feelings of nostalgia and happiness, and you can recall them. But Jesus. So you're Tremor, the fearless leader of the elite adventurer unit. We've been expecting you. Our Maelstrom friends report that Riatin has departed Castrum Oxidans a bell ago. So he's coming here. And sure enough, a convoy of Imperial airships landed here just now. The likelihood is high that our target was aboard one of the vessels. I've dispatched scouts to verify its presence before we strike. It's a shame you don't see their airships flying around more, because again, in 1.0 you could, even just while out in the open world, you saw them moving around. And it adds a lot of character to the skies. This is the area of one of the earlier Guildhests. It is, yeah. Command to all units, requesting status report. This is Antlion 1. Target has not been sighted. I think the Antlion was maybe the first boss in 12. In a little airship you fight through the first room. This is Antlion 2. Likewise, target has not been sighted. Antlion 3 here. We got nothing for you neither. This is Antlion 4. Nothing to report as of... Wait, disregard previous message. Target sighted. I say again, target sighted. Understood. Hold your position. He shaved his thing into his head there. Attention all units. This is Lieutenant Adalbert Cotter. The first step of Operation Archon begins with us. Should we fall here, I hope victory will not be lost. It is no small burden, but know that I believe in all of you. So, believe in yourselves, and together we will blaze a path for our brothers and sisters of the Alliance to follow. We will create multiple diversions and disperse the enemy garrison. That should give you a chance to breach their defenses. Go now, Tremor, and bring us his head. May Rolga grant you strength. Alright. It's funny having a white mage doing all this. I'm definitely feeling more like an assassin right now. Commence diversionary maneuvers. Alright. So we got to get further up somehow. Oh, up here. I was going to say. So there it is. So yeah, so there are, as I mentioned, endgame areas of the world map where you can go right up into the Imperial outposts. They've been here the whole time. We could have explored here from the very first episode. But you'll see, like, these mobs are level 48. And none too friendly. We'll probably aggro quite a few as we sprint past them to the door. But look at this. We've been seeing this building in the distance for how long? And now we can finally get right up next to it. So I don't know how this works. This used to be party content. Is it a solo duty now? Oh, that guy got on the other side. Duty calls. Commence for Operation Archon? Yeah, I guess we just do it on our own. How nice of them to keep the doors unlocked. I know. I should have kept wearing my disguise. At least then it would work. Oh, it's nighttime. That's weird. My memory of this is always during the day. Maybe it just reflects the actual current Eorzean time. It would appear we have unexpected guests. Now, where have I seen you before? Ah, but of course, the man who felled the mighty Titan. This is the Icon Slayer? I see. The commotion without is naught but a diversion. Allow me to hazard a guess. By eliminating me, you hope to undermine the garrison or Oxyden's. A bold strategy, to be sure, but have you the strength to see it to fruition? I like voicing this guy very calm and flat. It makes him seem more confident somehow. Leave us. None of you are a match for him. Send word to Casham Oxyden. Tell them the Laminsons are coming. Look, he knows what's up immediately. Oh, once, my lord. Oh, once. I like the guy in the red armor. He just sort of waddled past us. Why couldn't we have hit him? 15 years have come and gone since Lord Van Baelsar first set foot in Eorzea. That was when he took over Alamigo. Yet his ambition for the realm burns strong as it ever did. Know what fuels it, adventurer? The desire to deliver the people from their suffering. The land he has conquered were all beset with problems. Poverty, starvation, lawlessness, and strife. My homeland was no exception. Had my lord not reached out and claimed it for the Empire, it would have eventually destroyed itself. See, look, these are people learning the fruits of Rome can be sweet, right? But under his sage leadership, my people enjoyed such peace and stability as we had never known. And he only desires the self-same for the people of this realm. Under his rule, Eorzea would be free from the shackles which bind it, the shackles of false faith. There would be no feeble leaders to misguide the masses, no icons to bleed the realm dry. True peace would reign, until you get a murderous autocrat in the Empire. And the people would be free to live their lives without fear of persecution or oppression. Should you doubt the truth of my words, I bid you look upon me. I am no son of Garlemald, yet Lord Van Baelsar saw fit to raise me to a station of great honor. Yeah, and your kinsman would look at you as a traitor as well. I love all this shit. It's so complicated and tricky and great. He measures a man not by his birth, but by his worth. Such is his sense of justice. By the grace of his excellency, I am where I was born to be, upon the field of battle. He has given me a noble cause to fight for, and worthy adversaries to smite. And he believes in the Empire now. I am not want to bear my steel needlessly, but if you are deaf to reason. Yeah, I'll take you out, fanatic. In the name of Lord Van Baelsar, I, Riathin Sasarvina. I think it's like Riata Tin? I don't know. Do swear to strike you down! You can't even say my name! Here we go. Yeah, I swear this used to be group content. I don't know. I've never done this. I will suffer none to oppose Lord Van Baelsar. We get a shockwave. I'm going to try to use Q next. Presence of mind. Oh god, I can feel that this is just going to be a lot of casting stone. Your defeat will bring Lord Baelsar's noble conquest one step closer to fruition. Oh, am I emote? No. Oh. My shields are impregnable. So he's got a buff here. Directional parry. Parry rate is increased for all attacks from a certain direction. Ah, so I needed to get behind him, I think, there? Should probably heal myself. Terratian 2. Let me show you a technique. I don't know what he said. Where is this guy from, by the way? I've been assuming Alamigo. You see how I just instinctively moved away from those pillars there, by the way? That's a lot about this game. I didn't quite catch if he said where he was from. He's a Rogan, isn't he? Oh shit! I should have dashed there. That felt like that procced really quickly. Did I have an earlier telegraph for that? That I just didn't spot. Nearly done. My MP is fine. It looks like doing damage on this class does not cost you anything, really. For MP. Very, very, very little. We could pop Lucid Dreaming. Tatarian Impact. You do not hold back. Very well, neither shall I. See, that would have been a raid wide. Oh, yeah, he's low, and he's going to keep spamming these raid wides. Which, if we had a whole party, would be quite tricky to heal the whole thing. But it's solo now, so they didn't change it much. Also, a lot of mobs do this in this game. Look, we're still bonking him. I like that. Shall we bonk him to death? I don't know whether we're going to be able to. If he survives the stone, I'll bonk him to death. Oh, we can. We totally can. Yeah! Yeah, a lot of bosses do this, but it's very deadly. It's like, you know, the last 10% or whatever. Here we go. One more bonk. Yeah! Oh! So this is the strength of he who vanquished Titan. Yes, I hit you with my staff. Let us aid you, my lord. Oh, is it not over? Oh, shit. Damn it, if we had Holy, this would be much handier here. What? I thought I ordered you to leave. Forgive us, my lord, but we couldn't let you face the enemy alone. Look, they love each other. We've raised the alarm as you bade, and now we would fight with you. Okay, at least as long as the alarm has been raised, I'm sure they're fine. Don't be fools! Get away from here! Oh, damn it! Yeah, don't force me to fight. I would take you as a prisoner of war if I could. Oh shit, he's still attacking from downstate. That's cool. Oh, he got me with it as well. He used drill shot there. Doesn't that become a machinist skill? One of the classes that's not in it yet. We apply our dots. Oh, we can presence of mind again now. Savage blade, savage blade. Oh, they're using fast blade as well. That's cool. Oh, mind you, that guy seems stronger than the other guy. So let me finish his weak friend first. Dude, that was actually a little bit scary. If I got hit by that drill shot, I think we would be down and out right now. Because I was low. I was kind of low. We wouldn't have survived that. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill all your friends. See, here is where I do victory stance. No! You bastard! Your conviction and courage will not be for naught. This I swear. He speaks to his friends, I mean. Oh shit! I couldn't remember there was a second phase. For victory and vengeance, I will strike you down. Okay, vicious charge. Well, I don't want to stand in front of that. Oh, he's facing me. Okay, that might be a thing where I have to, like, get as far away from him as possible, and then I won't get stunned. Alright, I'm dashing through that. Yeah, we had plenty of time. With those mechanics, I can never quite tell if I have to be really close or really far away. I should have saved presence of mind for now, I guess, really. Ignore pain. Ignore rage. Sorry, ignite rage. And fight with the fury of the wildfire. Oh, shit, they're coming towards me here. Okay, and we go through here. Oh, and then through here. Nice. Yeah, it always feels a bit sad that this boss fight kind of gets cut, you know, like, couldn't this have been squeezed into the other 2 missions that you do in the matchmaker somehow? Okay, he's using that tune thing again now. I've been tempted to send him to sleep this whole time. I think that'd be really interesting if that's possible. Oh, fuck me. Uh-oh. Alright, we're okay. Oh, if I'd stayed right in the middle, that probably would have been a one-shot. Probably here is good. No, that's... I'm going to just eat the one. Ow. Okay, heal. It's nice to be a healer. I can just sort this out. Okay, I guess the safe space was over there. He does it again, and I'd quite like him to be honest. Shame we can't have Topaz with us here. He surely would have been helpful. Oh, that's satisfying. I'm going to use just a regular cure here on myself. And I need a big one. A regen effect would be amazing here. I feel like I'd just be able to regen myself once and all my healing needs would be done. He's using Magitech missiles again. Should we try and bonk him again? Oh, no. But he deserved a less humiliating death anyway. There was interesting music there as well, by the way. Don't hear that commonly in the game. I don't know if I have regen. I have regen that can proc on one of my abilities, I think. But I don't know if I have the mechanics unlocked or the lilies or whatever. Oh my god, his finger's still moving. Round 3. You are stronger than I expected. And even at the start, he was saying we were the killer, the slayer of Titan. But I have my honor. I cannot. I will not yield. There's a 3rd phase. Holy shit, there is. Oh my god, he just home-ganged me, I think. Magitech missiles. Ah, I have you now. I'm immobilized. I can't move. Oh god. Ow! We shall go together amidst a raging inferno. Holy fuck, he's going for it. Wait, how do I get out of this? Do I just have to race him? I'm in this burning ring, taking big damage. Oh god, I'm gonna get eaten by this. This is cool! I'll tell you what, this might not seem that cool, but the game later really teaches you to avoid AoEs as much as possible. So the fact that they've got this thing here where they're forcing me to eat a bunch is kind of badass. What's he got here? Unshakable loyalty, standing by force of fealty alone. His health is waning over time, so he has a dot on him, basically. If I wasn't a healer, how would I survive this, though? Rest in peace, men. I shall join you soon. I like this story. It shows how much people care about the Empire that are within it. Just gonna heal again. How the fuck would you do this? You just have to DPS race. How did this work in the 8-man version? This can't have been in it in the 8-man version, surely. Well, there you go. Down he goes. That's definitely a rework. I don't remember that from before. Well, that doesn't mean definitely, because I've forgotten so much. There you go. That's Cape Westwind, guys. Forgive me. I have failed you. Lorne Van Baelsar! Nearly everything here wasn't the 8-man version. Oh, I guess the first phase was probably 8-man and the rest was also like, that's my guess. He dies in like 10 seconds in the 8-man version. Yeah. I would always queue into the MSQ roulette and hope you'd get that one procking. Because, you know, it would mean you didn't have to spend like an hour. That light! Gosh, the Magitech transporter! Tremor, are you there? What news of Rethiathan? Fallen? With this deed, you have sown the seeds of our ultimate victory. It's pretty, doesn't it? Yee-hee-hee! Yay! Yeah, I don't see any of you lot risking your necks. The fading of that light passages an end to the Empire's tyranny. Rethiathan Sassavina is no more. Let the next phase of Operation Archon commence. Hurrah! "'Tis I! Seems you've done it again, Tremor." "I'd raise a tankard to you, but I'm afraid we've no time to savour the victory. There's still the small matter of infiltrating Castrum Meriadnum and destroying the ultimate weapon. I know. No rest for the preternaturally gifted. Now, stop feeling sorry for yourself and make your way back to the Immortal Flames encampment. The communications officer will issue your orders. I'll be waiting for you with the main host." Really, it feels like the other attack should be happening right now, right? Like, I shouldn't have time. Oh! It's La Habrea! But looking like Thancred. "Look, Heidelin. Your minion comes, bringing the light. Alas, the gate to the void already stands open. Soon darkness shall consume all, and you shall bow down before the one true God." It's funny, when I see scenes like that, I think of Ascian seems so deeply connected to the void, you know, with the void creatures and the world we read about in history. "Prefectus! Slain?" But the story's not so simple as just a blunt connection to that. "Regrettably so, my lord, and at the hand of the Icon Slayer, if the Centurion who survived the attack is to be believed." "Riathan," says Livia. Oh, she actually looked a bit sad. She just seemed like a nut to me until now, but there she was actually a little bit nice. "Where were his men when he faced the enemy? Fleeing, even as their commander yielded up his last breath? It should prove they questioned his... If it should prove they questioned his right. I cannot speak for them, my lord." Well, we killed him and them together. Well, a couple of them, 5 of them. Yeah, what about the rest? "Beg pardons, my lord, but there is more. The Maelstrom has laid siege to Castrum Occidens. Likewise, the Crimson Fleet moves to blockade Castrum Marinum." Look at him. Look, he's got this gunblade. "Oh, you're under attack, Gaius. What will you do?" So this is their answer. So who's left? We got Nero and Livia. "Very well, we shall crush them as we crush the Icons. Go forth and show them the futility of their resistance." "Yes, my lord." Oh, that was both of them. They were referred to as the Tribuni there. Okay. "Scion Dubois! Your deeds this days are an inspiration to us all. With the death of the Prefectus, Operation Archon has entered its second phase. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom moves to blockade Castrum Occidens and Castrum Marinum. And far to the east, in the Black Shroud, the Order of the Twin Adder advances upon Castrum Oriens. Already you have done much to advance our cause, performing such feats as are worthy of song. But if our plan is to succeed, more is required of you. Let me know when your preparations are in order, and I shall relay to you the particulars of your next mission." Okay, thank you. So next, we have a hero in need. The Allied Communications Officer has a task that can only be performed by a hero of the Alliance. I have no idea what this is, then. Phase 2 of the operation is presently in motion. Our brothers and sisters of the Maelstrom are holding up their own against Garlean forces upon Vilbrand and the Rotno Sea. Ere long, the third phase will begin, and you must take to the field once more. The Immortal Flames shall strike at Castrum Meriadnum by way of a diversionary maneuver. While the Garleans are thus locked in battle, you can infiltrate the stronghold and bring down the Magitech field that surrounds Praetorium. The staging point for the mission lies in... all these words, by the way, if this is your first time through, they'll just start going in one ear and out the other, but they have meaning to me. Like, I do get them because I've done the missions a lot of times. Castra Meriadnum in northern Thanalan, and that's where you must go. On your way there, however, I would ask that you make a brief stop at Camp Bluefog, one of the key outposts in the area. The garrison, I'm told, is in low spirits, and it would do our troops well to see the hero of Cape Westwind appear before them. For the good of our cause, please, stoke the fire in their hearts. Okay. So this is just a really minor quest, I guess, in which we visit the last area, and we just pat some people on the shoulder and say, good job, everybody. That would be my guess anyway, so let's explore on up and see. And yeah, my original plan for this episode here, guys, has been to beat this quest, A Hero in Need, which is just going to be, I think, speaking to a couple of people. There's one after it as well called Hearts on Fire. And then it's the final 2 missions. But what I think we'll do, since we're over the 5-hour mark here now, I think what we'll do is we'll do that in the last episode. Which is literally like adding maybe 10 minutes of runtime as far as I can make out, probably, to the final episodes. We're not going to need 5 hours to do 2 missions. There is a big credit sequence and stuff, and I want to do a couple of side dungeons. But we have plenty of time. So here we go. This is Northern Thanalan. So I'm going to... look, in fact, the quest is already over. Look at that. So I'm going to end it here today. Let's speak to this guy, and this will be the conclusion for today's episode. There's the last leave meet there. This place is always dark. This is where I do my mining. You can get cobalt from the hills around here. Ah, Private Dubois, yours is a most welcome presence here at Camp Bluefog. Logistically speaking, we are ready to march on Castra Meriadnum at a moment's notice. Alas, while our troops are here in body, their minds are anywhere but. The garrison's mood is dark, so daunting is the prospect of joining what may prove to be the bloodiest battle in history. But with a hero such as you walking among them, we may yet rekindle the dwindling embers within their souls. So there you go. So yeah, we'll get a little quest here, Hearts on Fire, to just say, to pump these guys up. And then we'll be into the final 2 missions. So guys, join me next time for the finale of A Realm Reborn. I can't believe we're here already. It's been 18 days since the start of this Let's Play, and here we are, about to see the credits of the game and move on into the post-patches. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Thanks for those of you who have been playing with me. It's amazing we managed to get that Guildhests done. On the next episode, if you want to catch it live and you want to be here nice and early, do remember, if you do manage to do that, you'll be able to get in the party and actually play this final stuff. Somebody just whispered me. You want a free company invite? I don't have a free company. I only have a link shell. We don't have a free company over here, because everyone's from different servers all over the place. So yeah, thank you everybody. I hope you enjoyed episode 9 of Let's Play FF14, A Realm Reborn. And everyone in the live chat, it's been a lot of fun today, guys. It's been nice. Lots of company. Lots of fun comments. Feel free to join me in Discord if you want to chat over the next couple of days, and I'll see you for the next part and the finale next time. 1 episode to go, guys. Take care now.